Chapter 549. Yu, formerly known as Liu, was a professional female streamer. She was from Suzhou and came to Shanghai to study. She was currently studying at Donghua University and came from an average family. She had been a streamer for half a year and quickly became popular because of her good background. Now the number of viewers in her streaming room was around 50,000. She could barely be considered a popular streamer. Liu's singing voice was average, and because she was in university she couldn't sing and dance in a special room like other female streamers. Now she could not only pay for her living expenses and tuition independently, but also had a large amount of savings. But she didn't dare to confess to her family. Although her father's love was like a mountain, her father would still beat her. She only said that she was working part-time. Liu was very grateful for the live streaming industry and the platform. She could eat, drink and make money. Such an easy job was rare. The only thing better than this was being a civil servant. They were both civil servants, but being a programmer was much more difficult. Most of the time she was doing outdoor live streaming, running all over Shanghai, and occasionally switching to a food live streaming. Today was the weekend, so she took a car to the forest park for an outdoor live streaming. Just now, she had seen Xianxia in the pavilion, and she had also taken a picture of his naked body into the camera. For a whole 5 minutes, the gifts didn't stop, and the number of viewers in the streaming room also skyrocketed. The little bitches in the comments section muttered, "Thank you for the streamer's welfare, my husband is the most handsome." One must know that there were very few females in Yu's streaming room in the past. As a popular fried chicken, a top little fresh meat, Liu was very disgusted by people who said that Xianxia was a little fresh meat. She was also a fan of Xianxia. How could Xianxia be compared to those flirtatious bitches? He was not a little fresh meat, he was an old godfather, an existence that made people blush. At this time, Liu looked at the neatly organized comments in the comment section. It's over. The comments were more uniform than pickled cabbage. As a fan of Xianxia, she couldn't bear it and complained, "How is it over? Can you have some confidence in Xianxia?" The audience is laughing but not saying anything. This stupid streamer must have never seen Qin Baobao's live streaming. It's not Xianxia who's going to die. It's that guy who's going to die. Liu was dumbfounded. What do you mean? Can someone explain to me what's going on with Qin Baobao's live stream? Filming the live broadcast of the Journey to the West. He's so good he knocked someone down with one punch. Xianxia is really good. Through the messy replies in the comments section, Liu roughly knew the situation. During the filming of A Journey to the West, Qin Baobao played live broadcast. In that live broadcast, Xianxia also practiced with someone once and valiantly defeated him. Therefore many fans knew that Xianxia knew a few fighting techniques. Was he that powerful? Is my idol trying to defy the heavens? Liu felt that Xianxia was like showing off. Once one was immersed in it, it was impossible to stop. For a man to be so outstanding, it was indeed like poison to a woman. Since evolving into the Sea Swamp King, Xianxia has become more and more imposing. The above was purely an illusion. It was as if he was using the sea swamp silk and was becoming more and more confident. When someone provoked him, he did not mind teaching him a lesson. Salted Fish Lake would not do that. Salted Fish Lake was more gentle and reserved. He did not like to be calculative with people. You could also take it as cowardice, but please do not expose him. Salted Fish Lake also wanted to save face. When his disciple was beaten up as a master, he could not sit by and do nothing. Otherwise, the cohesion of the sect would be reduced. He did not think that Li Donglai's provocation was wrong. Was Sister Man's but something that ordinary people could touch? Tigers but was not to be touched. Never heard of it? Stupid system, come out. I want to ask you something. Xianxia summoned the system in his heart. The system ignored him. Sir System, I have something to ask. Xianxia rephrased his words. Nothing. The system responded. I want to beat him up now. Is there a mission? No. Huh. Why not? I have a psychological desire now. Did the host notice a phenomenon? Every mission is not guaranteed to be completed. The system said, missions that are guaranteed to be completed and missions that are impossible to be completed will not be triggered. Is that so? Nonsense. If you saw a pile of feces on the ground and suddenly wanted to step on it, the system would have to give you a mission. Points would be too easy to earn. Do you think I'm the stupid son of a landlord? That's an impossible mission. The system ignored him. Although he didn't manage to get the mission, Xianxia was actually relieved. What if he saw a pile of feces on the ground and did not want to step on it, but had a bold idea such as tasting it? Ding, please eat 500 grams of hot feces. 100 points if successful. Corresponding points will be deducted if failed. Qinzhe might become the first protagonist to level up by eating feces. Zhang Yihang said, I joined the army after finishing high school. I received strict military training and am good at fighting and capturing. However, I don't know when to stop. You have to be careful. He said this so that when he beat up Qinzhe later, he would have an excuse to explain. I started practicing martial arts when I was 8 years old. It has been 16 years since then. I am proficient in internal martial arts and external martial arts, Tai Chi push hand, Ba Ji Bung, 7 injuring fist, and the lost finger Zen. In addition, my Nigong Heart Sutra is the times are calling. Qinzhe said in one breath, I know when to stop so I won't beat the shit out of you. Zhang Yihang was stunned by his words. When he heard the last sentence, he realized that he had been taken advantage of by the other party. Internal martial arts and external martial arts did exist and were not fake. However, most of the so-called Chinese martial arts masters were scammers because they were already so old. What a joke. How could they still be called masters at such an old age? Didn't they know that martial arts were afraid of the young? This was the same principle as Jianghu folk remedies. Folk remedies were real but 90% of them were fake. Therefore, when people heard folk remedies they subconsciously thought that they were scammers. At the end of the day, this was due to the lack of supervision of the country, which led to the prevalence of scammers in the industry. If Qinzhe had not mentioned the Nigong Heart Sutra, Zhang Yihang might have been alarmed. Don't think that I don't know what the times are calling is. Are you the successor of communism? Zhang Yihang felt disdain in his heart. He looked at Qinzhe's fit body and guessed that he trained in the gym. Perhaps he had strength, but his skills and speed were definitely not as good as his. I have been hitting people with bricks since junior high. My actual combat experience was trained by Boss Ho. Qinzhe did not say anything. Instead, he turned his head and looked at Liu, who was not far away. He had seen this woman just now. She had been standing there secretly taking photos. It was a little annoying. There was a reason why celebrities hated paparazzi. It was not just because of privacy issues. When they were standing on the stage, they could take photos of them in any way they wanted. However, no one wanted a camera to be pointed at them in their daily life. This meant that they had to maintain their image at all times. They could not even pick their nose. Not to mention causing trouble when they were bored. Qinzhe used to lie on the sofa and cause trouble when he was bored at home. He was scolded by his sister several times when she saw him. She said that it was unhygienic and unhealthy. It was understandable that his sister would think so. After all, there was a difference between men and women. It was legal for boys to cause trouble. They could cause trouble as much as they wanted. Otherwise, why would she say, you troublemaker? However, girls could not do that. After all, bacteria were pervasive. If a girl did that, what would it be called? Nuwa? Watch me mend the sky with one hand. Double-click 666. Qinzhe was not very happy to be secretly photographed, but he could not rush over and ask them to delete it. After all, if he forced them to delete it, there would probably be negative news reports tomorrow. Therefore, being a celebrity was sometimes really tiring. It required a lot of effort. He is looking at me, Liu exclaimed. She was a little happy and a little nervous. Will he come over and smash my phone? At this time, Qinzhe waved at her. Wow, is he waving at me? Liu looked around but there was no one around. Should I go over? After I go over, how should I hand over the phone? Go, get close to the big boss. Host, go over quickly. Why are you in a daze? I want to see Qinzhe's bare face. Go, focus the camera. The comment section was full of encouragement. The audience in the live broadcast room was more excited than she was. They sent her a wave of gifts and urged her to hurry over. Liu trotted over with excitement and nervousness. When she approached, Qinzhe asked, Are you filming? After seeing the screen of the phone facing him, his smile suddenly became gentle and his tone became easygoing. You're broadcasting. He thought to himself, damn, you're broadcasting behind my back. Can I? Liu asked timidly, his eyes shining brightly. Yes. Qinzhe said, Are you a female host? Liu nodded vigorously. Yes, my name is Liu. I'm a small host on the Salted Fish broadcasting platform. Qinzhe nodded and stopped her from filming. He smiled brightly and said, Hello everyone. He waved at the camera. The next moment, the comments in the comment section jumped and the screen was full of gifts. Liu's face was full of happiness. Stand aside, I want to fight with my friends, Qinzhe said. Liu stood obediently by the pavilion. When she saw Nan Man Pei, her eyes lit up. She immediately aimed the camera at the people in the pavilion and greeted them as if they were close friends. Hello everyone. No one paid attention to her. The teenagers glanced at her casually. Hey. Liu awkwardly moved the camera away. The eyes of the people in the pavilion made her feel the gaze of the big boss. A lively and beautiful girl like her was popular everywhere, but obviously the people in the pavilion were not so enthusiastic. Liu glanced at the phone. The audience in the live broadcast room was discussing the beautiful mature woman who had appeared for a moment. Some said that the two little girls were also very beautiful. Jianghu was happy in his heart. Oh, this little girl came at the right time. Isn't Xianxia a big star? Watch me beat him in the live broadcast. From a physical point of view, a man in his early 30s was the peak of his body. Teenagers and young people may be energetic, but their strength was not as good as his age. Then there was experience. Experience needed to be accumulated over a long period of time. How could Xianxia be the opponent of a veteran who had undergone strict training? The young boys and girls in the pavilion were watching with great interest. The female host of the salted fish broadcasting platform, Liu, held a selfie stick and looked forward to it. Xianxia nodded to Jianghu, indicating that he could attack. He didn't lower his waist and his muscles were loose. His casual posture made Jianghu raise his eyebrows. He ran a few steps, gathered his strength and kicked toward Xianxia's lower abdomen. Xianxia still didn't move. His face was calm. If he stood with his hands behind his back he would look like a master. When his foot was about to hit Xianxia's lower abdomen, Jianghu's mouth revealed a smile. This kick will make you spit out the wine you drank last night. Demacia. But at this moment Xianxia was as still as a virgin and as agile as a rabbit. He turned around to avoid the kick. At the same time, he exerted strength from his waist and swept his right leg. Xianxia's leg swept Jianghu's waist. It was like a whip hitting a sandbag, making a muffled sound. Jianghu, who weighed 160 kilograms, was instantly sent flying. Xianxia had used a lot of strength in his kick to send him flying. Otherwise he would have fallen and been seriously injured. After all, he was a big shot who could break a bone porcelain cup with his bare hands. Jianghu fell to the ground and curled up like a mantis shrimp. He first felt a suffocating pain, the kind that was really breathless. Then he felt a sharp pain in his left waist. My kidney. My kidney? Chapter 550. There were no cheers or cheers. The young boys and girls in the pavilion were a little confused. Finished? Finished? Why was it completely different from the fierce battle that he had imagined, where you gave a left hook and I gave a right hook, where you gave a black tiger a heart and I gave a monkey a peach? People usually had a few rounds of boxing. Here it was over with one kick? They knew that real fighting was very intense. There was no such thing as teleportation or dodging. But it was too fast. Everyone was a little confused. It seemed that those who were related to Xianxia were especially fast, all kinds of fast. Before you could get into the zone he would be finished with a whoosh. However, the visual effect of this kick was very shocking. A tall and sturdy man was sent flying with a bang. Nan Man Pei narrowed her eyes slightly. The layman enjoyed the show, but the expert saw the naked picture. What she saw was unparalleled strength and precise and ingenious control. This ingenuity was like aged wine. It could not be achieved without a few years of practice. This kid's strength increased again? That night, if it was Xianxia like this, Nan Man Pei knew that she would not be able to last more than 10 moves. She would be beaten until she cried and called for her father. Was he merciful at that time or did his strength increase again? Nan Man Pei leaned towards the former. A person's fighting skills could be accumulated, but there was a limit to the growth of strength. How could he change so much in just a few months? He was not long out yet. Influenced by Xianxia, Nan Man Pei habitually muttered in her heart when she encountered unreasonable people or things. He was not long out yet. She had looked up Long Out Yen on the internet. He was a novel protagonist who ignored all logic and reason. He was used to describe some inconceivable or absurd things. That was what the internet said. If you don't believe me you can do it. Unknowingly the phrase drown you in the Huangpu River had become her own arrogant words. Pei Nan Man felt a sense of loss. Liu recovered from the shock and found that the live streaming room was in an uproar. The speed of the comments was like the bullet screen. When she looked at the gifts again, she realized that her sweetheart had received more gifts than the sum of the gifts she had received in half a month of live streaming. In the eyes of tens of thousands of viewers, through the live broadcast on their mobile phones, they saw the burly man fly up and kick Xianxia. Xianxia didn't move at all. It was unknown how many female viewers screamed for Xianxia in front of their screens. Then Xianxia turned around and swept his leg. His posture was handsome and his strength was fierce. Such a big man flew out like a sack. Compared to Qin Bao Bao's live broadcast on the set, this time's sparring session was even more shocking and visually impactful. He was sent flying with a single kick. I think I've learned physics for nothing. It must be fake. It really doesn't make sense. If you say that it's possible to send someone flying with a kick, it's possible. However, sweeping someone away and kicking someone away are two completely different things. But that's the truth. This isn't a movie. Is a fast shooter a monster? This fast shooter is a bit rash. What's so strange about that? Didn't you see his muscles just now? I owe this old lady's maiden heart, I really want to lick it. Quick, shoot me. How is that man? Is he dead? The viewers in the live broadcast room were in a heated discussion. Qinzhe reached out to help Zhang Yihang and pretended to be very concerned. Are you all right? Oh, look at me. I accidentally missed. Zhang Yihang's face was pale. He ignored him and struggled to get up. Sitting on the ground, he gasped for breath. He had no time to care about what Nan Man Pei would think of him. He had to recover first. When Qinzhe saw Liu coming over, he pretended to help him. Image was very important, especially for public figures. They must be great, glorious and righteous. Otherwise they would be easily patronized by God Hegemon. There were many dead anchors and stars who were killed because of their arrogance and lack of control. Liu cried, "Idol, you're so powerful." Qinzhe smiled and faced the camera. "Everyone please call me Wu Dao Grandmaster in the future. It's time to change my image. I'm just a fast shooter, let it go with the wind." Qinzhe intended to take this opportunity to clear his name. Smart people always seize the opportunity to clear their names. It was so embarrassing to be called Wu Dao Grandmaster all the time. The viewers in the live broadcast room responded, "Wu Dao Grandmaster. Wu Dao Grandmaster. Wu Dao Grandmaster, I love you." Qinzhe was speechless. "I'm so stupid. Why do I always have to be entangled with a nickname? Steady aura. Steady aura." The nickname Wu Dao Grandmaster was quite naughty, so fans and onlookers liked to call Qinzhe this way. They thought it was a teasing and a nickname. What kind of nickname was this? Wu Dao Grandmaster, Prince Charming and Little Fresh Meat were not as interesting as Wu Dao Grandmaster. This was the psychology of the masses. For example, many stars liked to criticize themselves on Weibo, which could make fans laugh and like them. That was the reason. But Qinzhe really didn't like this nickname. When he introduced himself in the future, he would say, "Hello, I'm Shi Tian. What's your name?" "I'm Wu Dao Grandmaster." Or, "Hello, I'm Qinzhe. I know you. Wu Dao Grandmaster." Inexplicably, he was given such a title. It was all Qin Baobao's fault. No matter how hard he slapped her, it wouldn't make up for his loss. He would definitely give her a good spanking when he got home. Nan Man Pei walked over and stretched out her hand. "Yang, are you okay?" Zhang Yihang's expression was terrible. He shook his head, held Nan Man Pei's little hand and got up. The left side of his waist hurt badly. He had the illusion that he was being cut in half. Nan Man Pei said apologetically, "I'm sorry." He didn't hold back. As she said that, she turned her head and looked at Qinzhe. The moment she said that, Zhang Yihang was mesmerized. But the words she said made Zhang Yihang break down. He doesn't hold back in all aspects. "I've been troubled." Zhang Yihang was speechless. It seemed like she said nothing, but it also seemed like she said everything. The art of language was filled with imagination. Zhang Yihang got up quietly, rubbed his waist and forced a smile. "My clothes are dirty. I'll go back to the hotel to change. You guys have fun." Nan Man Pei nodded. "I'll call an electric car to pick you up." There was an electric car in the forest park that was similar to the ferry at the airport. After all, the park was very big. It was impossible to walk there. Zhang Yihang waved his hand and left. For both parties, this blind date was undoubtedly a failure. Both of them were people of status. They didn't overdo it to save face. "Do you have a house?" "No." "Do you have a car?" "No." "Do you have more than 1 million in savings?" "No." "Then why did you go on a blind date?" "Are you a virgin?" "No." "Then why did you go on a blind date?" Only vulgar men and women would talk like this. They didn't hold back at all. Although these were the 3 essentials of a blind date, a car, a house and money, one had to learn to hold back. In life, there were many things that could be said in a subtle way. This would not only show quality but also avoid conflict. For example, your wife gave you a green crown. Your father was furious. Your mother is seeking death. The grass in your grave is green. I invite your mother to go to Mount Wu together. The art of language was wonderful. Qin Qingyuan said, "Qinggu, let's ride a horse." She glanced at Liu's mobile phone and hugged Qinzhe's arm very schemingly. Cameraman quickly turned the camera over. "I'll give you an extra drumstick tonight. Naive and sweet girls can't catch up with Prince Charming. If a girl is not scheming, how can she hook up with her sweetheart? Chen Qingyuan felt that this was an opportunity. Regardless of the consequences, she had to first set the status of intimate relationship. With so many people watching in the live broadcast room, there would definitely be screenshots. She would become Qin Ji's rumored girlfriend. It was beautiful to think about. Qin Zhe glared at her. Don't make trouble. He took back his hand. Chen Qingyuan felt wronged. Give me a hug. It doesn't cost you a penny. Only a ghost would give you a hug. Qin Zhe didn't care about gossip, but he was afraid of kneeling on the keyboard. He was afraid of being pinched to death by his sister. He was afraid that Suyu would pinch his JJ. Qin Zhe had been surviving in the cracks of his sister. This was like a man saying to a woman, give me a slap. It doesn't cost you a penny. Maybe I'll give you money. They came to the racecourse. The so-called racecourse was actually a 200-meter playground, a miniature version of the 400-meter track in the school. The track surrounded the fir trees. 2 horses, 2 trainers. Qin Zhe was pulled by Chen Qingyuan to run a circle. 20 yuan. The 2 horses trotted and people bumped up and down on the back of the horses. Ha, Qinggu, don't you think we are like the Jianghu Rangers, the Condor heroes? Chen Qingyuan smiled brightly. I think we are like 2 children. Qin Zhe said. Why? This thing is like riding a wooden horse, up and down. Now that you mention it, it does seem like it. It's not romantic at all. When riding a horse, one's buttocks couldn't sit stably. Both feet had to be on the stirrups. Even so, the person was still jolting. Riding a horse was not romantic at all. On the contrary, it was a little empty because a horse was a living thing, not a car or a bicycle. In the TV series, riding a horse in the martial arts world should be very romantic. Let's accompany the mortal world and enjoy the prosperity of the world. Reality, let me, us in the mortal world, urge, horse. 1 lap was soon finished. Chen Qingyuan was not satisfied yet. Qin Zhe saw Nan Man Pei's eager expression and asked, Sister Man, do you also want to ride a horse? Nan Man Pei nodded. Qin Zhe shouted, Li Donglai, give me your coupon. I'll ride around again. Li Donglai was speechless. Could it be that Qinggu has taken a fancy to my aunt? I tried so hard but ended up guarding against the wrong person? Yes, Qinggu has a big sister complex. He has no interest in little girls. Someone like my aunt is more in line with his taste. On second thought, it's normal. My aunt is so beautiful. Any man will have thoughts about her. But my aunt hasn't found a partner for so many years. Obviously, she doesn't have that kind of thought. Brother Qin was probably unrequited in love. Qin Zhe and Nan Man Pei rode side by side along the track. Nan Man Pei's eyes were sparkling. There was a little girl's excitement. She's already 30 years old, but she's still so unrestrained. She's imitating other girls' expressions. But she's very beautiful and cute. Nan Man Pei experienced the pleasure of riding a horse without any distractions. Qin Zhe silently turned his head and looked at her trembling breasts. The big breasts were a little naughty. Their trembling made one's heart itch. Canwo Gil was hard. The scenery was beautiful. Qin Zhe nodded silently. He'll ask his sister to come and ride another day. After 1 lap, Qin Zhe got off the horse. Nan Man Pei didn't get down. Ziki, give me your coupon. Li Donglai, who had just finished buying his coupon, came back. Pei Ziki snatched her brother's coupon and handed it to the horse trainer. Nan Man Pei happily started the 2nd lap. Li Donglai was speechless. The whole section collapsed. I want to ride a horse too. I've never ridden a horse in my life. I've never even ridden a Western horse. Degree, you. Nan Man Pei ran half a lap before Liu got on the horse with the help of the horse trainer. She was still holding the selfie stick. She grabbed the saddle with one hand and smiled sweetly at the camera. I'm going to ride a horse now. Okay, didn't I always show you, Qin Zhe? You can't ignore me. The horse trainer said, put away your phone. You can't broadcast riding a horse. Liu bargained. It's okay. The horse is so slow. The horse trainer said, no, you can't hold it with one hand. What if you fall? We are responsible for your safety. Liu looked at Qin Zhe. She didn't know anyone here. She only spoke a few words to Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe smiled. Qingyuan, help me hold it? Chen Qingyuan said obediently, okay. Chen Qingyuan ran over and took the selfie stick from Liu. Liu smiled. Thank you, little sister. Chen Qingyuan nodded and quickly ran back to Qin Zhe. The horse trainer said, don't squeeze the horse's belly. Don't pull the reins. After that, he gently patted the horse's butt. Liu sat on the horse's back and rushed out with a whoosh. She immediately screamed. The horse had been running slowly for the previous few laps, but when it came to her, the horse suddenly charged. The two horses in the horse farm were trained. They were like machines on an assembly line following a fixed program. The two horses had been running side by side, so the horse that Liu was sitting on subconsciously chased after Nan Man Pei's horse. A family should be neat and tidy. Liu screamed and bounced on the horse's back. A horse that accelerated was a terrifying experience for someone who had no riding experience. So she subconsciously grabbed the saddle and squeezed the horse's belly with her legs. "Don't squeeze the horse's belly, don't squeeze the horse's belly," the horse trainer shouted. Liu, who was in a panic, squeezed the horse even tighter and screamed. There was a small commotion. The live broadcast room was even more lively. The audience commented, "What's wrong? Did the horse suddenly go crazy? The horse is running so fast. So scary. You hold on tight. Don't fall. What's the horse trainer doing? Why don't you pull the horse? Idiot, you can't squeeze the horse's belly. This is an order to speed up." The horse she was sitting on quickly caught up with Nan Man Pei, but it didn't stop. Instead, it rushed to the finish line and was ready to continue the second lap. The horse trainer had been waiting at the finish line. Taking advantage of the horse's passing, he rushed up and pulled the reins hard. The horse anxiously raised its hooves and stopped. Under the strong inertia, Liu screamed and fell forward from the horse's back. The horse trainer didn't expect the woman to be so weak. The horse had stopped, but she still couldn't steady herself. Liu was frightened. Her body was tense the whole time. As soon as she relaxed a little, she was thrown down by the inertia. The girls exclaimed, "Be careful." The audience in the live broadcast room saw Liu fall down face first because her feet were caught in the stirrups. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a figure dashed out. Before Liu fell, he reached out and caught her, carrying her in his arms. Chapter 551. Qinzhe looked at the pale and frightened girl in his arms. "Are you okay?" The track was not wide. A distance of more than 10 meters was just a sprint for him. Liu was still in shock. She thought she was going to fall and her heart was beating wildly. She didn't expect that someone would reach out and help her at the critical moment. When he saw that it was Qinzhe at this moment, a familiar line flashed in his mind. "My dream lover is a peerless hero." She looked at Qinzhe's face in a daze, her heart beating wildly. The words were the same, but the mentality was completely different. Liu was slightly wet. Qinzhe helped her up and asked, "Are you okay?" Liu quickly shook her head, her cheeks slightly red. "I'm okay. Thank you." Bao Bao was scared to death. Seeing that she was okay, the two horse trainers were relieved and went forward to ask and apologize with concern. If the tourists were really injured, the forest park would be responsible. But it was a false alarm, so the matter would be much lighter. Liu shook her head generously. "I'm okay." As she spoke, she peeked at Qinzhe. If it were an unreasonable or thick-skinned tourist, they would have made a scene and asked for a sum of money or at least the money for the coupons. But just like men pretending to be generous in front of women, women would also pretend to be educated and reasonable in front of men. Chen Qingyuan heard the teenagers next to her breathe a sigh of relief and shout, "Awesome! 666, and Qinggu is mighty." She first cast an admiring look at Qinzhe, then glanced at the people next to her with disdain. "He is indeed the man I like. Sit down, it's basic operation." In the live broadcast room, the screen was full of gifts. Chen Qingyuan looked curiously. She only saw the constantly changing comments and gifts flying all over the sky. How much money did all these add up to? The comments were quite interesting. It's Qinzhe, so fast. When did the fast shooter rush out? So fast. A hero saves a damsel in distress. Quick cheer for the fast shooter. Qinzhe is so charismatic. I really want to have a boyfriend like him. Wow, I feel more and more that Qinzhe is a good person. It gives me a sense of security. I want a boyfriend like that too. 666, that's F*King awesome. I was sweating for you just now. By the way, did anyone record it? Yes, I'm going to post it on Weibo. We've been recording the entire time, starting from the pavilion. Ah. After the nervousness, the viewers in the live broadcast room heaved a sigh of relief and started discussing the scene just now. The comments in the comments section were alternating wildly. If this was a computer, there would be a screen full of 666 comments, the kind that would cover the screen. Chen Qingyuan showed a happy smile. She liked to see people praise Qinzhe. It was like when you took your pet dog out for a walk and passers-by praised, "Wow, your dog is so cute." At this moment, Chen Qingyuan saw someone talking about her in the comments section. "Girl, let's be friends." "Sister, are you a streamer too? What's your streamer number?" Qin Qingyuan's dark eyes turned and showed a thoughtful expression. She looked a little cute and playful. I'm not a streamer. I'm just helping your streamer hold her phone. Kawaii. What a good girl. She's good at Siscon. Immediately, there was another round of comments, although it was quickly pushed to the top by Qin Zhe's comments. Qin Qingyuan whispered, "Let me tell you a secret." After she finished speaking, she waited for a few seconds and saw that someone in the comments section asked about the secret. Qin Qingyuan coughed. She wanted to say, "I'm Qin Zhe's girlfriend." She wanted to forcibly crown herself. Then this matter would become the headlines, the hot search, and maybe she could even become an internet celebrity. Of course, being an internet celebrity was not important. What was important was that her relationship with Qin Zhe would spread and the whole world would know. Actually, I'm Qin Zhe's girlfriend. Qin Qingyuan's tone was serious, as if she was announcing that the Chinese people had stood up. As expected, the live stream was in an uproar. There were all kinds of comments, scolding, questioning and questioning. It was like a divine needle poking into a muddy ground and stirring it vigorously. The juice flowed and it was difficult to calm down. Qin Qingyuan's words had such an effect. Your brother seems to have sprained his hand. Go and have a look. When Qin Qingyuan was really proud and smiled sweetly at the camera, a hand pushed her from the side. It was Pei Ziki. Qin Qingyuan looked at her blankly. Brother? I don't have a brother. I'm the only daughter in the family. Since when did my dad get me an older brother outside? It's Qin Zhe, Pei Ziki said to the camera. She's joking with everyone. She's Qin Zhe's cousin. Qin Qingyuan, I'm not. Pei Ziki snatched the phone. Okay, you just like to joke. Give the phone back. She didn't give Qin Qingyuan a chance to explain. She ran away and handed the phone back to Liu. Thank you. Liu took the phone and was ready to act cute and pitiful to the audience in the live stream and ask for gifts. Asking for gifts in fancy ways was the self-cultivation and basic skill of a female streamer. But when she saw the comment section, she was stunned. The audience didn't comfort her or discuss the thrilling scene just now. So it's Qin Zhe's cousin. Qin Zhe's cousin is so beautiful. The elder sister is beautiful. Is the younger sister so beautiful too? Qin Zhe's cousin? Liu was confused. Was it the girl just now? Then she checked the number of gifts and was shocked on the spot. The gifts she received in one day were more than the total gifts she received in a month of livestream. No wonder everyone liked to freeload. It was too easy to make money. On the other side, Qin Qingyuan stared at Pei Ziki unhappily. Why are you ruining my business? His words sounded like a big bully asking a young hero who had pulled out his sword to help out when he saw injustice on the road. Pei Ziki said, don't mess around with this kind of thing. It's okay to be mischievous. But if you do it tens of thousands of times, something bad will happen. This was the same principle as playing with a little was good for the mood, playing with too much was bad for the body, and playing with too much was bad for the body. Everything had to be done in moderation. Qin Zhe is a public figure. His girlfriend has always been a sensitive topic. Don't be silly. It's okay if it's really his girlfriend but you're a fake. Pei Ziki said, believe it or not, you'll be found out tomorrow. Do you know how terrible the fans are now? Do you want to be made into a joke, be abused on the internet and even receive threatening messages? Qin Qingyuan said guiltily, it's not that bad. Pei Ziki lowered her voice. It's okay if you're found out but don't implicate your father. Is your father's butt clean? Everyone is squatting in the toilet. His sh*t will never be clean. Qin Qingyuan thought for a moment. Then I'll go back and help my father clean the sh*t on his butt first? Pei Ziki was speechless. Qin Zhe held Nan Man Pei's waist and helped her get off the horse. He asked, Sister Man, do you still want to ride? If you do, Ziki and Donglai's coupons will be renewed again. Nan Man Pei shook her head. Forget it. It was a pity that they were not in the grassland. Otherwise they could ride the horse and enjoy the speed and passion. Qin Zhe said, oh. He was a little disappointed that he could not enjoy the moving scenery again. In addition, he suddenly understood why some people liked to have sex on the horse. It was because it was too easy. The horse's power could replace the waist and save a lot of trouble. While riding the horse he could also ride the big breasts. Nan Man Pei said seriously, Qin Zhe, were you not serious at all that night? This could easily cause misunderstandings, so Nan Man Pei said it in a low voice. Due to the limited number of times that he and Nan Man Pei had been alone at night, Qin Zhe thought for a moment and understood. Yes, he answered honestly. If you go all out, how many moves can I take? Although she had expected it, Nan Man Pei was still unwilling to give up and asked. Qin Zhe wanted to say, 3 seconds. On second thought, such an answer was too merciful. Moreover, it was too quick. He was now very sensitive to anything fast. I've never tried, so I don't know, Xianxia said. Have you ever met an opponent that you can't defeat? Nan Manpei asked. Being stronger than any opponent is the biggest worry in life. Xianxia sighed softly. Nan Manpei rolled her eyes at him charmingly. The unexpected incident did not extinguish the teenager's interest in writing. Xianxia and Nan Manpei stood outside the track watching and chatting. Sister Man, have you seen today's headlines? Xianxia lowered his voice and asked mysteriously. As he spoke, Xianxia looked up at the sky. The sun was shining brightly and there were white clouds. There was no shadow of the river crab god. I saw it. Nan Manpei nodded. How do you feel? How does your brother-in-law feel? Xianxia asked. It was good to talk to smart people. They could always easily understand the meaning of your words. Nan Manpei glanced at him lightly and said in a bad mood, eating gutter oil, worrying about Nan Manpei's heart. It seemed that Sister Man was secretive and did not want to discuss it with him. Xianxia could almost guess that if he continued to ask, Nan Manpei would reply, Believe it or not, I'll throw you into the Huangpu River if you talk too much. Thinking about it, Sister Man was quite arrogant. Her body was upright. After everyone had experienced the pleasure of riding a horse, the group of people went elsewhere. Xianxia thought that Nan Manpei would go back. After all, she was here for a blind date. Now that the other half of the blind date had left, she had no reason to play with a group of kids. But she did not leave. Instead, she said that she wanted to drive a go-kart. The go-kart was a little far, and it would take time to wait for the electric car to pass by. So, the group of people rented the bicycles in the park. Liu happily planned to follow Xianxia and get gifts. Let's go. Don't follow us, Xianxia said. Anyway, we're all playing. Let's go together, okay? Liu said in a coquettish tone. No, I'll hit you again. Xianxia gently knocked on her head. All right then. Liu clutched his head with a disappointed expression. After all, she was a college student. She was much more cultured than those female anchors from Dongguan. If it were them, they would shamelessly follow Xianxia because they could earn money quickly. In that case, Xianxia could only go back to the hotel. The two parties parted ways and rode in opposite directions. They met by chance and parted. They might not meet again in the future. Life was always like this. You would meet people one by one and then those people would become distant scenery. Life continued to move forward. No matter if it was happy or sad, it would never stop. But Xianxia did not know that he had gained a die-hard fan. Chapter 552. For Qinqingyuan, Xianxia was the most dazzling scenery she had ever seen in her 18 years of life. She was so engrossed in it that she couldn't extricate herself from it. She tried to retain it so that it would forever be a part of her life. For Nan Manpei, Xianxia was also a scenery. It was still bright, but the color was a little bright and yellow. Thinking of this, she turned her head and looked at Xianxia. The wind lifted his bangs and on his angular face, there was a smell of sweat. It was a sunny day in August and it was hot. Nan Manpei regretted wearing a bra when she went out. It was uncomfortable, but if she didn't wear it, it would be heavier and more uncomfortable. Moreover, she was wearing short sleeves and when she walked it would jump and jump. It was very naughty. She envied women with small breasts who went out unrestrained. If Qin Baobao was here, she might be able to reach a consensus with Nan Manpei. If Su Yu and Wang Zijin were here, they might join forces to fight against the two shameless women. Halfway through the ride, everyone saw a little kid sitting under the shade of a tree by the roadside, holding a dead branch in his hand. He was small and looked very lonely and bored. Pei Ziki and Li Donglai's half-brother. Why was he here alone? He looked like a punching bag. Although they hated this brother, he was still a brother. He was still young and looked like he was separated from the adults. They couldn't just sit back and watch. Li Donglai stopped the car and shouted, "Little brat, why are you here?" The little brat raised his head and looked at him. He didn't appreciate it at all. "It's none of your business." "Hey, you little brat, if I don't beat you up for a day, your skin will itch." Li Donglai stretched out his leg and kicked him lightly, knocking him over. The little brat had always been hostile to his elder brother. He felt that he had been greatly insulted and pounced over. Li Donglai stretched out his hand and pressed it against his forehead. He waved his hands and bared his teeth, but he couldn't touch him. This scene was unbearable to look at. Xianxia coughed and said, "Donglai, don't bully children." Who knew that after Li Donglai let go of his hand, the little brat spat at him. Fortunately, Li Donglai reacted quickly and dodged it. "I'll ask Daddy to hit you," little wimp threatened. Spit. It was a child's signature move. Children who didn't learn this trick were unqualified children. Qingzhe recalled a story. There was a kid next door who spat at everyone he saw. His parents spoiled him. Every time someone scolded him, his parents would say, "He's still a kid." One day, a narrow-minded guy was spat on by a child. He was furious, pried open the child's mouth and spat a mouthful of phlegm. Since then the child had never spat again. However, Little Wimp was Big Boss Li's son. Who would be tired of living and dare to do this? Nan Man Pei stopped the car with one foot on the ground and asked, "Why are you here? Where's your mother?" Little Wimp didn't dare to be disrespectful to Nan Man Pei. He had suffered before, so he answered honestly, "My mother didn't let me come out to play, so I snuck out by myself." Nan Man Pei heard this and frowned. "How long have you snuck out?" Little Wimp said, "Just for a while. All the things here cost money. I don't have any money." So he sat alone by the roadside and sulked. Nan Man Pei took out his phone and called his mother. "Your son is with me. Come and pick him up." From the racetrack to the go-kart track. Little Wimp shouted, "Tell me, tell me." He pulled Nan Man Pei's sleeve and tiptoed to snatch the phone. Li Donglai clicked his tongue. If it was him who did this when he was young, his aunt would have hit him with a chestnut. His stepmother spoiled him too much, causing him to have such a domineering and willful personality. Nan Man Pei passed the phone to him. Little Wimp said, "Mom, I'm with my aunt. I want to go and play. Don't worry about me." On the phone, the woman didn't seem to agree. Little Wimp threw a tantrum. I want to play. Otherwise I'll go home alone." After venting his anger for a while, he returned the phone to Nan Man Pei. "My mother wants to talk to you." Nan Man Pei took the phone and put it to his ear. Man, please take care of How," the woman said. Nan Man Pei said concisely, "Okay." She hung up the phone and patted the back seat. "Get in?" Little Wimp said, "I don't want to sit in your car." Nan Man Pei said, "Dong Lai, you take him." Little Wimp immediately refused. "I don't want to sit in his car." Nan Man Pei looked at Pei Ziki. "Ziki, you take him." Little Wimp said, "I don't want to sit in his car either." This brat. Nan Man Pei's mouth twitched, "But there are no electric scooters here. You can only take a bicycle." She could directly scold Little Wimp's mother without any pressure. However, Nan Man Pei couldn't show any attitude to a 10-year-old kid. Moreover, he wasn't like Li Donglai and Pei Ziki, who were elder sister's children and could be beaten up as she wished. That Little Wimp pointed at Qingzhe and said, "I want to sit in his car." I'm so flattered. My charm isn't just limited to girls anymore? Even children are looking at me with admiration. Nan Man Pei nodded. "Then, can you give him a ride?" Qingzhe said, "No problem, Sister Man." Little Wimp immediately climbed onto Qingzhe's bicycle. The bicycles in the forest park weren't as snobbish as the shared bicycles. They had back seats. In the end, Little Wimp got on the back seat and said, "Let's go. Take me to have fun. I'll put in a good word for you in front of my dad." Qingzhe, who was pedaling, was stunned. "What? You want to suck up to my dad?" Little Wimp said in a firm tone, "There are many people who want to suck up to my dad. As long as you listen to me obediently, I can put in a good word for you. Otherwise you're finished." "This Little Wimp," Qingzhe said in annoyance, "which eye of yours saw that I want to suck up to your dad?" Little Wimp said, "It's not like I haven't seen people like you before. Each and every one of them wanted to give my dad a gift and ask him for help. My dad wasn't willing, so they gave me a gift. They begged me to talk to my mom, and then my mom talked to my dad." Seeing that Qingzhe didn't say anything, Little Wimp said in disdain, "What are you pretending for? Hey, this kid wants to beat me up." When they arrived at the karting area, the group stopped and bought coupons to play. The fun of karting was that there was no need to consider any traffic rules. You could drive as much as you wanted and take turns in all kinds of positions. As for those who didn't know how to drive, they could experience the thrill of driving. The operation of karting was not much different from a real car. There were 5 karting cars on the track. If there were more, the track wouldn't be able to accommodate them. Qingzhe, Nan Man Pei, Li Donglai, Pei Ziki, and Qin Xingyuan were the first to finish. Qingzhe held the steering wheel and waited for the staff behind him to start the karting car with the key. He looked at Nan Man Pei beside him and said, "Sister Man, 3 laps. Let's race." Nan Man Pei raised the corner of her mouth and said, "What's the bet?" Qingzhe said, "If I lose, I'll sleep with you. If I win, you'll sleep with me." Nan Man Pei said, "I'll sink you." Qingzhe cut in and said, "I'll sink you into the Huangpu River. Do you believe me?" Nan Man Pei said, "If you lose, I'll kick you. If I win, I'll let you kick me." "No problem." As soon as they finished speaking, they stepped on the accelerator almost at the same time. The two karting cars had the same horsepower and speed. It was just a matter of who was more experienced and who could take turns better. Xianxia soon realized that his driving skills were not as good as Nan Man Pei's. When Xianxia turned, he first braked and slowed down before taking turns. Nan Man Pei didn't brake. She just turned the steering wheel and drifted. Sister Man was indeed an experienced driver. She was ashamed. After 2 consecutive turns, Xianxia was half a car behind. However, he learned quickly and quickly became an experienced driver. He learned from Nan Man Pei and drifted without braking. An experienced driver and a wanton person were the same. The former would rather die than step on the brakes. The latter would rather die than return to the city. On the 3rd lap, Nan Man Pei was still half a car ahead of him. The result was set. Her lips curled into a smile. However, at the last turn, Xianxia turned the steering wheel violently. The front of the car hit Nan Man Pei's car. Nan Man Pei was at the edge of the turn. After being hit by Xianxia, the front of the car tilted and hit the edge of the truck's tire. Xianxia raced to the finish line. He turned his head excitedly, only to see Nan Man Pei driving back slowly. Her pretty face was gloomy and she looked very angry. They left the karting car. Although I won, I'm a man. Let's forget about the bet, Xianxia said. Nan Man Pei suddenly smiled and said coquettishly, "Come on, Sister Man is not afraid of pain. Use your strength, you don't have to take pity on me." Xianxia was speechless. Ha ha ha, Sister Man, are you angry? Xianxia laughed dryly. No, I'm just waiting for you to kick me. Hurry. Xianxia lifted his leg and kicked her calf lightly. Nan Man Pei's smile disappeared. She gritted her teeth and said, "Xianxia, you're really kicking me?" Suddenly, a child's crying and scolding interrupted the two of them. Looking in the direction of the sound, little Wimp was pressed to the ground by Li Donglai and spanked hard. Nan Man Pei frowned slightly and was a little annoyed. What's wrong now? Qin Qingyuan stood at the side and said innocently, "He spat at me." Nan Man Pei glanced at little Wimp and said unhappily, How, it's rude to spit." Little Wimp said, "It's none of your business, it's none of your business." Nan Man Pei waved her hand tiredly and asked Li Donglai to get up. "I'm too lazy to take care of this brat. Xianxia, help me look after him," she said. "Huh? Why do I have to look after him? I'm not his father or brother. Take it as an apology for kicking me just now. I'll try my best to control the burning silence aura in my body." Little Wimp laid on the ground and did not get up, crying loudly. He looked so pitiful that even Xianxia could not help but feel pity for him. Why bother? Your mother is not even here, who are you crying for? Don't cry. You can't spit at people, you know? It's very rude. Xianxia helped him up. Giving birth to such a brat, the parents would be worried. No, the responsibility should be on the parents. Big Boss Li did not have the skills to educate children. Whether it was this brat or Li Donglai and Pei Ziki, when they first met, their personalities were so bad that they wanted to die. It was better not to have children in the future. Xianxia did not have the skills to educate children and had no experience. If he gave birth to a son and raised him wrongly, it would be painful. He would discuss it with his sister later. It would be better to have a daughter as the first child. Help me beat him up. Little Wimp pointed at Li Donglai and said to Xianxia, "He's my disciple." Xianxia rolled his eyes. "You should be more obedient." Pei. Little Wimp spat at Xianxia's face, quickly and accurately spraying venom. Chapter 553. At that time, the spit was only a millimeter away from my face. In 0.01 seconds, it would have stuck to my handsome face. What the hell, old Master Qin, am not dead yet and you're already spitting at me. Fortunately, the effects of the times are calling that Xianxia had painstakingly trained came in handy. Relying on his superhuman reflexes, he leaned back and narrowly avoided the venom attack. Venom attack from the brat. Miss. This was like a high-level account with godly equipment facing a goblin with a wooden hammer. If the goblin stood still and let the goblin hit him, only a miss would appear on top of the goblin's head. Similarly, a high-level account with a light hit would be able to blast the goblin into pieces. Unfortunately, this was not a game. Not to mention that the brat was Big Brother Li's son. Even if he wasn't, Xianxia couldn't lay his hands on a child. It was the same logic as how a man couldn't bring himself to fight with a woman. Li Donglai could beat up his younger brother without restraint. He was his brother and Xianxia was his elder. He couldn't beat up the brat in front of so many people. But if he didn't beat him up, he would be angry. The child couldn't understand such things as gentlemanly demeanor. Instead, he thought that Xianxia was afraid of his identity, so he became even more unscrupulous. Taking a deep breath, He sank his qi into his dantian and gathered it at the tip of his tongue. Pei. Pei. The venom hit him 3 times in a row, but Xianxia dodged all of them. When the brat was brewing the 4th mouthful of venom, Nanman Pei finally couldn't stand it anymore and slapped him. It was just a small slap. It was very light, so it probably wouldn't hurt. The brat had obviously never been humiliated like this before. He met Nanman Pei's cold eyes and turned to punch and kick Xianxia. Xianxia reached out his hand to block the brat's head. No matter how he punched and kicked, he couldn't touch him. I'm going to beat you to death. I'm going to beat you to death. You dog, you are a dog. My dog. I'll ask my dad to beat you to death. Xianxia's mouth twitched. This account was useless. He suggested that Big Brother Li delete his account and start from scratch. He had met a lot of naughty children. When he was in junior high school, a couple living on the same floor gave birth to a naughty child. The child was always swearing and had no manners or upbringing. Because the male owner was a middle school teacher, he often came to Xianxia's house to ask the old man, who was still a university teacher at that time, for advice and to discuss the great cause of education. That teacher might have been a good teacher, but he was obviously lacking when it came to educating his children. He was drinking and chatting in the old master's study, talking about national affairs, encouraging words, and talking about nobility. His son and Xianxia were playing in the living room. Actually, at that time, Xianxia was not very willing to play with the little brat, so his attitude was not very good. He accidentally angered the little brat, who threw things and scolded him. He even threw an apple at Xianxia's nose. Xianxia had a nosebleed at that time. At that time, Qin Bao Bao, whose cheeks had just lost their roundness and became thin and charming, heard the noise and came out. When she saw her brother, who she regarded as her exclusive property, bleeding from his nose, she immediately exploded. She gave him a violent beating. Since then, the naughty brat never came to Xianxia's house again. He was scared when he saw Qin Bao. The child was naughty and disobedient. What should she do? Just give him a beating and everything would be fine. This brat was spoiled by my stepmother. Li Donglai raised his hand and was about to slap him. Nanman Pei stopped him. Speaking of which, she was temporarily taking care of the little brat. She was secretly taking care of the nephew who was not related to her by blood, and then letting the nephew who was related to her bully the nephew who was not related to her by blood. With her upbringing and character, she could not do such a thing. She was even too lazy to educate the little brat. What did it have to do with her whether he was ugly or not? As long as she educated Li Donglai and Pei Ziki well, she would be satisfied. Perhaps it was because his aunt and siblings were not kind people. Without his mother's support, he did not dare to be too picky. He also felt that Xianxia was the same as those who came to ask for help and did not dare to offend him. Hence, he grabbed Xianxia and scolded, "You're a dog who comes to my father for help. I want my father to beat you to death." Li Donglai was furious. "I'll beat you to death." His ambition was not small. He even wanted to stand shoulder to shoulder with his father? At this time, Nanman Pei's phone rang again. She answered. "Man, Mom is not feeling well again. Jianghu asked me to take her to the hospital for a checkup. Also, he received a call. There's something at the office and he has to rush over. You can bring Hao and Ziki back with you." Nanman Pei said, "You're leaving now?" "Yes." "All right then." Nanman Pei hung up helplessly. The old lady was really too much. She came out to play when she was not feeling well. She went back to the hospital after playing around. "We have to go back." Nanman Pei looked at them. "Grandma is not feeling well and your father has something to do at the office." Pei Ziki suggested, "Then let's go back later? I still want to experience kayaking." Nanman Pei pondered. "That's fine too. Xianxia, keep an eye on him." Donglai drove here himself. He has a car. After Li Donglai was admitted to university, Nanman Pei rewarded him with an Audi A6. Li Donglai, this idiot, had a low EQ. It was probably because he spent all his skills and talents on fighting. He often talked about finding a girlfriend. He was good at talking, but he was not good at acting. Otherwise, he would have driven the A6 to the entrance of the university to pick up girls. Xianxia was unwilling. He also wanted to go back, but if he left, Nanman Pei would definitely be worried. This group of people were all children. He was the only adult and the elder. Hence he said, "Don't worry. I'm an experienced driver and I'm skilled. I guarantee that everyone in the car will be in good condition." Nanman Pei smiled and said, "Okay." Li Donglai immediately said, "Auntie, don't worry. I'm also an experienced driver. It's just kayaking. I've never used a paddle. I rely on the waves my whole life." Nanman Pei replied to him with a knock on his head. "Be honest. Nan Man Pei said angrily. After saying that, she left the karting venue. Pei Ziki added insult to injury. You don't have Qinzai's life, but you got Qinzai's illness. Li Donglai sighed. When can I be as outstanding as him? Pei Ziki sneered. It's hopeless. Accept your fate. Li Donglai was unconvinced. Master must have something up his sleeve. I'll go and ask him. Li Donglai humbly asked for advice. Qinzai pondered for a long time after hearing that. Li Shizhen's show. Li Shizhen's mischievousness. It depended on talent. It couldn't be learned. How about this? I'll say something. If you can understand it one day you'll probably graduate, Qinzai said. Li Donglai put on an expression of listening attentively. Chen Qingyuan and Pei Ziki, who were beside him, also pricked up their ears. Qinzai said, You just started university. How's university life? I came back from Japan and wanted to make friends with you. Are you interested in Japanese girls? So, are you free this Sunday? Li Donglai was stunned. That's it. Qinzai nodded. That's it. Li Donglai looked at Pei Ziki and Chen Qingyuan. Did you hear anything? Chen Qingyuan, Qinge might want to say that university life is good. Pei Ziki, stupid Li Donglai, Qinzai wants to introduce a girlfriend to you. Li Donglai was pleasantly surprised. Really, Qinge? Qinzai, sigh, how lonely it was to be an expert. Everyone experienced the thrill of karting, except for the women, including the brat of the Li family. The brat's driving skills were a mess. He bumped all the way. Fortunately, the karting wasn't fast and there were big trucks on both sides. No matter how hard he bumped, nothing happened. For a 10-year-old child, this was a rare and excellent experience. After all, he couldn't be like the rich children abroad, driving a small car with a little girl and showing off at a young age. When he grew up, he would be even more arrogant. Under the leadership of Qinzai, a group of people rode to the kayaking area. The little brat naturally sat in Qinzai's car. The little brat raised his chin at a 45-degree angle. His face was full of pride and arrogance as if he was saying, Master gets on the sedan chair. Qinzai really wanted to beat him up. The kayak moved forward on the blue waves. The blue sky and white clouds were reflected in the water. Qinzai sat at the front of the boat and remembered that he went to the amusement park in Xishan with his sister and experienced many exciting games such as the haunted house and roller coaster. At that time his parents were also with him. He was forced onto the roller coaster and pendulum by his sister. When they came down, his sister vomited. Qinzai's face was as pale as a ghost. In the haunted house, the staff jumped out at the corner to scare his sister. His sister screamed in a high decibel. Qinzai heard the staff cursing. Damn, you scared me. Although the light was dim, Qinzai clearly saw the staff's body tremble. At this time he was suddenly kicked in the waist. Go away, I want to sit at the front of the boat. The brat ordered. You want to get beaten up again? Li Donglai, who was rowing the boat, scolded. Donglai, don't be so angry. Qinzai moved and gave the seat to the brat. When the brat grew up, whenever he recalled his childhood he would probably say something like, My brother loved me very much when I was young. He liked to treat me to his favorite big mouth. Qinzai despised him in this aspect. My sister loved me very much when I was young. She liked to treat me to her favorite big mouth. One punch for one big mouth. The system came out to show off. The system usually didn't come out. It said that it was deducing the birth, process, and destruction of the universe. It claimed that it was different from those pretentious brats who only knew how to show off with the host. If one had to give an example, it would be the difference between a celebrity and a scientist. Qinzai tried hard to recall, but he couldn't remember the original name of the lowly system. He felt that it was looking for an excuse for its lowly status, and shamelessly gave itself the high hat of a scientific research system. If you want to hit a big mouth, you have to ask for my permission first. Qinzai said. Everyone is hitting a big mouth. The system said. Then this salted fish will have to be the enemy of the world. Qinzai said. What if it's a pretentious brat host that's hitting a big mouth? The system asked. Don't be afraid, just do it. Qinzai finished acting cool and hugged the system's thigh. Don't I still have you, the invincible system? The system said, I'm just a lowly one. This person. The system was invincible once it made fun of itself. Qinzai said, Are you a defective product produced by the system's supplier? The system was angry. Don't mess around, I was born for the great world of scientific research. I'm different from those cheap commercial goods. Also, when I was born I was awesome. But because my main purpose was scientific research I was cut. Oh my, you scared this salted fish. Do you think you're Miyamoto? You think the invincible me can be cut again? After rowing the kayak, it was already 1 in the afternoon. Pei Ziki was satisfied and wanted to return to Shanghai to say goodbye to her friends. The little brat still wanted to play, but Li Donglai and Pei Ziki didn't care about him, so he vented his anger on Qinzhe. When Qinzhe wasn't paying attention, he ruthlessly kicked him. Dog, you're a dog. Poo poo poo. Venom triple strike. Although he avoided the saliva attack, the 10-year-old brat's kick still hurt a little. Qinzhe tried to hold it in, but he couldn't. He was completely enraged. If he didn't teach him a lesson, he wouldn't know the wrath of a king. Chapter 554. When Li Donglai saw this, he could not help but want to beat his brother up. His face was burning. After all, he was a member of the Li family. He had no manners and rules at all. It was so embarrassing. Forget it, let's go home. Qinzhe looked at the provocative little brat. The 4 of them left the forest park in an electric car and returned to the hotel. They went to the front desk to ask, found the hotel lobby manager, checked out and packed up. According to the original plan, they were going to spend the weekend in the hotel. However, he was a big boss after all. He always had endless things to do. Moreover, he was in a sensitive period recently. It was normal for there to be unexpected events. The entire penguin was under surveillance. If you don't believe me, you can change the personal information of Weixin and Cuckoo. Whoever can do it, I'll live stream myself eating sh*t. Eat a pound of sh*t. Wait here, we'll drive over, Qinzhe said to the little brat. The little brat ignored him and stood at the entrance of the hotel. A 10-year-old child could understand a lot of things. Moreover, he was born in such a family. His vision was definitely higher than that of ordinary children. When he said that Qinzhe was a dog, he was referring to you are the Li family's dog. This was how it was shown on TV. In fact, since Qinzhe became famous until now, the Li family had not done much. For Qinzhe and Li Jianghu, this was a friendship. Of course, the little brat did not understand this. He just said what he saw on the surface without restraint. Qinzhe drove Li Donglai's Audi A6 out of the underground parking lot. When the bumper was raised, he looked back. There were no cars, so he stopped and asked the old man in the guard booth, "Sir, do you have a rope?" The old man first looked at the A6 logo and said kindly, "What kind of rope do you want?" Qinzhe smiled and said, "Any kind of rope is fine." The old man said, "Yes." The Audi A6 left the underground parking lot and stopped at the entrance of the hotel. Qinzhe pushed the door open and got out of the car. He stood beside the car like a butler and asked the young master to get in. The young master got into the car valiantly. He seemed a little surprised by Qinzhe's sensibility and looked up at him. Then he saw the scene in the car and was stunned. Bang! The car door closed. Qinzhe quickly got into the driver's seat, stepped on the accelerator and sped away. His impatient look made him look like a human trafficker who was driving a van to kidnap children from the roadside. Inside the car, Li Donglai and Pei Ziki were lying askew in the back seat. Their hands were tied behind their backs and they were wearing blindfolds. They were motionless like salted fish. At such a young age, little Wimp had already experienced this feeling and was completely dumbfounded. Li Donglai, Pei Ziki, he shook Li Donglai and Pei Ziki, but the 2 of them seemed to have fainted and ignored his calls. What did you do to them? Little Wimp glared at the back of Qinzhe's head. I didn't do anything. I just knocked him out. Why did you knock them out? Activating acting proficiency? Qinzhe laughed wildly. Of course I'm going to sell it. Little Wimp, if there was a camera at this moment, it would be able to record a 10-year-old child's dumbfounded, nervous and scared expression. A 10-year-old child, facing such a sudden turn of events, was a little confused. He sat in between Li Donglai and Pei Ziki, and was stunned for a long time. I want my father to beat you to death. Little Wimp forced himself to say. Qinzhe laughed loudly, turned his head and gave Little Wimp a wild and arrogant expression, completely like a villain in a TV drama. Your father can't find me. Since I dared to do this, naturally I'm not afraid of your father. His acting was a little exaggerated. A real bad guy should be reserved and sinister. However, the target was a child. He acted as a reserved and calm bad guy and it was not effective. Little Wimp was obviously frightened by his expression, and subconsciously leaned back in his seat. Qinzhe's expression was ferocious and his tone was fierce. I'm going to sell your sister and brother, not to buy them as children but to sell their organs. Little Wimp's eyes widened. Dig your brother and sister's heart out, dig out their eyes, dig out their intestines and sell them all. You can earn a lot of money. Qinzhe laughed sinisterly. Little Wimp was scared and trembled. He said in a sobbing tone, Don't sell them. Qinzhe was stunned and his tone was still fierce. Fine, if I don't sell them then I'll sell you. Little Wimp cried on the spot. Well, don't sell me, you can sell Li Donglai and Pei Ziki. Pei Ziki can be sold as someone's wife, someone worth more than me. Oh, burp. Qinzhe saw Pei Ziki's mouth twitching from the rearview mirror. He did not hesitate to sell his brother and sister. This child had a future. Qinzhe said fiercely, shut up, if you cry again I'll tie you up like them and dig out your heart and eyes. Your mother told you before, human traffickers are inhumane. Little Wimp immediately shut up, and his little shoulders trembled. Everyone had heard a joke or a warning in their childhood. You were picked up from the trash by your mother. Don't talk to strangers, be careful not to be kidnapped by human traffickers. Therefore, everyone's childhood was shrouded in the shadow of human traffickers. Little Wimp was no exception. He met the terrifying human traffickers that his mother spoke of. But I won't dig out your eyes, I'll ask your father for a sum of money to redeem you. As long as you listen to me and cooperate you'll be fine. Otherwise you'll be like your brother and sister. Qinzhe said in a low voice. Do you want to have your eyes dug out and your heart dug out like your brothers and sisters? Little Wimp choked. No. He looked pitiful as if he wanted to cry but did not dare to. The car left Chongming and drove onto the Yangtze River Bridge. Qinzhe did not say anything along the way. Pei Ziki and Li Donglai quietly adjusted their positions midway. They had been lying crookedly for a long time and they were tired. Not long after, Li Donglai's snoring sounded. He had fallen asleep. Little Wimp was in a state of nervousness and fear. His small body was straight and his eyes were slightly red. Sometimes he would look pitifully out of the window. He was probably praying in his heart that Spider-Man or Superman would come down from the sky and save him. No, at his age he should be praying to Big Bear, Bear 2 or Xianxia. Or blah 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 Xiao Ma Xin? What grade are you in? After crossing the Yangtze River Bridge and entering Shanghai, Qinzhe could not help but strike up a conversation. Little Wimp did not react. Do you want to have your eyes dug out? Qinzhe threatened. Third grade. Little Wimp said in a sobbing tone. You're so small, I thought you were in kindergarten. Qinzhe muttered. Where did you go to kindergarten? Wuxia Kindergarten. Wuxia Kindergarten was a famous high-class kindergarten in Shanghai. There were 7 or 8 branches. Qinzhe had heard of it for more than 10 years. When he was young he had hopes of entering it, but his family was not rich. The old man weighed in his heart for 3 seconds and said, This brain is not good. Forget it, let Bao Bao in. Just like that, he passed by the famous Wuxia Kindergarten that he had heard of when he was young. Then it's nearby. Qinzhe said, Do you want uncle to take you to the kindergarten to play? Little Wimp succumbed to his power and did not dare to object. Qinzhe picked up his phone and put it down after a while. Soon after, the bell rang. It was actually the sound of his alarm clock. He plugged in his earpiece and answered the call. Hello. Yes, the matter is settled. The 3 children of the Li family are in my car. I'm coming over now. Haha, of course this time we will definitely make a lot of money. They have so many good things on them they can be sold for a lot of money. You mean Li Jianya's youngest son? He knows his place, what's wrong? Little Wimp's ears perked up as if he was being mentioned. Yes, I just asked. He's only 10 years old, 3rd grade. Oh, you said there's a client who's also 10 years old and wants a heart transplant? No problem, just dig out his heart and sell it for a good price, wah. Just at this time, Qinzhe turned into another elevated road, deviating from the direction of the kindergarten. In the back seat, Little Wimp's mind exploded. You said you wouldn't dig out my heart. Bad guy who doesn't keep his word. Let me down, let me down. Little Wimp threw himself in front of the car door and hit it with all his strength, crying, This is not the car to the kindergarten. Mommy, save me. Sob, 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 sob. Burp. Qinzhe laughed arrogantly. You can't get down, the car door has been welded shut by me. The car door was already locked and Little Wimp could not open it at all. In the car, Qinzhe's arrogant and exaggerated laughter and Little Wimp's wails could be heard. Qinzhe arrived at the hospital according to the address given by Nanman Pei. At this time Little Wimp had already fallen asleep. He could really cry, howling for 20 minutes. Then he fell asleep, his head tilted on Pei Ziki's belly. After he fell asleep, Li Donglai and Pei Ziki did not have to continue acting anymore. They untied the rope and took off the eye mask. Pei Ziki looked at Qinzhe with a strange gaze, as if she was getting to know him again. Li Donglai called his stepmother to come over and pick him up. Qinzhe said, Then I'll leave first. At this time it was time to leave and hide his identity. Otherwise it would be awkward when they met later. Li Donglai urged him to stay. Master, I'll send you back. Pei Ziki kicked him, idiot. Qinzhe took out the mask he always carried with him from his pocket, put it on, opened the door and got out, waving his hand. No need, I'll take a taxi back. Before he left, he looked at Little Wimp, hoping that when Little Wimp went to junior high, he would be able to recall today's events and get rid of the shadow in his heart. In the future, when he scolded and spat at people impolitely, he could also think about today. Alright, it doesn't matter, I don't care if he changes or not, I'm happy anyway. How wonderful. A few minutes later, his stepmother came down from the hospital and walked to the Audi A6. She saw her son curled up in the back seat asleep. Stop the car, let's go up together. The woman's tone was calm. After saying that, she carried her son. Little Wimp trembled and woke up immediately. It could be seen that even when he was sleeping he was still tense. When he opened his eyes and saw his mother, he was stunned at first, then he started to wail. His voice was filled with tears and it was extremely mournful. Mom, save me, I don't want to be sold, don't dig out my eyeballs. Passers-by looked sideways. The woman's unfriendly gaze swept past Li Donglai and Pei Ziki, and she said in a deep voice, "What's going on?" Little Wimp cried loudly, "He wants to sell us, sell all three of us." Li Donglai and Pei Ziki were caught and dug out their eyeballs and hearts, sob sob sob. He buried his head in his mother's arms and cried loudly. The woman was stunned. She looked at her stepson and stepdaughter, then looked at her son and said gently, "Be good, don't cry, who is he?" He. Little Wimp couldn't call out Qinzhe's name at all. "The person who came with Auntie, he wants to sell me, he wants to sell me," he said. The woman comforted him, "Be good, don't cry, turn around and look, brother and sister are all here." Little Wimp wiped his tears and turned his head to look, Sigma, degree winky face. Li Donglai sat in the driver's seat, and Pei Ziki sat in the passenger's seat. The brother and sister had the same paralyzed face and they were expressionless. Li Donglai said, "He has been sleeping since he got in the car." Pei Ziki said, "Maybe it's a dream." Li Donglai said, "It's probably a dream, he had a lot of fun today, he's tired." The woman asked, "Qin? She came back with you?" Li Donglai said, "No, he's with Qin Qingyuan." The woman nodded, carried her son with difficulty and turned to walk to the hospital. Little Wimp said, "It's not a dream, it's not a dream, Mom." The woman said, Yes, it's not a dream, let's go upstairs to see Grandma." Little Wimp said, "It's not a dream, it's really not a dream," sob sob sob. The woman said, Yes, it's not a dream." Little Wimp. He felt so wronged he wanted to make a scene. Chapter 555. In the special ward. Old Madame Li sat by the bed and nagged her son impatiently. "I told you I'm fine. It's just a little pain. I've been through worse in the past and didn't see a doctor." Li Jianghu said helplessly, "Mom, you're old now. You can't be careless when it's just a little pain." They did a blood test and urine test as well as an ultrasound. Everything was normal. Li Jianghu wanted his mother to do a full body checkup. Illness comes like a landslide but goes away like silk. Old man Li was infected with liver cancer for no reason. He was in the late stage when they found out and passed away after lying in the hospital for a few months. It was useless. Even if there were professional caregivers and medical teams, when the King of Hell called for you, even the 5-star red flag couldn't protect you. Nan Man Pei agreed. "Old Madam, you should be more careful at your age." Old Madam Li didn't have a daughter. She treated Nan Man Pei like her own daughter and pulled her to the bed to chat. Li Jianghu listened in silence. He looked at his mother and sister-in-law's beautiful face from time to time. It really felt like a younger sister chatting with her mother. When he first met Nan Man Pei, she was 13 years old. He was just a small cadre in a small town. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 years had passed. He had a son and a daughter. She was still single. Li Jianghu thought that it was probably because he was born with a bad temper. When he was dating her sister, Nan Man Pei didn't like him. Later on, he went to Shanghai to seek refuge with the Li family. In fact, Nan Man Pei never asked the Li family to do anything for her. However, as her brother-in-law, he had to be self-aware. How did the unself-aware brother-in-law get half of his sister-in-law's butt? Although Li Jianghu had no interest in his sister-in-law, he had to do his best to help her gain a foothold in Shanghai, regardless of whether it was for the sake of the friendship between the two families or for the sake of his wife. It was because of this that Nan Man Pei tolerated him all these years. Ziki and Donglai had resentment, but she didn't? Impossible. The woman carried her son in. It was a little difficult for the woman to carry a 10-year-old boy, but the little brat was sobbing in his mother's arms, making her unable to harden her heart and let go of her son. Pei Ziki and Li Donglai followed behind. Seeing this, the old lady frowned. Donglai, Ziki, are you bullying your brother again? Li Jianya turned a blind eye to it. During his tenure, Li Jianya was famous for his pragmatism. He was not an honest official, but he was definitely a good official who was influenced by his father. He had a good reputation in the government, but his attitude towards educating his children was thought-provoking. Li Donglai, Pei Ziki, and the little brat Li Hao had never seen their father scold them for doing something wrong, nor would he praise them for doing something good. Even when his ex-wife's children and his current wife's son were scheming against each other, he was just a bystander. Li Donglai and Pei Ziki's childhood had unlimited freedom and room for self-creation. It was not a good or bad thing. It might raise a child with a strong personality and charisma, but it might also raise a wastrel who could not do anything right. Old Master Qin was good at teaching and educating people, and he was also good at educating his children. He could reason with them and beat them with a stick. But be it Qin Zhe or Qin Bao Bao, they rarely did anything out of line in their childhood and adolescence, and they would not try things that others did not dare to try. Stealing their parents' pocket money to buy popsicles and lick them did not count. They were nailed to a certain frame and followed the rules of the frame. Look, the little brat thought it through and did not dare to do it. Sister wanted to let it go but still did not dare to do it. It was really hard to tell which was good and which was bad. Dad, he wants to sell me and dig out my eyes and heart. The little brat cried to his father. Before Li Jianya could say anything, the old lady frowned. What's going on? Who wants to sell you? The woman hurriedly said, It's okay, Mom. How fell asleep on the way back and had a nightmare. He's throwing a tantrum. He had a dream. The old lady heaved a sigh of relief when she heard that. The woman smiled as if nothing had happened. Man, is Qin Zhe still in the forest park? Or did he go back to Shanghai? Man Pei caught a glimpse of Li Donglai from the corner of his eye. He was slightly surprised and said, I'm not sure. How still wants to play in the park, so I came back first. The woman said, Oh. After sitting for a few more minutes, Man Pei said, Old madam, if there's nothing else, I'll go back. The old lady urged him to stay. Stay for dinner tonight. Man Pei shook his head. I'm still used to eating my own food. It suits my taste. She glanced at her nephew and niece. Li Donglai and Pei Ziki said in unison, Auntie's cooking is the best. It was so painful to lie against one's conscience. In the elevator, Man Pei said, What's going on? Why is Hao crying? Who wants to betray him? Pei Ziki betrayed Qin Zhe first. It's Qin Zhe's prank. He immediately described everything that had happened. He described it vividly, and even the little brat's cries were not missed. Li Donglai said, It's so satisfying. Jianghu has so many ideas. Man Pei was speechless for a long time after hearing that. This guy used a very popular online slang, Li Shizhen's skin. He had so many ideas. To put on a show for a little kid, should he say that he was bored or had a headache? Man Pei didn't put herself in Qin Zhe's shoes. If it were her being spat on and scolded by a little kid over and over again, she didn't need to say anything. She would see him at the Huangpu River tonight. Leaving the elevator, Man Pei took out her mobile phone and opened a chat group. This group was not Qin Zhe's salted fish harem group. There were only 4 women in it. The meaning of its existence was to serve as a battlefield for Qin Bao Bao and Su Yu's quarrel. Occasionally Wang Zijin would get involved. Man Pei mostly watched. Sometimes when she saw Su Yu being attacked by 2 women and retreating, she would jump out and give a fatal blow for her best friend. Today's chat record at noon, cross-dressing big boss. It's so boring. The heartless little red guy hooked up with Man Pei and was taken to romantic Turkey by her. A little bird, damn brother complex, you can't live without Qin Zhe, right? Cross-dressing big boss, yes, what's wrong? A little bird, damn pervert sister. Cross-dressing big boss, Zijin, scold her for me Qing Zijin. Qing Zijin, in the face of ironclad facts, any attack I make is pale and powerless. Cross-dressing big boss, a little bird, cross-dressing big boss, Qin Zhe said that your company is going to shoot a TV series again, right? Cross-dressing big boss, yes. A little bird, reserve a leading role for me, not a small supporting role but a big supporting role. Cross-dressing big boss, okay. A little bird, you actually agreed so quickly? Then send me the show. Qin Zhe only told her that Tianfang was going to shoot a TV series and that he would still write the script, but he did not say that he and Qin Bao Bao would not act in it. So you thought that the siblings would still be the female lead. She couldn't wait to book a role, preferably with Qin Bao Bao. Cross-dressing big boss, but I have something to ask you. How much is Qin Zhe's monthly salary and bonus at Baoza Investment? A little bird, 7 million yuan. Cross-dressing big boss, so little? Shocked expression. Baoza Investment was Qin Zhe's most profitable company at present, half a notch higher than Tianfang Entertainment. As far as Qin Bao knew, most of Baoza Investment's shares were in Qin Zhe's hands, because it was the company he built single-handedly. It should be mentioned that Qin Zhe only received his salary and no bonus every month. The money was deposited in a company account for emergency use. For example, this time when he ran away with the money. A little bird, because now I am the major shareholder of Baoza Investment. Cross-dressing big boss, degree, Qingqing Zijin, degree, a little bird, I bought it from him a long time ago. Didn't he tell you? Cross-dressing big boss, I want to kill him. Qingqing Zijin, same. A little bird, that's it. Give me the script, I will look for a role first. Cross-dressing big boss, the electronic version of the script is at the company, not at home. There are only copies at home. A little bird, then I will come over. I can't help but want to see it. After hesitating for a long time, Nan Man Pei chose to take a screenshot and send it to Qin Zhe. Chapter 556. Qin Zhe's head was scorching, wearing a mask, and he waited for a while on the side of the road before he got a taxi. The summer in Shanghai was particularly hot. In addition to the hot sun, there were thousands of air conditioners delivering heat and tens of millions of cars emitting exhaust fumes. Just standing on the side of the road for a moment he was sweating. A blue taxi passed by, Qin Zhe waved, and the car stopped at the side of the road. Where are you going? The taxi driver asked. Royal View Mansion. Qin Zhe said. Oh, you live there? The driver looked at Qin Zhe through the rearview mirror in surprise. Yeah. Qin Zhe nodded. Which way to go, you tell me? The driver asked. Qin Zhe said it again in Shanghai dialect. The driver replied with an oh, and didn't say anything else. There was no problem in the conversation, but the driver was actually testing the passenger. If the passenger was not clear about the road, the driver could quietly take a few laps. How to quietly find out whether the passenger was a local was the professional cultivation of every taxi driver. This trick was very popular a few years ago, but it doesn't work very well now because even if the passenger is not clear about the road, he can use his mobile phone to navigate. With the development of technology, the drivers can earn less and less, which seriously affects the life and welfare of the taxi drivers. Evil technology, damn it. Qin Zhe leaned against the back seat, blowing the air conditioner, and felt alive again. My life was given by the air conditioner. The phone rang. Qin Zhe took out his mobile phone and found that it was a message from Nan Man Pei. He crossed his legs and leaned against the back of the chair, the posture of a big boss. Opening the phone, it was a screenshot. Looking at it again. Salted Fish Zhe was stiff and unconsciously put down his legs and straightened his back. It became the posture of a little rookie facing a big boss. So what are you doing? Why did you tell them about the equity transfer? Do you think that by saying that you bought it, you can dispel their suspicions? Ridiculous, you know nothing about IQ. You pig teammate. And then. They are now, at this time, if nothing unexpected happens, at home in Royal View Mansion. That's Azura Field. We still have 15 minutes to reach the Azura Field and are on the way to our deaths. Master, if you don't mind, why don't we drive around Shanghai? Qin Zhe asked. The driver looked at him blankly through the rearview mirror and thought, is this passenger testing me? I didn't take a detour. I'll definitely send you back as soon as possible. The driver said. I don't mind if you take a detour. Driver? What was wrong with his brain? In the luxurious residence of Royal View Grand Garden, Qin Bao, Su Yu, and Wang Zijin were sitting on the sofa, each with a tall glass in front of them. There was red wine in the glass and a large plate of half-melted ice cream. It could barely be considered ice cream. It was Qin Bao's failed creation. The cream was mixed with shaved ice, and the surface was covered with a layer of soft mango paste, like a pile of fresh hot shit. The three of them were playing cards and running fast. This time they didn't play with money. Su Yu had suffered. If they played with money, she would be besieged by two women. The rules of playing cards were that whoever had the most cards in their hands at the end had to do a shameful thing according to the requirements of the winner. Zijin, she only has 2 cards. Let's join forces to trap her. Qin Bao urged. Su Yu's face changed. At this time, Su Yu had 2 cards in her hand. Qin Bao had the most, followed by Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin glanced around, her eyes looked up, pondered, and nodded. Okay. Pair of 3. Wang Zijin played her cards. Suyu suddenly smiled and threw out the last pair of cards in her hand. Pair of 8, I won. On Qin Baobao's face, the smile gradually disappeared. She stared at Wang Zijin with wide eyes. Wang Zijin looked shocked and innocent. Oh, I didn't expect her to be a pair in the end. I thought she was a single. I miscalculated. 3. Qin Baobao, you degree, go away you fake best friend. Suyu laughed twice. Let me think about what to do this time. She guessed right. When there were no interests, the two best friends were not of one mind. If they played with money, Qin Baobao and Wang Zijin would unite to ensure that the interests of themselves and their best friends would not be lost. But in normal life the two of them were not united. Especially when they could see the other party embarrassed. Of course, Suyu herself had lost several times and was forced to do some shameful things. For example, just now, Qin Baobao made her crawl around the sofa 3 times. It was so shameful that she almost had a dog chain around her neck. There was the sound of a password being entered outside the door. A moment later, there was the sound of a key being inserted into the keyhole. With a beep, the door opened. Sweating profusely, Qin Zhe returned home covered in dust. Qin Zhe walked quickly into the house, looked around, and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was no fighting or quarreling. Qin Zhe finally chose to go home because he was worried. He was afraid that if he returned home late, the house would be torn down and he would have no home to return to. The thought of 3 women tearing down the roof together was scary. In the living room, the 3 women smiled happily at the same time, their eyes shining. Ace Qin Zhe, you're back. At this moment, Qin Zhe had to let his imagination run wild. If it was in ancient times, when Qin Leoi returned to his mansion, there would be 3 women in brightly colored clothes who were as beautiful as flowers welcoming him respectfully in the central hall. Each of them revealed a beautiful smile. Leoi, you are back. It was beautiful just thinking about it. Qin Zhe took off his shoes and changed into slippers, pretending to be confused. Suyu, why are you here? Suyu said, I came to read the script. Then take the script and leave. Why are you still playing cards? Suyu's eyes lit up and said, I got it, Qin Baobao, do 20 push-ups immediately, the kind with your chest on the ground. Qin Baobao covered her chest with one hand, clenched her fist with the other, and bit her lip. She looked very ashamed. Wang Zijin's eyes were bright and she was looking forward to it. Qin Zhe was stunned. What's the situation? Qin Baobao looked at Qin Zhe for help, but Suyu pushed her. Hurry up. So, the sister reluctantly walked to the side and began to do push-ups. Wang Zijin and Suyu stood aside and urged her. Suyu said, this doesn't count, your chest is not on the ground. Qin Baobao. His sister was wearing a pair of shorts and a tight-fitting t-shirt. Her 2 slender and fair legs were tightly clasped together, outlining her ample bosom. Every time she bent over, her bosom would squeeze out an arc on the ground that would make one's blood boil. 2 balls, one up and one down. Constantly changing shape. What the hell? Playing cards? In addition, she should not be wearing a bra. Wang Zijin and Suyu looked at each other and were satisfied. This is the punishment for big-breasted women. What are you doing? Qin Zhe struggled to look away from his sister's chest. Playing cards. Suyu said. The winner can order the loser to do a shameful thing. Wang Zijin said. Can I participate? Qin Zhe's eyes shone like pure 24K gold. No. Wang Zijin, Suyu and Qin Baobao said in unison. What? Qin Zhe refused to accept it. Because you are too evil. The 3 women said in their hearts at the same time. Moreover, they were hurting each other. As long as they thought of making Qin Baobao or Wang Zijin do shameful things, Suyu trembled with excitement. Qin Baobao and Wang Zijin were the same. Qin Zhe was a little lost. Qin Baobao finished 20 push-ups, panting and blushing. She shook her numb and swollen hands, rubbed her numb and swollen chest, gritted her teeth and said, again. Qin Zhe was suddenly very curious about one thing. When men do push-ups, their chests will be sore. Do women feel the same? The chest is full of fat. Suyu won the second game. This time Wang Zijin did not throw the game. Suyu had a good hand. Qin Baobao was very nervous. But this time, Suyu did not embarrass her. She pointed to Wang Zijin and said, 3 minutes of cheating. Wang Zijin's small face was white. Qin Baobao was surprised that Suyu did not scold her. Of course, she did not know that if it was before, Suyu would definitely catch Qin Baobao and scold her. But now, Suyu's hostility to Wang Zijin is actually more than Qin Baobao. Wang Zijin gritted her teeth, trembled and sat down slowly. Qin Zhe found that her delicate body was trembling slightly, and her face was not very good. Suyu said, split to the end. As she said, she pressed Wang Zijin's shoulder hard. Wang Zijin moaned and split to the end. A split. For 3 minutes, Wang Zijin struggled to hold on. Qin Bao Bao and Suyu tasted red wine and enjoyed the cold wind from the central air conditioner. 3 minutes later, Wang Zijin lay on the ground and could not get up. Qin Zhe hurried forward to help her. Is it that painful? He wondered. Wang Zijin grabbed Qin Zhe's arm tightly, and her small face was pale. She said bitterly, this is the 6th time I've split. It hurts. Her walking posture was very strange, clamping her legs and following. It reminded Qin Zhe of Suyu when he lost his virginity for the first time. So, all the girls who have practiced the split can experience the feeling of losing their virginity in advance? Qin Zhe was a little annoyed. Why bother? Forget it as long as you're happy. The 3 women shuffled the cards and started the next game. Qin Zhe sat aside, made himself a glass of whiskey, lit a cigarette, and watched them play while being on tenterhooks. As a man, he should be like a stabilizing needle, able to suppress all storms. So, in order to prevent the sisters from fighting, he had to watch from the side, and by the way, he was a little envious of Long Outyen in his heart. Also, don't call me a scumbag compared to those, incompetent, I'm much more manly. Ha ha, I won. Wang Zijin's voice rang out. Qin Zhe nodded slightly. Sister Ziwei played her cards beautifully. Her cards were not good, but she played them wisely and it was a narrow victory. Then who would she make do shameful things? Even though she and her sister were best friends, the two of them were always scheming against each other. Qin Zhe was actually eager to watch his sister play again, so that he could fully understand his sister's magnanimity and magnanimity. Wang Zijin snorted, Suyu, do 50 squats and say, I'm poisonous as you do it. Suyu pouted. She was willing to admit defeat. She got up, stood in front of the TV, put her hands on her head and squatted. As she did, she said, I'm poisonous, I'm poisonous. Qin Bao Bao hit her when she was down. This B*TCH is poisonous. Wang Zijin agreed. I think so too. Qin Zhe's face was full of tears. It's not poisonous, really not poisonous. I swear on my integrity. I swear on my life. Chapter 557. Qin Zhe watched his sisters come up with all kinds of ideas, such as Wang Zijin tearfully eating mango puree that was similar to hot poop. Suyu ate all the smoothies in 1 minute, then went to the toilet to vomit after eating with tears in her eyes. His sister was asked to beat her chest 100 times like a chimpanzee. In an instant, the calm sea became turbulent. Wang Zijin and Suyu both had hateful and happy expressions on their faces, and it was easy to imagine their inner activities. So big breasts, are they showing it to me? Accept the punishment of small breasts, the amount of breasts you have. Fortunately, his sister's breasts were original goods. If she was like some stars, wouldn't she have to go to the hospital after beating? Qin Zhe was enjoying all kinds of benefits and he was always envious. He wanted to participate and let his sisters see his imagination. He might as well play something more exciting, such as putting the fat girl on his head, or wearing a bra outside. Thinking about it made his nose hot. Another day play such a game with Suyu? In terms of card skills, he should be better than Suyu. If he won, he would encourage Suyu to taste the lollipop. If he lost, what if Suyu encouraged him to taste his sister's juice? Thinking of this, Qin Zhe shuddered. Equality between men and women, equality between men and women. Suyu went to the toilet halfway. Qin Bao Bao sat in the middle, Wang Zijin sat on the left and Qin Zhe sat on the right. Qin Bao Bao leaned on her brother's shoulder tiredly and sighed, Why are you back today? With Sister Ziwei present, he couldn't hug his sister's small waist and said, Big Boss Li has something to do, so he came back. Qin Bao Bao asked, Well, did you get anything from this flattery? Wang Zijin said unhappily, That's unpleasant to hear. This is called networking. A's business is getting bigger and bigger in the future, and he must know more powerful people. Qin Bao Bao said sarcastically, That's right, that's right. My A's comes from an ordinary background, and he can only rely on himself in the future. He doesn't need to climb up the social ladder. Ways? Qin Zhe was about to speak when he felt someone gently poke his waist. He lowered his head slightly and found that it was Wang Zijin's hand. She winked at herself and pouted. Qin Zhe understood and hugged his sister's small waist, but his hand secretly held Wang Zijin's hand. Wang Zijin's beautiful oval-shaped face revealed a sly smile like a little fox. Sister Ziwei felt that she had won the chicken dinner. Qin Zhe was speechless. This style was not what he wanted. At this moment his phone rang again. There was a notification. Suyu sent a photo and a message, Husband, do you want to do it? I will scream softly. Qinzhe's small hand trembled and his face changed. He put the phone on his sister's forehead, so that neither his sister nor Sister Ziwei could see it. Then he clicked on the picture. Qinzhe was speechless. This was not the style he wanted. Qinzhe comforted himself with tears streaming down his face. All the male protagonists in the world are incompetent, and I am the only one who is rough and hard. It was hard to imagine what his life would be like if Suyu lived with him. Suyu came out of the toilet quickly. She was just joking. She didn't think that she would really have sex with Qinzhe. The moment her footsteps sounded, Qinzhe and Wang Zijin retracted their hands at the same time, and Qin Baobao sat up straight at the same time. The three of them sat upright as if nothing had happened. At 5:30 in the afternoon, the sisters finally ended the day of hurting each other. Everyone was older than Qinzhe, and there was nothing wrong with calling them sisters. It was impossible for him to take a fancy to a girl not in this lifetime. But it was too empty and boring. He could only kiss or have sex with his sisters to maintain a normal life. After playing cards, Qinzhe made ice cream for his sisters. The ingredients were all in the kitchen and stored in the freezer. How could a refrigerator match the high-end Royal View Park community? This was a super luxurious house that could compete with Thomson Reuters. After eating the ice cream, Suyu was about to leave. She was a little reluctant. Qinzhe sent her downstairs. In the elevator, Suyu had a branded Baobao on her shoulder and a script in her hand. This kind of women's bag, which was as small as a wallet, was completely decorative. It had no practical value and was damn expensive. At least 6 figures. She pouted. I also want to move here. In the face of such a difficult question, Qinzhe said earnestly, do you want to face Qin Bao and Wang Zijin's 2 hateful and ugly faces every day? Wouldn't it be a juror's field every day? The sisters might not just play cards every day. No. Suyu smiled, her dimples shallow. But I can face your cute and handsome face every day. Good. Qinzhe touched her head. Suyu narrowed her eyes, her face full of enjoyment. They took the elevator downstairs and arrived at the underground parking lot. Suyu looked around, pulled Qinzhe to a corner without surveillance, and put her hot red lips on his without saying a word. The two of them had a 5-minute saliva exchange in the corner. Qinzhe hugged Suyu's slender waist and teased her chest with his other hand. Really funny breast. Suyu brand tofu milk, great. Night. Come to my home? Suyu said, panting. I have to write the script at night. The company has already started casting. I have to finish the script quickly, Qinzhe said. Because of the bra, he couldn't pick grapes. You can also write at my house. Suyu looked coquettish. Coming to your house is to eat grapes, not to write a script. Qinzhe refused. Suyu was a very beautiful woman. Doing indescribable things with her was far easier and happier than writing a script. Qinzhe found it hard to resist that kind of temptation. Qinghua Gil Van Galja. The two finished making out and walked toward the parking lot. Suyu reminded, when the box office of Journey to the West comes in, you should quickly ask Qin Bao to pay back the money. Our company lost a lot this time. Damn Jin Yoshin, if you catch him, you must throw him into the Huangpu River. She gritted her teeth. She must have learned the catchphrase from Sister Man. Qinzhe said in his heart that he had already been thrown into the Huangpu River, no, into the sea. Light a candle. Terrible Sister Man, he always thought that, throw you into the Huangpu River, was just a joke. A woman like Sister Man is very difficult to conquer. If you talk about the script, which one is good to play? The heroine will definitely not be me, right? Suyu wanted to hear Qinzhe's advice. After all, he wrote the script. The script in her hand was not complete, only a part. Before seeing the ending of the character, Suyu did not rush to choose a role. Moreover, this kind of ancient palace drama was very good. If it was a love drama, there may be kissing scenes or something. It was very annoying. Even if there was a double, she was not willing. When the TV series was released, her face would kiss other men. She couldn't stand it. There was no such trouble in a palace drama. The theme was different and there was no need for pretentious love. But you can add some kissing scenes, Suyu said. Let's also have a hot kiss without a double. Qinzhe was stunned. I don't act. Suyu? She raised her delicate little face and looked at Qinzhe blankly. Qinzhe explained, the filming period for a TV series is long. I don't have time to waste on the set. You also know that I have a lot of things to do. Also, I promised Yi Lu, the female artist I just poached, to let her be the heroine. So my sister won't act. Anyway, she's salty like me and doesn't like to act in TV series. I think she's the only one who's busy filming outside and is worried about me. Suyu looked at the script and then looked at Qinzhe. Her little face gradually turned ferocious. No wonder, No wonder that little b*tch Qinzhe agreed so quickly. It turned out that she and Qinzhe were not acting at all. Smash. Suyu imagined herself smashing the script and said angrily, "Then I don't want to act either." Qinzhe expressed that he did not care. Suyu was not good at acting. She was not even as good as Wang Zijin's acting. A woman who had been pretending to be cold and depressed for a long time found it hard to let go of her emotions like an optimistic person. To put it simply, it was too boring. It was only when the two were deep in communication that Suyu was more open. She could act as a cold teacher, a cute student, and an obedient maid. Maybe her talent was in the wrong place. Ever since she got together with him, her personality became more and more cheerful. This was a good thing. Qinzhe liked to see the optimistic and positive Suyu. He hated a depressed and oppressive life. It was just like how his unreliable uncle kept getting into trouble and his mother was sad all day. On the night they decided to sell the house, his mother cried for a long time and her eyes were red the next day. He and Qin Baobao did not even dare to speak loudly when eating. After Suyu got in the car, she started the car and lowered the window. She waved her hand, "Honey, I'm leaving." Another day. Qinzhe waved his hand, "Another day." Returning to the house, Qin Baobao was reading a book, which was rare. Qinzhe bought her a book called The Birth of an Actor. It was the self-narration of an old senior. It contained his feelings, thoughts, and experiences about acting. It was similar to the textbook, On the 300 Postures of Pretentious, by the current online author. "You're back?" Qin Baobao asked. "You took so long to send someone back?" "By the way, we talked about some work matters. After all, the company was embezzled 300 million yuan. Qinzhe said. It was not good to tell his sister that he had just had a body fluid exchange with Suyu, so the time was delayed. While talking, he glanced at his sister's long legs. They were white, slender, and straight. From the thigh to the corner, the curve was just right. Summer was so good, and he could see his sister wearing a pleated skirt. His sister's legs were irresistible. By the way, the company will be selecting actors in a few days. Do you want to check? Qinzhe said. Forget it, there are professional directors and scriptwriters who will deal with it, Qin Baobao said, but do you want to let Yaya audition? Can I? Suyu can act, why can't our family's Yaya? But we can't open the back door for her. Let her audition by herself, the effect will be better. The elder sister rolled her eyes cutely. Yaya's personality is too boring. Her family's sufferings over the years have made her a little dull and self-abased. It's because she's too much like a punching bag and is beautiful that she's bullied at school. That, Qinzhe said, 1-1. Yes, it's 1-1. How do you remember it so well? Qinzhe didn't explain at once. Of course I remember it well. I also contributed a lot of children and grandchildren to her in those years. Wang Zijin was not in the living room. She was watching a TV series in her room. Qinzhe opened the door and went in. Wang Zijin patted her 2 thighs. Come on, give me a massage. Qinzhe closed the door, sat down by the bed, put Wang Zijin's 2 legs on his lap and massaged evenly. I really don't know if I'm your boyfriend or your manservant, Qinzhe complained. Sister Ziwei's legs, although not as long as her sister's, were also tight, and her body proportion was very good. Wang Zijin reached out and touched his head. Be good, come home with me at the end of the year. I'll ask my family's opinion. If there's no problem, we'll get engaged. Qinzhe asked, what if there's a problem? Qinzhe had never enjoyed this kind of action of an elder sister touching her younger brother's head. The whining monster at home had always touched his head with the mentality of touching a dog's head with a smile. Wang Zijin said, if there's a problem, then there's a problem. Marriage is important. You have to consider your parents' feelings, but you also have to follow your own heart. At the end of the year, Qinzhe fell into deep thought. If I don't do it well, I might die at the end of the year. Senior White, please protect me. I saw a lipstick yesterday. Buy it for me. Wang Zijin handed the phone to him and said shyly, I'll pay you back a little every day. Qinzhe took the phone. It was a high-end cosmetic online store. If it was a cat store, Qinzhe would have thrown the phone away and left on the spot. The price wasn't cheap. A lipstick actually sold for 5 figures. Tiske, Sister Ziwei is becoming more and more corrupt. Okay, but Sister Ziwei, you also have to give me a gift. I can't always give you gifts. Shouldn't I give you gifts in return? Qinzhe said. Usually he would buy small gifts for Wang Zijin. On Valentine's Day he would secretly give them to her. But Wang Zijin seemed to have only given him gifts on his birthday. Women didn't have any self-awareness in this regard. They only knew how to think about gifts from their boyfriends. Wang Zijin couldn't escape this pattern. Okay. Wang Zijin was in a good mood. She said sweetly, "Do you want a belt, a wallet, or a shirt button?" He didn't lack belts or wallets. Men didn't buy luxury goods as often as women. As for shirt buttons, Suyu had given Qin Zhe 2 shirt buttons worth 100,000 yuan. This thing was frighteningly expensive. Qin Zhe had an idea. "I want this." He searched for a moment on his phone and handed it to Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin took a look. It was Durex. You could get a 10% discount if you bought the whole box. Qin Zhe winked. "I'll give you one every day." Wang Zijin. Chapter 558. "You only know how to flirt," Wang Zijin said as she rolled her eyes. "I'm not flirting. I gave you a lipstick worth tens of thousands, and you gave me a small gift worth tens of dollars. I'm not asking for much." Qin Zhe wrapped his arms around Wang Zijin's waist and pressed her against the headboard. His face was buried in her chest, which was not very big but was still quite big. Wang Zijin raised her hand and slapped him twice. "Although you're ugly, you wish." Teske, this woman was really naughty. Until today, Qin Zhe still did not think that he could control Wang Zijin. She was too opinionated, and her good education prevented her from being like her sister and shameless Suyu. There was a saying, "I'm not afraid of you being slutty, but I'm afraid of you being serious." After chasing Sister Ziwei for so long, the most outrageous thing he did was that night when she was handcuffed, he took out the 20,000 miles under the sea and rubbed it against her. "Host, I have a trick here called Monkey's Intelligence Subtraction. Do you want to try it?" The system jumped out again. "Such a high-end function, can you do it? Is there going to be another version upgrade?" Qin Zhe was shocked. "Strictly speaking, I can only interfere with brainwaves, but it's not a true intelligence subtraction. That kind of rule involves the rules of the universe, and it's not something that a normal system can do." The system seriously found an excuse for itself. At this moment, Qin Zhe was very excited. He imagined countless scenarios of time stop. "System, if you have this kind of function, then I think it's worth it no matter how many points I spend." Qin Zhe swallowed. Wang Zijin glanced at him with a smug look in her eyes. Sister was indeed charming. She was just lying there without showing off, but Ace was already drooling. "Well?" The system's voice said, "It's not that I can't do it, but this function doesn't require points. It requires a huge amount of energy and it will drain your body. There might even be a bit of backlash." Qin Zhe. "No need to explain, I understand." The system was speechless. "I never had high hopes for a low-level system because that would be an insult to my intelligence. The basic operations and skills of other people's cheat-like systems were taboo techniques in his system's eyes." "How sad." "Ace, regarding purple crystal's development, I have an immature suggestion." Wang Zijin wrapped her legs around his waist, hugged his back with her small hands, and rested her chin on Qin Zhe's head. Fortunately, she was only a B-rank boss. If she was a D-rank boss like his sister, who was 36 years old, Qin Zhe would have suffocated. "Tell me your immature suggestion. Maybe I'll have a bold idea," Qin Zhe said in a muffled voice. He stuck out the tip of his tongue and licked her chest. Wang Zijin had goosebumps all over. She patted her head lightly and said coquettishly, "Don't mess around." She gently touched Qin Zhe's head again and said softly, "Our Golden Shield antivirus users have exceeded 1.5 billion domestically and overseas, and the number of users in the client is even more. Let me tell you a secret, we make a lot of money, even more than Qin Baobao's Tianfang and Suyu's Baoza. But I won't say it." She smiled like a sly little fox who had stolen a chicken. She squinted her eyes, and her fair and beautiful face had the innocence and sweetness of a girl who had licked a lollipop. Qin Zhe was speechless. Making a fortune in silence, pretending to be poor. This was very Wang Zijin. "And then what's your immature suggestion?" Qin Zhe asked. "Don't you want to ask how much money we've made?" Wang Zijin was stunned. She was still waiting for Qin Zhe to ask, and then she would throw out a shocking number to receive her boyfriend's praise. "Money isn't important as long as you're happy." Qin Zhe said, "Do you know, the moment I met you, I heard God whisper 4 words into my ear." Wang Zijin asked instinctively, "What 4 words?" Qin Zhe said, "You can't escape from your doom." Wang Zijin stared at him blankly, her eyes gradually blurring. "Lighting, shine it over here. Cameraman, focus the camera over here." Wow, good acting skills were indeed a godly skill in picking up girls. He didn't ask how much money he had made. He was the one who gave the purple crystals to Wang Zijin. No matter what happened in the future, he was the one who gave the purple crystals to Wang Zijin. It might be worth tens of billions or even hundreds of billions, but Qin Zhe didn't care. He had the confidence to not care. Even if he didn't have the purple crystals, he still had Tianfang and Baoze. Even if he failed in the end and lost everything, he still had the system. It was a little low, but it was still the system. You couldn't treat the system that was kicked out of the group as the system. What if he didn't have the system? Would he be willing to give the purple crystals to Tianfang? Would he be willing to give most of the shares to Suyu for free? Don't mess around. It was impossible for Salted Fish Zay to hook up with the two goddesses. Salted Fish Zay's fate was to be a silly boy under his sister's legs. No, he couldn't even get his sister. Forget about each other and live a peaceful life. That was his and his sister's fate. So I still have to thank you, low system. Every time Qin Zay reminisced about the past, he would silently thank the system from the bottom of his heart. Many times, but every time he felt the same gratitude. The more salted fish he was in the past, the more grateful he was now. There were millions of salted fish in the world, but the system chose me. I accidentally became the saltiest one, hard and salty. I really am a man with great luck. So don't F** King Blabber. I started a harem because of God's will. Hey, I want to make a game. Wang Zijin restrained the emotion in her eyes and said seriously, try a mobile game first. Smartphones are so developed now. An excellent mobile game, the income is not worse than online games, and the cost is less than online games. Qin Zay nodded slightly. Sister Ziwei seemed to have made preparations. But even if it's a mobile game, it's not easy to do well. There are millions of mobile games and there are too few really outstanding ones. Qin Zay said. He couldn't exchange mobile game data or anything with the system. The points had to be used to deal with the risk of failure of the next task. Wang Zijin said, I've already thought about it. We can use it as a reference. She took out her mobile phone and searched in the App Store. She said, do you know the Parade of Frogs that is very popular recently? The mobile game in Japan is unexpectedly popular in China. She handed the mobile phone to Qin Zay. Qin Zay took it and looked at it. There was a software in the App Store. It had the same color, the same icon, and the same name. Parade of Pandas, a domestic product by Penguin. I've played it before. It has the same design, the same template, and even the color and background are 90% similar. It's a shameless plagiarized work. But this game is very popular in China. There are many people playing it. Penguin must have made a lot of money this time. They don't need the designers to rack their brains, and they don't need the scriptwriters to write the script. They just need a group of programmers to copy it easily and put it on the shelves. They can just sit there and collect money. Wang Zijin became more and more excited as she spoke. She put on a working people are the most glorious attitude. This is a huge business opportunity. There is no game that can't be plagiarized. If there is, then buy it. Qin Zay, Sister Ziwei, has she been tainted by the big dye vat of the industry so quickly? Brother Ma, please return the pure and innocent Sister Zine to me. Qin Zay's face was full of tears. Sister Ziwei had once again broken through herself and stepped into a higher level of life. She had gone from being a young lady to a veteran of the internet to a game designer. Sob, sob, sob. Wang Zijin was full of pride. This time, I'm definitely going to use King of Glory as a reference and develop a mobile game of my own. Qin Zay shook his head. Don't, you'll be sued. Wang Zijin snorted. You think I'm afraid? Qin Zay. Go, Sister Ziwei. Let Brother Ma also feel the fear of being plagiarized and the shame of being dominated by piracy. Piracy was a word that could never be avoided in China. Perhaps it could be beautified with the word pirated, but at the end of the day, it was still piracy. It was a world-famous pirated culture. It was really shameful to think about it. Don't blame foreigners for looking down on us. After all, we have too many things to complain about. It's just like how we look at those Hindustanis who treat trains as electric scooters and are looking for trouble. Then, in the eyes of foreigners, we are also labeled as pirates. Don't refute it. The biggest game company in China, a well-known listed company, started and made money from piracy. Even now, it was still tirelessly on the road of piracy and plagiarism. There was no way to refute it. Qin Zay hoped that one day he could lead the world, clear the name of his motherland, and let the world know that Red Flag Nation didn't only have piracy. Just thinking about it made him happy. Stop, he couldn't go on indefinitely. With such a grand theme, if the system gave him a grand task of leading the world, Qin Zay wouldn't have to wait until the end of the year to die. In mid-August, Qin Zay wrote, copied, the entire script and revised and perfected it himself. I'm not copying, I'm just a porter from two worlds. On the road of clearing the name of my motherland, there will inevitably be some stains, but please don't mind. After all, the river crab law of the two worlds was different. Some things needed to be revised. For example, in his world, cleavage could be exposed in ancient costumes. But this time the revision wasn't too big. It wasn't as big as when he wrote the Journey to the West script. He was a man, so he couldn't perfect a script adapted from a women's genre. Some classics in women's genre were simply toxic in the eyes of men. F***ck, a woman like you actually liked someone other than the male lead. That's too vicious. Shino is dead. I'll burn him if there's anything. F***ck, for such a trivial matter, you guys actually fought over dozens of chapters. Even Yuhua would be poisoned to death. Abandon the book. Qin Zhe patiently wrote down the script, but his heart was greatly traumatized. Several times he couldn't help but revise some of the toxic points in his heart. But thinking about it, these toxic points might just be the high points of women. So after thinking about it, he gave up. Qin Zhe was full of anticipation. He ordered his plain-looking assistant to send a notice in the company's internal group chat. The leaders of the production team will have a meeting at 1:30 p.m. in the afternoon in conference room 3. You can't be late. After this notice was sent, Tianfeng fell into an atmosphere of anticipation and excitement. Tianfeng Entertainment's first TV series was about to be filmed. Chapter 559. Conference Room 3. Qin Zhe presided over this meeting alone. His sister, who used to play with her phone as a vase, wasn't there. Just now she and Qin Zhe had a fierce fight in the office. The cause was actually a small quarrel. Qin Baobao wanted to eat a lollipop, but Qin Zhe felt that his sister loved to eat sweets too much. He said to her, "Look at your big breasts. If you eat high-calorie food they will sag." Qin Baobao whimpered, "No one wants me if my breasts sag. Ace, you have to take care of me for the rest of my life." He didn't know what would happen in the future, but young women like to exercise. Big breasts don't sag. Moreover, his sister's 36D breasts can be lawless in front of domestic women, but in foreign countries E and F cup breasts would appear small. Only those breasts would sag seriously. Hers was the best size. Qin Zhe said with disdain, "No one wants you so you throw it to me? I'm not a spare tire. Get lost. I'll marry you to a redneck." Little redneck could be a derogatory term or a nickname, but redneck was definitely a derogatory term. His sister's mentality exploded. He pounced over and slapped her. His sister, who no longer had the advantage in strength, was pressed down on the sofa and bullied. Not only did she not teach her brother a lesson, but she was also taken advantage of for a long time. Her butt hurt like hell. In fact, the two of them often bickered, but not that kind of bickered. Going back 11 or 12 years, his sister had the advantage of developing first and could always beat his brother. Now her brother could slap her to the sofa and not get up for a long time. At this moment she threw a pack of tissues with tears in her eyes and scolded, "Get lost, get lost. Little rednecks are all bad things." Just like this, Qin Zhe came to the meeting alone. The touch of his sister's extremely elastic but still seemed to remain in his hand. He finally understood why some people compared a woman's butt to a peach. It was because it was really too similar. Qin Zhe came back to his senses and scanned the people in the meeting room. There were a total of 10 people, including the junior leader of his company's production team, and the senior director and scriptwriter from Star Art. "Let me first welcome our 2 foreign aides." Qin Zhe smiled and said, "I've been busy recently, so I haven't had the time to get in touch with you too. How should I address you?" The middle-aged man with glasses got up and introduced himself. "My surname is Sun Wuda." Another lean middle-aged man with white hair, but it was hard to tell if it was natural or dyed white. He introduced himself. "My surname is Zhao Yuqian." Sunwood. Zhao Yuqian. The name was given as if it was a joke. Qin Zhe suppressed the dissatisfaction in his heart and nodded. "Thank you for joining us. Everyone please give us a round of applause." Pa 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 pa. The sounds were endless, each more intense than the last. The 2 senior directors and scriptwriters from Star Art were actually very familiar with the junior leaders of the production team before this. They drank together, chatted together, and even fought together. Recently, the great sword industry has been revived. Even a wildfire can't burn it out, but it will grow again when the spring breeze blows. I'll only tell you about the benefits of the male industry secretly. Don't spread it out. This is the script. Go back and take a look. Try to get all the preparatory work done within a week. Qin Zhe sent out a few printed copies of the script. There were a total of 4 copies. MOU had one, Zhang Wuda and Zhao Yuqian signed another one, and their scriptwriter signed another one. The others didn't need to look at the script. They were usually in charge of the production team, such as the lighting, equipment, and so on. They didn't need to look at the script. "Then I'll leave the real yellow story to you guys," Qin Zhe said. "1 week should be enough, right? The other preparatory work had already started. The only thing left was the casting because Qinzhe didn't give them a complete script. Moreover, the main lead and important supporting roles were all artists under Tianfeng. This saved a lot of effort to haggle and bargain with outside artists. If you wanted to find outside artists, they would offer a price of 100 million. Of course it was just an offer. You could bargain. This was much more humane than a store. When Qinzhe returned to his office, he thought of something and called his average-looking assistant. Send these 2 scripts to Yi Lu and Xianxia. Tell Xianxia that she can choose the role herself. Qinzhe threw the scripts over. The assistant took the scripts and left. He was very sensible and didn't show any smile. Although I don't know why CEO Qinzhe doesn't like me, as long as he's in the company, I'll obediently follow him and try not to appear in front of him. This was Qin Baobao's assistant's survival rule in the workplace. It was very simple, just a little sad. Umph. A soft snort came from the sister who was sitting on the sofa eating snacks and reading a book. After the sister finished snorting, she didn't see Qinzhe move. She secretly peeked at him and found that he was focused on his phone. Umph. The sister emphasized. If it was Salted Fish Zhe, he would be sensible and go over to flatter the sister and make her smile. Anyway, to Salted Fish Zhe, the easiest thing in the world was to coax the sister. But Hai Zhe King only glanced at her indifferently. Umph. The sister snorted and crossed her arms in front of her chest. Qinzhe still ignored her. Umph. The sister snorted again. At the same time, she clenched her fists and rotated them from her lower abdomen to the top of her head. Then she put her fists down and crossed her arms in front of her chest. Qinzhe, wasn't this the signature pose of a fat woman on the internet? How did the sister learn such a naughty pose? It was surprisingly cute. Sister, what can I do for you? Qinzhe asked. Kneel down and lick my feet. Qin Baobao's posture was domineering. Qinzhe glared at her. Your butt is itching again. He got up and walked toward Qin Baobao. Qin Baobao shrank to the other side of the sofa in fear and said hurriedly, I'm just joking. Qinzhe sat down and put the sister's long legs on his lap. He gently massaged them. They were cool, smooth and elastic. It felt good to the touch. Are you really not going to act in a drama? Although the female lead role is promised to Yi Lu, there are still many outstanding characters in the drama. If you act well, you'll still benefit greatly from it, Qinzhe said. Not interested. Qin Baobao shook her head. She thought to herself, and give you a chance to be alone with the wolf in the house? What a joke. With me here, you two can only flirt with each other. Once I leave, you two will become friends or something. She heard this from Qinzhe. Qin Baobao wasn't going to take the blame. Xianxia's personal office. She held the script in her hands excitedly and looked at the ordinary-looking assistant. Really, can I really choose the role? The assistant nodded and added, the female lead definitely can't. Xianxia smiled. Of course I know that. Yi Lu is already half a step into the A-list. I know my limits. The assistant smiled. Xianxia said, Hua Fei. I want to choose Hua Fei. The assistant said, I'll help you inform the crew. With that she left. Xianxia stayed in the office alone and read the script. The script was a very boring genre. It definitely wasn't as interesting as a novel. It wasn't meant for people to read. But to professional actors, a good script could make them obsessed and unable to extricate themselves from it. If they had a pen beside them, they would make many notes. Xianxia was a professional and had received systematic and formal training and education. She became more and more excited and felt that she had chosen the right role. About half an hour later, the office door was knocked twice before it was pushed open. Xianxia's manager came in. Her manager obviously wasn't the previous manager. The previous manager was from the original entertainment company. Xianxia and Su Jiao had a falling out with the previous manager. The current manager's surname was Zhou. She was a middle-aged woman who was assigned to her by Tianfeng Entertainment. The two got along quite well. After all, their interests were linked. They were bound together for good and bad. The manager was completely devoted to Xianxia. The manager said, I don't think the ending for the role of Hua Fei will be good. Xianxia had a small part of the original script and the manager had seen it too. Yes, I roughly went through the script just now. Hua Fei is considered the #1 villain. Sister Zhou, take a look. Xianxia handed the script to the manager. The manager took it but didn't look at it. She advised, if you want to return to the film industry, you should find some positive roles. This will help you build your image. Xianxia giggled. What image do I need to build? I'm not a newcomer. To me, roles don't differentiate between good and bad. Instead, they have to hit the soul. This villain role is very challenging and has a lot of scenes. It's almost as good as the female lead. As long as I can take this role, it won't be difficult to return to the film industry. You know Li Wei, right? Before she entered Tianfang, she was only at the bottom of the B-list. She was only slightly more famous than me. But she acted in 3 of Qin Zhe's movies and became more popular with each one. Today she's already at the peak of the B-list and half a step into the A-list. This is the charm of Qin Zhe's movies. She repeated in her heart, it won't be difficult. Qian Shishir's small chest was burning with raging flames. As a professional and a top performer, she had once become famous in the entertainment industry. She even had the ambition to stand on the stage and win the title of Best Actress one day. But while her dreams were great, the reality was that she was a poor girl with anorexia. Now she had a chance to clear her name. Just thinking about it made her excited. The script was good, very good. Even though she had been out of the film industry for many years, she still had this ability. Boss Qin was really a strange man. Being multi-talented wasn't enough to describe him. Yi Lu was just as excited as her. According to the news from Yi Lu's assistant, after reading the script, Yi Lu sang and danced in the office. Yi Lu's fame was about the same as Li Wei's. They were both at the peak of the B-list and half a step into the A-list. It sounded a bit like a half-step Almighty or half-step Emperor in fantasy novels. She had acted as the female lead in many movies and dramas, including war dramas. But it had been a long time since she had seen a script that could lift her spirits. There were many good dramas these years, but she had no chance to be the female lead. After the ups and downs in her career, she had a feeling that she would have another chance to rise up. This was her confidence in the script. Even though this confidence was mixed with a beautiful vision. Chapter 560. The leaders of the production team spent about a day going through the script. The next day they started the audition and choosing the roles. The audition would last for 3 days. The audition location was Tianfang Entertainment's big dance studio. This time it was open to all the artists. Tianfang Entertainment had an unspoken rule that artists hated. The leading roles and important supporting roles in their movies and TV series were always provided to the artists under their company. This was understandable. After all, other entertainment companies were like this. With good resources and good roles, they would naturally think of their artists first. But Tianfang Entertainment was so stingy that the roles they gave out were much fewer than other entertainment companies. But this time it was a TV series. Naturally, there were several times more roles in a TV series than in a movie. Therefore many artists came to audition, but they were all not very famous. Director, what do you think of my performance just now? A tall beauty with chestnut-colored curly hair stood in front of the director's desk. Her hairstyle was somewhat similar to Qin Baobao's. Her chestnut-colored hair was slightly curled at the ends. She also had a short pleated skirt. It looked like she was imitating Qin Baobao's clothes. Perhaps she thought that it would add to her image. Qin Baobao rarely dressed like this in public. After all, it was too casual. But she would post some photos on Weibo, such as wearing a pleated skirt or an off-the-shoulder dress, etc. But before posting the photos she would discuss, approve, with her brother. Only when Qin Zhe felt that there was no problem and that it was not revealing would she post it. It was equivalent to a benefit for fans. This little artist had put in a lot of effort. Sun Wuda handed a resume to Zhao Yuqian. On it was the personal information of this little artist. Jiang Nan. Female. Graduated from Shanghai Drama Academy. Signed artist of XX Entertainment Company. Participated in productions. Director Zhao Yuqian glanced at it and said, "Go back and wait for news. I'll give you an answer in 2 days." The little artist in the pleated skirt nodded confidently and left the big dance studio. Director Zhao Yuqian and scriptwriter Sun Wuda looked at each other and kept this little artist in the inspection list. Actually, the female artist named Jiang Nan's acting was not outstanding. In fact, she had quite a few flaws. But so what? She's pretty. Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda were very willing to have in-depth discussions with beautiful little artists and guide them on how to steadily rise in the entertainment industry. You said it was too dirty? Don't mess around. This is how it is in this industry. Then let's meet tonight? Sun Wuda said, "Director Zhao, have you talked to your sister-in-law yet?" Zhao Yuqian nodded. "Yes, tell her that the crew is busy and won't be home for a few days." For people like them who often went out to film, it was common for them to go on long trips. Zhao Yuqian muttered, "They're just a little older. Aren't there any fresh graduates?" Zhao Yuqian preferred younger girls. It was probably because he had seen a lot of flirtatious women, so he was especially fond of pure and soft girls. Flirting. It was especially exciting to teach. Xianxia had already delegated most of the matters in the crew to the two of them. The newly promoted director Mou also had to learn from them. Absolute power should be enjoyed to the fullest. Following that, they auditioned for a few more roles. As long as it was a pretty little artiste, they would fold the bottom right corner of their profile and mark it. When he felt that there were enough people, Zhao Yuqian put a cigarette in his mouth but didn't light it. Instead, he said to Sun Wuda beside him, "I have something to do in the afternoon. You stay here and watch. There aren't any particularly important roles." Although they were commissioned by the CEO to act as a friend, they couldn't be too careless with the casting. A few vases were fine, but if they were all vases, it would seriously affect the quality of the TV series. Just then the dance studio door was pushed open. The person at the door hesitated and then seemed to be pushed from behind. She had no choice but to do something beyond her ability. Screenwriter Sun Wuda's glasses flashed with a sharp light. Director Zhao Yuqian quietly took out the cigarette in his mouth and sat down as steady as a mountain. Suyu looked back and met the eyes of a few girls who got along well with her through the crack of the door. The girls winked at her and closed the door. "Give me your resume," Sun Wuda said. Suyu calmed herself down and walked over with light steps with a straight face. She handed over her resume filled with personal information. Throughout the entire process, the two women who were experienced in the field of flowers and swords never left Suyu. From her face to her chest, from her chest to her small waist, from her small waist to her slender and straight legs. "What role do you want to play?" Sun Wuda glanced at the resume that couldn't be any simpler and handed it to Zhao Yuqian. He pointed at the words "Backup Artiste of Tianfang Entertainment." Zhao Yuqian looked back at him, indicating that it was fine. "I only want the role of a palace maid. Just give me 15 minutes. Suyu pretended to be calm. 15 minutes? Zhao Yuqian frowned. Suyu quickly changed her words. 10 minutes, no, 5 minutes is fine too. I can act it out live. She looked as calm as an old dog, but she was actually panicking inside. She thought that she had disguised her strong in appearance but weak in reality expression very well, but of course, it couldn't fool the two experienced drivers. Zhao Yuqian, on the other hand, was thinking that it was impossible to make a deal with just 15 minutes. "I see that you have good potential and look very smart. How about this? I'll give you a chance. There's a supporting role here that's not bad. I'll give you 20 minutes to act out this small scene. If there's no problem, I'll let you pass and give you the role." Suyu's appearance was elegant and beautiful. Her face was fair and rosy and her lips were rosy. Her eyes were sparkling, and her nose without black hair made her look especially cute. In school she was privately named one of the campus belles by the men. Can I? Suyu was overjoyed. Newcomer wanna be popular, timid. Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda labeled her in their hearts. Such a girl was actually very easy to coax and deal with. Profit. Especially Zhao Yuqian. Although Suyu's figure was delicate and tender, he liked this kind of thing. Her small, protruding breasts were so tempting in his eyes. He wished he could shoot at the world. The little girl in front of him had an irresistible impulse from beginning to end. He really wanted her to experience a father's love. The part that Suyu got was a rich and colorful inner drama when a palace maid was worried about her master. It was a test of her acting skills as well as a clarinet scene where she talked to herself. She had always had a good memory. After reciting it a few times, she memorized it easily. But perhaps because she was a little nervous, she stuttered a little. After reluctantly finishing this awkward scene, she looked at Su Yuqian and Sun Wuda anxiously and expectantly. Clap, clap, clap. What responded to her was intense applause. Zhao Yuqian said, "So talented." Sun Wuda said, "Little girl, the crew needs talents like you." Suyu was overjoyed. She didn't want to come, but her cousin called her to come for the audition, so she came. When she said that she wanted to audition, the sisters in the backup artist group all teased her and pushed her over. Do I have a hidden talent in acting? Suyu didn't have a mirror in front of her. Otherwise she would have denied this idea. Zhao Yuqian said, "Are you free tonight?" Suyu was confused. What's wrong? Sun Wuda continued, "Today's audition is about to end. Director Zhao and I will represent the crew to treat the artist who passed the audition to a meal. You must come. We don't want anyone to find excuses to avoid it." Suyu thought about it. She still had the habit of going home immediately after school. If she didn't go home after work, her mom and grandma would be worried. But since she was working now, she had to focus on her work. She would call her mom and grandma later to explain that she had to work overtime or something. CEO's office. In the spacious room, Qin Zhe and Yi Lu sat on the brown leather sofa. Qin Baobao leaned against the office chair and stared coldly at her brother and Yi Lu, who were talking about the script not far away. This was a rare woman whose legs were comparable to hers. Your legs are long but you're ugly. Your legs are so ugly and you still want to seduce my brother. No wonder Qin Baobao looked jealous. Yi Lu didn't hide her admiration for Qin Zhe at all. Her gaze made Qin Baobao recall how Wang Zijin looked at Qin Zhe back then. Why was it back then? Yi Lu was wearing a short-sleeved shirt that exposed her shoulders and three-quarter pants. Her legs were long and straight. They were indeed beautiful legs that could compete with Qin Baobao. She specially came to talk to Qin Zhe about the script. Knowing that he wouldn't be following the crew, she wanted to use the limited time to familiarize herself with the content of the script as soon as possible. She also wanted to ask about the details of how to act. Qin Zhe was surprised when he saw the script filled with summaries. This woman who claimed to be his fan was actually such a hard-working actress. Every time Yi Lu talked, she couldn't help but look back. She only saw Qin Baobao leaning against the office chair like a big boss with her eyes closed lazily. But why did she feel like there was a thorn in her back? She couldn't see that when she turned around, Qin Baobao would stare at her back with her dead fish eyes. If looks could kill, all 10 sets of revival armor would be on cooldown. Qin Zhe was facing his sister from the side, so he already saw her gaze. His sister with dead fish eyes actually had a cute contrast. Women. Reality proved that being broad-minded wasn't really being broad-minded. Men. The system sneered. The system was more naughty recently, more naughty, more naughty? What does it have to do with you? Qin Zhe listened to Yi Lu's question while replying to the system. The system said, you're surrounded by long-legged beauties and have long-legged sisters looking at you with jealousy. You're feeling very smug. I think there's a chance to lose the mission. Qin Zhe said, Bullsh *T chance. There's no chance. As the host, I recalled the fear of becoming a vegetable because I didn't have enough points and the humiliation of being dominated by the system's missions. The system said, Host, do you want a mission build Long Outyen's harem? I think you'll be able to marry 9 wives in the future. You'll be as outstanding as the famous Tang Bohu. Qin Zhe was slightly tempted, but he quickly suppressed the restless thoughts in his heart. The system gave out missions with inducements? Was it driven mad by my lackadaisical attitude? Qin Zhe would of course reject such an overboard mission. Don't joke around. If I want to start a harem, all the female artists and singers in Tianfang can be ridden by me and suck their breasts. As for me, Hai Zhe King, I'm not afraid at all. Why should I be bound by your mission? Lastly, Tang Bohu doesn't have 9 wives. Who told you that Tang Bohu has 9 wives? I think it's some joker called Zhou Xingxing, the system answered honestly. At this moment his phone rang. It was his cousin Suyu. Chapter 561. Hello cousin. I passed the audition. When Qin Zhe picked up the call, Suyu's happy voice could be heard. It was crisp, pleasant, and soft. I'm not bad, Qin Zhe praised. Suyu added, the director said I have good potential. Not bad. Qin Zhe smiled. There was a moment of silence. Suyu was a bit disappointed that she didn't hear her cousin's sincere praise. Her cousin loved to touch her head when she was young. He would touch her head whenever they didn't like each other. Did you tell Auntie and Grandma? Qin Zhe asked. No. Suyu said softly. Am I the first person you tell the good news to? Qin Zhe was surprised. He and his sister didn't like to go to their uncle's house to have such an unreliable uncle. Their attitude was cold. At the same time, his cousins also had some grudges against him and his sister. The relationship between cousins wasn't bad, but it wasn't good either. It was mainly because he didn't remember much about his childhood. In his childhood, his sister took up 99% of the space. He only vaguely remembered that his relationship with his cousin was pretty good. Suyu hung up the call in disappointment. Then I won't bother you anymore. Qin Zhe said, okay. Call me if you have any problems. Yi Lu sat quietly at the side while he was on the phone. Yi Lu said, Co Qin, you spent a week writing this script? Qin Zhe nodded. Why? Yi Lu shook her head. I just find it hard to believe. Writing such a script in a week was already hard to believe. Without considering the time, just the quality of the script made her, a capable actress, gasp in amazement. Oh, he was a fast shooter. He wrote songs so fast too. Qin Zhe pretended to be pretentious and said lightly, not exactly a week. I've been quite busy these past few days and couldn't find the time. I only wrote the beginning. I started working hard the day before yesterday and the script was ready. Yi Lu was stunned. So, this should be the basic operation of a fast shooter? Basic, don't be stupid, sit tight. A man could not be a fast shooter, but this man who was a fast shooter felt so charming. Oh men. Qin Bao Bao muttered disdainfully. Oh women. Qinze heard it and sneered. The older sister glared at him fiercely. Due to the presence of outsiders, she didn't PK with her younger brother in real life. Otherwise, she would definitely teach this little pervert a lesson. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Suyu carried her backpack and took a taxi to the hotel. Suyu had never stepped into a hotel of this level before, so she was a little nervous and timid. She pulled on the straps of her backpack, took a deep breath and stepped in. She went to the private room according to the address in the text message and knocked on the door. You're here. Sun Wuda opened the door. His face was red and it looked like he had drunk a lot. Suyu stood at the door and pecked at his head. The moment she entered the room, she was stunned. It was different from the scene she had imagined of a group of people sitting around a table. The private room wasn't big because the table itself wasn't big. There were only 3 people at the table. The scriptwriter Sun Wuda, the director Zhao Yuqian, and a beautiful older sister with makeup, fake eyelashes and chestnut-colored curly hair. Come in. Sun Wuda pulled her in. Suyu was invited to sit beside Zhao Yuqian. When Suyu saw Sun Wuda return to his seat, she hugged the older sister's waist. Director, is it just us? Suyu asked timidly. Yeah, only you and her passed the audition, Zhao Yuqian said. Tisk, little sister is so pretty. Jiangnan smiled. Hello sister, Suyu replied. Both of you are good seedlings worth nurturing, Zhao Yuqian said as he wrapped his arms around Suyu's waist. Suyu noticed it, so she turned sideways and blocked it with her elbow. She looked at him with shock and vigilance. This scene made Jiangnan burst into laughter. She raised her glass to dissolve the awkwardness. Director Zhao, let me toast to you. Zhao Yuqian didn't mind and raised his glass with a smile. Zhao Yuqian knew that picking up girls was like cooking, so he didn't show too much of a desire. For the rest of the time, Zhao Yuqian, Sun Wuda, and the others toasted each other, ate and chatted. Suyu was forced to drink a few cups. Her little face was burning hot and had an intoxicating blush, which was especially attractive. When her face was full, Suyu stopped drinking. At most she would take a sip. Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda tried to persuade her a few times, but the little girl resisted. Zhao Yuqian gave Jiangnan a look. The latter understood. Sister, let me toast to you. Let's get along well after we join the crew. Jiangnan raised her glass. Suyu couldn't refuse her, so she took a sip. Jiangnan finished her glass. She was a good drinker. Let's drink. Cheers everyone. Suyu had no choice but to drink. She frowned. The smell of beer made her very uncomfortable. It didn't taste as good as Nutri-Express at all. Who would have thought that this cup of wine would be like 2 women who started a conversation? Jiangnan said, Do you like Qinze? Suyu nodded. Of course she liked him since she was young. He was a gentle and easy to get along with cousin. Jiangnan raised her glass. Come, let's have another toast. I like Qinze too. So they had another toast. Jiangnan continued, Don't you think President Qin is amazing? He can do whatever he wants. This is talent. Ordinary people can't compare to him. Among my sisters there are many who want to marry him. I say they're all daydreaming. If someone as cute as my sister can climb up in Tianfang in the future, she might even have a chance to catch President Qin's eye. Such a topic could easily resonate with little girls. It was like a bourgeois woman talking about luxury goods and cosmetics. Jiangnan was very experienced. Suyu smiled awkwardly but politely. Sister, this isn't ancient times. If cousin likes me, the whole family will explode. By a boom, the whole family was shocked. Actually, it would be fine to just laugh it off, but Suyu didn't have that kind of social experience. She felt that it was impolite not to reply, so she said, Actually, he wasn't like this before. He was even a little stupid. In terms of IQ, her sister could look down on Qinze. Her cousin could also look down on him. Although Suyu wasn't a top student, she was still a student. For someone like Qinze, who had worked so hard to muddle his way into an above-average grade, it was indeed ordinary. He could get into the University of Finance and Economics purely because of his grandfather's hard work. He also used his connections to get in through the back door. Otherwise, due to the admission limit, he wouldn't have been able to get in. Uncles love education plus the low cutoff score for locals plus the back door. So you knew all this? Jiangnan frowned slightly. She didn't like what she heard and deliberately said, I'm angry. I'm Qinze's fan, you know? Your words offended me. It was half true. She was indeed Qinze's fan. Suyu was a little embarrassed. Jiangnan said, Drink. Punish yourself by drinking 3 glasses. Otherwise we won't be sisters. Becoming sisters without a word was something that both the boys and girls were quite disgusted with. For example, when the author was in junior high school, he always heard a group of people calling themselves brothers and sworn brothers. It was very awkward. Suyu forced herself to drink 3 glasses. She let out a loud burp. Her face was even redder and her eyes were a little blurry. It was about time. Zhao Yuqian said, "Yu, do you know how many people fight to get a role in Boss Qin's movies, even if it's just a small part?" Suyu nodded. She really didn't know. Suyu said, "Boss Qin's movies are very good." She always felt that calling him cousin Boss Qin was very strange and awkward. Every time she didn't pay attention she would say cousin, and then stop. It should be Boss Qin. No one knew that this introverted and shy girl was Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao's cousin. But even if you are good seedlings, there are many good seedlings in the world. Zhao Yuqian paved the way and painted a big picture. As long as you make a name for yourself, earning money will be like running water. The hard life you had before will all become fleeting. Wearing high-end clothes, walking the red carpet, driving a luxury car with a chauffeur, escorting bodyguards and a group of crazy fans. You have good looks. As long as you are willing, you will definitely make a name for yourself. Suyu nodded happily. She didn't understand the meaning of Zhao Yuqian's words at all. What you get is proportional to what you put in. Becoming a celebrity is not an easy thing. Zhao Yuqian nodded in satisfaction. Then you know what to do. Suyu nodded and said crisply, "I will act well and work hard." Zhao Yuqian, Sun Wuda, Jiang Nan, did this girl really not understand or was she pretending not to? Zhao Yuqian thought for a while and said, "How about this after dinner? Follow me to the room upstairs and we can talk about the script." Suyu exhaled and said, "Okay." Halfway through, Sun Wuda and Zhao Yuqian went to the toilet. This girl is a little innocent. Sun Wuda pushed open the cubicle door one by one. After making sure that there was no one there, he said, "That's what makes it interesting." Zhao Yuqian stood in front of the urinal and looked at his bloodshot eyes. "Did you bring the medicine?" Sun Wuda nodded. "Yes, I will give you one later. But I feel that it's not easy to persuade her." "Did she agree?" Zhao Yuqian waved his hand. She drank so much that she agreed to it half-heartedly. "At most, I will chat with her in the room." Sun Wuda said, "Will it cause any trouble? I'm worried about Tianfang." "What can happen?" Zhao Yuqian let out a long sigh. "It's like this in our line of work. Tianfang is untainted. Look, you didn't say anything. In the entertainment industry, only good female artists can make a name for themselves. Qin Baobao is an exception. But how many Qin Zhe are there in the entertainment industry?" When Zhao Yuqian first entered this line of work, he didn't see many chaste women. There were still a few. But slowly they were all soaked in the industry. He used to like a small-time actress many years ago. At that time he was still doing odd jobs on the set. The assistant director was his relative. Later the small-time actress met him and complained tearfully to him. Zhao Yuqian was very angry and went to reason with the director. The director didn't say anything. But that night he was slapped a few times by the assistant director. The next morning he saw the small-time actress he liked coming out of the director's room. She had dark circles under her eyes, but she was smiling contentedly. Zhao Yuqian knew that there must have been an indescribable deal last night. He felt that he was really stupid. Because of his relative he wasn't kicked out of the set. Zhao Yuqian said, "Oh right, are you coming later?" Sun Wuda said, "You go first. I'll come later. But I'm afraid she's young and can't take it. I think we should change to a big suite. Bring Jiangnan too. Her persuasion might be better than ours," Zhao Yuqian said. "Good idea." When they were in Star Art, these two partners had developed the habit of working together. Chapter 562. After dinner, Suyu followed Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda upstairs to talk about the script. Jiangnan also went with them. "Turn off your phone in case a call comes in later and disturbs us," Sun Wuda said. "Okay." Jiangnan smiled and took out her phone. She demonstrated in front of Suyu and turned off her phone. The three of them looked at Suyu. Suyu hesitated for a moment. "I have to tell my family. If I don't go home late, my mom will be worried." Suyu had never seen the world and didn't even have working experience, but she was not without EQ. She felt that this matter was a bit unreliable. But since it was her cousin's company, she didn't care too much about the twists and turns of the entertainment industry. She didn't want to talk about the script, but her other sister had agreed. She didn't have the courage to refuse. People with little experience and thin skin were easily led and didn't know how to refuse. Zhao Yuqian said, "Just say that you want to talk about the role and rehearse. Tell your mom not to worry." Suyu nodded and rubbed her temples. Her head hurt and she felt like vomiting. Cousin, I'm talking to the director about the script in the hotel, Liyue Hotel on Longhua Street. Is that okay? After sending the message, she said that she felt nauseous and wanted to go to the toilet to vomit. She didn't receive any messages from her cousin in the 3 minutes she came out of the toilet. Did it mean that there was no problem or that he didn't see it? Suyu didn't think much about it. The alcohol made her brain numb and she couldn't think carefully. Zhao Yuqian pretended to be relaxed. Is your phone off? Yes. Let me see. Suyu took out her phone and showed it to him. Zhao Yuqian pressed the button and the screen didn't light up. He nodded with satisfaction. They went upstairs and opened the door to a spacious suite. This should be the most luxurious suite series in the hotel. There was a balcony, a living room and 2 rooms. After Jiang Nan entered the room, she threw her bag on the sofa in the living room and smiled flirtatiously. I'm going to take a shower first. She glanced at Suyu and winked at Sun Wuda and Zhao Yuqian. Suyu was confused. Let's go to the room. Zhao Yuqian put his arm around Suyu's thin shoulder. Suyu took a step back and kept her last hope. Where's the script? Zhao Yuqian sneered. Sun Wuda said, there's no need for a script. In the film crew or even in this industry, if the director wants you to act, you can act. Whether or not you have acting skills or a script, it doesn't matter. Suyu didn't say anything and just looked at him. Sun Wuda continued, therefore the director's words are very important. They are so important that they can determine the life and death of a newcomer. Do you understand? Suyu shook her head. Sun Wuda clicked his tongue. All right, you'll understand in the future. Little girl, have you ever had a boyfriend? Suyu shook her head again. The 2 of them looked at each other with joy in their eyes. Why did you choose to be an artist? Sun Wuda asked in a casual tone. To train myself, Suyu said. It was her wish to train herself during the summer vacation. It was her cousin's wish to have her come for the audition. According to her own heart, being able to get along harmoniously with the backup artists was already something worth celebrating. Her recent goal had already been achieved. She didn't have high expectations for herself. You've never thought of making money? Sun Wuda asked. Making money, of course, Suyu said. With her family's financial situation, if she could earn some money to support the family while working in her cousin's company, her mother would be very happy. That's right. Sun Wuda sighed. But money isn't easy to earn, right? No matter what industry it is, it's not easy to earn money. Celebrities are just like writers. Not only is it difficult to earn money, but there are also a lot of haters. After saying a lot, Sun Wuda saw that he was almost done laying the groundwork. He said directly, to be honest, as long as you're willing to communicate with us for a night, you can take the role. Also, if you want to act in the future, we have a quota. Just give us a call. As you know, our director Zhao is a famous director. Suyu wasn't stupid. It was self-evident what a night of communication meant. A 17-year-old girl who was underage and hadn't been exposed to the dark side. She was afraid and at the same time angry. I don't want to act, I don't want to. Suyu turned around and left. But Zhao Yuqian, who was beside her, pulled her and made her stumble. Sun Wuda quietly blocked the door. A wave of dizziness and nausea hit her. Suyu's body stiffened. Her cherry mouth panted, and she exhaled a breath that reeked of alcohol. She was like a frightened elk looking at 2 wolves. Zhao Yuqian could use force and was confident that he could eliminate the hidden danger, but he was still doing the final thinking. Don't be nervous. Let's talk. Zhao Yuqian said, it's not a big deal. Everyone has become. You can't accept it now because you haven't been exposed to it. Jiang Nan is bathing in there. There are too many girls like her. Why are they willing but you're not? Are you nobler than others? No, they're the ones who have experienced the scenery of the top of the mountain and seen the world that ordinary people can't see in their lifetime. The world of money, the beauty of money, the rich life that people can't extricate themselves from. Zhao Yuqian said, there are many artists who are willing to take off their clothes, but it doesn't mean that you'll have a chance. Your starting point is higher than theirs. As long as you're willing, you can sign the contract now. You'll enjoy a lot of things such as fame and fortune. You'll be different from the girls in school. Not only will you enjoy their envious gazes, but you'll also have endless money. Regardless of whether it was true or not, he had to paint a big picture first. Suyu said loudly, I'm going back. You go away. She glared at Sun Wuda. Unfortunately, her delicate appearance didn't have much lethality. Instead, it made the latter stiffen slightly. TSK, the first time was unfamiliar, the second time was familiar, but the first time was often the hardest to overcome. If he let go now, this girl would hit a wall a few times. Who knew she might be obedient next time? Zhao Yuqian didn't want to wait for the next time. He wasn't Tianfang's director, so he couldn't just leave after filming this movie. If he could get the most out of Tianfang in the shortest time possible, that would naturally be the best. Tianfang needed experienced directors and scriptwriters like them. They were here to help. While getting a handsome reward, they couldn't let go of other benefits. Just like cutting fat, the more benefits they could get, the better. He gave Sun Wuda a look. The latter nodded. Suyu gripped the straps of her backpack tightly, like a small beast baring its teeth. I don't want your help. My cousin is Qinzhe. Qinzhe and his sister's bedtime activities were eating desserts and playing cards. Their phones were left in the room. The more successful a person was, the less they cared about their phones. Those who spent their days hugging their phones were people who lacked both mental and physical energy. But it wasn't too late. About 10 minutes later, he saw Suyu's message. His scalp went numb. He dialed the number while running out of the room. Qin Baobao was in the living room. She saw him running across the living room and changing his shoes in a hurry. What are you doing? Going out so late at night? His sister asked. *CK. Qinzhe cursed. His phone was turned off. Qin Baobao chased him to the entrance and asked nervously in a low voice, What's wrong? Yeah, might be in trouble. Yeah. Qinzhe quickly changed his shoes. Damn it, isn't she playing a small role? The director seems to be trying to take advantage of her. Didn't you inform the crew? What the *CK? Did Xiaolong need to take advantage of her? Only an idiot would take advantage of her. But Yaya was too inexperienced. She could easily be led astray. Qin Baobao's expression changed slightly. Didn't you forbid me to say it? Everyone knows she's your cousin. What is she training for? Qinzhe was stunned. He couldn't remember clearly because he had never cared about these things. If Suyu came to the company to gain experience, then so be it. Anyway, when a person achieves success, his relatives can do whatever they want. He had the ability and could provide convenience for them. He had never paid much attention to this cousin of his. So she was auditioning for a Xiaolong role. She didn't need to be good at acting for a Xiaolong role. Her small face was enough. Besides, Tianfang was his company. He was the boss. His territory was dark under the light. Qin Baobao shouted anxiously, I'll go with you. Where are we going? Qinzhe said, Liyue Hotel, Longhua Street. Qinzhe opened the door and left. Qin Baobao was in her pajamas. She didn't even change her slippers and chased after him. She entered the elevator and pressed the button for the first floor. The siblings' expressions were unusually ugly. Qin Baobao wanted to ask when it was, but seeing that her brother had been on the phone, she didn't dare to disturb. The message was from 10 minutes ago. Qinzhe was a little panicked. He had to make the time difference. Otherwise, even if he went now, the dishes would be cold. But Suyu's phone was turned off again. Talking to the director about the script? Which director? Qinzhe was calling Imoyu. If it was him, Qinzhe would let him know that there was a line in the song, a broken chrysanthemum full of wounds. It wasn't a joke. The call went through immediately. Qinzhe said in a low voice, You're at Liyue Hotel? Imoyu was stunned. I'm at home, truth? What's wrong, Boss Qin? Give me Zhao Yu's phone number. Immediately send me a message. With that, he hung up. About 30 seconds later, when the elevator reached the first floor, a message came in. In addition to Zhao Yu's phone number, there was also a question mark from Imoyu. Qinzhe didn't reply. He pressed the number and dialed. Zhao Yu and Sun Wuda looked at each other, full of smiles, but it was just a sneer. Sun Wuda teased, Is Qin Baobao your cousin? Suyu nodded vigorously. Zhao Yu laughed and said, Good girl. Actually, Qinzhe is my long-lost son. Don't be afraid. Come to the room with your uncle tonight for a chat. What a funny little girl. Zhao Yu stood up and tugged at her. Listen to me. You're rich and famous. Many female artists dream of being with you. If you don't, then you're not obedient. What can a little girl like you do to us? His phone suddenly rang. Zhao Yu frowned and took it out. It was an unknown number. He hung up. It rang again. Again. And again. Maybe it was something. People of his status often receive calls from unknown people, but it wasn't the kind of trashy advertising or sales calls. It could be looking for cooperation, gifts, and so on. What's the matter? He was calm. Zhao Yu, I'm Qinzhe, said the other party. President Qin? At first he was stunned, then he put on a smile. It's so late. Why are you calling me? Are you at the Liyue Hotel? Zhao Yu? How did he know? You want to sleep with my artist? Well, Zhao Yuqian didn't know how to answer the question of seeing through but not saying anything. Did you do it? His tone was cold. I'm asking you a question. He shouted. No, no. Zhao Yu's body trembled. He was shocked. Suyu is my cousin. Wait for me at the hotel. The call was cut off. The phone slipped on the floor and made a muffled sound. Zhao Yu's face was pale. Chapter 563. I'm Qin Zhe. Suyu is my cousin. Zhao Yuqian felt a rumbling sound in his mind as if thunder was echoing. It's over. It's over. She's really Qin Zhe's cousin? Why would Qin Zhe's cousin come to the audition? She's relying on her own abilities. Don't be ridiculous. Who would rely on their own abilities if they had connections? This isn't a TV series. What's wrong? Sun Wuda frowned when he saw his strange expression. Zhao Yuqian stared at Suyu in a daze. Her face was flushed red. She should have looked seductive. Now that he looked at her again, she was as vicious as a snake. Why didn't you say so earlier? Why didn't you say so earlier? You should have just said that you're Qin Zhe's cousin. You pretended to be an ordinary backup artist and came to the audition. You even hid your identity. You're really Qin Zhe's cousin? Zhao Yuqian's face was dark as he asked bitterly. I am. That's why I'm not afraid of you. Suyu gave herself courage. On the side, Sun Wuda froze. His heart skipped a beat. He turned around and looked at Zhao Yuqian in disbelief. Just now, Qin Zhe called? Sun Wuda's voice was trembling. Zhao Yuqian didn't say anything. He sat on the sofa with his head lowered. His hands were restless as he scratched his head. Sun Wuda was silent for a few seconds. Then he grabbed his bag and left. Where are you going? Of course. Why are we still here? Zhao Yuqian looked exhausted. He told us to wait here. Sun Wuda was speechless. So should we go or not? Even though the two of them were experienced in life and society, they were at a loss of what to do. Their boss's cousin was an unspoken rule. They were embarrassed and scared at the same time. It was like an employee who saw a super hot girl in the company and bought roses to court her. He said flirtatiously, "Beauty, the moment I saw you, I was like a programmer who found a loophole." He didn't want to do anything but fix it. Then the beauty said, "I'm your boss's cousin." Coincidentally, his boss was right beside him. But with Qin Zhe's identity and status, he was a big capitalist in the entertainment industry. Did he dare to leave? The two of them looked at each other in silence. Sun Wuda put down his bag and sat on the sofa. Just say it's a misunderstanding. We don't work for his company. At most we can just quit. Zhao Yuqian said in a hoarse voice. He was emboldening himself and his partner. We can look for Director Huang. Doesn't he have a good relationship with Qin Zhe? With this relationship he won't do anything. Sun Wuda said. The two nodded at the same time. Zhao Yu calmed himself down and felt less panicked. Why haven't you left yet? He looked at Suyu. If this girl left, the situation would be much better. I'm not leaving. Suyu glared at her. My cousin is coming, right? His words became much more righteous. He was like a child who had lost a fight. One moment he was crying because he felt wronged, but when his father came he arrogantly said, "This is my father." It was exactly the same. About 5 minutes later the door lock clicked. Sun Wuda and Zhao Yuqian, who were sitting on the sofa, shuddered. It wasn't the door but the bathroom door. Jiangnan, who had just finished showering, came out in her pajamas and was drying her hair with a dry towel. The scene in the room stunned her. Shouldn't it be done by now? But now the two men were sitting on the sofa dispiritedly. The girl was standing valiantly, glaring at the director and scriptwriter. When she heard the noise, she first looked at herself and then glared at the two men. What's wrong? Jiangnan was confused. Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda didn't say anything. Jiangnan could only say, "Little girl, it's your turn to go in." Suyu said disdainfully, "Disgusting." What do you mean? I just think you're disgusting. Jiangnan was so angry that she laughed. If you're not disgusting, why don't you leave? Why are you standing here like a fool? Suyu retorted, "Why should I leave? I'm waiting for my cousin." Your cousin? Jiangnan sneered. Shut up. Zhao Yuqian shouted. Jiangnan, an aggrieved expression. I didn't say anything wrong, right? Then I'll go to the room first. Jiangnan said in a muffled voice. You don't have to go. Put on your clothes and leave, Sun Wuda said. What do you mean? Jiangnan's expression changed. Are they changing their minds? Are they not going to let me act anymore? Her expression changed several times. Anger, indignation, annoyance and other emotions. She went back to the bathroom without a word. When she came out again, she had already put on her clothes and high heels. She picked up her bag and walked out expressionlessly. The sound of her high heels clacking against the floor was crisp and clear. When Jiang Nan walked to the door, there was a loud knock on the door. Pa pa pa. It was very loud and very heavy. It was obvious that the person knocking on the door was very impatient. This time it was him. Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda's expressions were extremely ugly, and they were a little uneasy. Jiang Nan was about to go out when she turned the doorknob and opened the door. A man in short sleeves and big shorts and a bare-faced woman in pajamas. Seeing the two people outside the door, she was stunned, and then she was pushed away forcefully. Although she was pushed away so violently that her high heels slipped and she fell on the floor, she wasn't angry. Instead, she was confused and stunned. Unbelievable. Qinzhe and Qin Baobao? Qinzhe rushed into the room. He saw that his cousin's clothes were still intact and her face was still flushed red. His tense heart finally relaxed. Yeah, are you okay? Why are you here? Qin Baobao grabbed Suyu and gritted her teeth. Did they bully you? Did they touch you? Suyu shook her head. No, they said they wanted to talk to me about the script, so I came up. Qin Baobao was relieved. She wanted to scold her, but this was not the right place. She held her in her arms and glared at the two people on the sofa. Zhao Yuqian braced himself and got up. Boss Qin, this is a misunderstanding. What he got in response was a kick to the heart and he was sent flying half a meter. Zhao Yuqian lay on the floor and vomited. He vomited everything he ate and drank. The sour smell spread. Qinzhe. Sun Wuda's face changed. Qinzhe slapped him with the back of his hand. Sun Wuda staggered a few steps and fell, and then he was punched and kicked by Qinzhe. Bang bang bang. There was a commotion. Glasses, ashtrays, fruit plates, backpacks. He smashed everything he could get his hands on. Their heads were bleeding and they looked miserable. Qinzhe looked at them one last time. He didn't scold them or say anything. Instead, he walked to his sister and asked Suyu, "Are you okay?" Suyu shook her head. Women should be instinctively afraid and disgusted when they saw a fight. But the sisters were starry-eyed. When they were in trouble, having a man by their side to solve the problem gave them a sense of security. Both sisters felt safe. Jiang Nan was still standing at the door. She witnessed the whole process of Qinzhe beating people up. Her mind was in a mess. This girl. What was her relationship with Qinzhe? These two idiots had slept with Qinzhe's relatives. Was over. She felt that she might be banned from the entertainment industry. Who are you? You're blocking the way. Qinzhe looked unfriendly. This woman still smelled like shampoo and her hair was wet. It was obvious that she was the kind of woman who used deals to climb her way up. There were many such things in the entertainment industry. Tianfang Entertainment didn't have any at the moment. He and his sister were involved in almost all the movies produced by Tianfang Entertainment. So, things like unspoken rules wouldn't happen in his crew. If it was a mutual affection deal, Qinzhe wouldn't care. But if it was his cute cousin, he couldn't. My name is Jiang Nan, Jiang Nan answered subconsciously. She stepped aside and made way. She was a little scared. What if he hit her? Qinzhe stopped in his tracks. He looked at her and said unhappily, "Did you write Dragon 5? If not, why are you so unrestrained? Go back to writing." I've waited for 2 years. Jiang Nan? Chapter 564. Zhao Yuqian lay on the ground for a moment. He heard the door close twice and the suite quieted down. After making sure that everyone had left, he groaned and got up. His clothes and face were stained with vomit. His companion, Sun Wuda, was also lying on the ground, moaning and clutching his stomach. Zhao Yuqian struggled to get up and helped Sun Wuda up. They endured the pain and dizziness and walked into the bathroom. The tiles in the bathroom were wet and full of water. Zhao Yuqian slipped and fell. He held back his tears and stood up straight. In the mirror, both of them looked miserable. Their clothes and pants were stained with filth. Their heads hurt and blood flowed down their cheeks. Their scalps must have been broken. One was a famous director and the other was a veteran screenwriter. They had never been in such a miserable situation. At least not for many years. F***ck. Sun Wuda cursed and grabbed a dry towel to wipe his face. Don't wipe it. Zhao Yuqian stopped him and said in a low voice, "We'll call the police and solve this through legal procedures." Can it work? Sun Wuda hesitated. I don't care, Zhao Yuqian said fiercely, he's a public figure. This is enough to make him suffer. Remember the artists who were sentenced for beating people up a few years ago? Fine. Sun Wuda said angrily, we didn't do anything. He was the one who beat us up. He immediately called the police. The police station was not far from here, so they were dispatched quickly. 3 policemen knocked on the door of the hotel room. Both of them were filthy and had blood on their faces. They looked pitiful. What happened? Who beat you up? One of the policemen asked. Qinzhe, Zhao Yuqian said. The policeman nodded slightly. Where are you from? Where do you live? Qinzhe, the boss of Tianfang Entertainment, Zhao Yuqian said. The policeman nodded. He suddenly froze. If he didn't hear wrong, it was Qinzhe from Tianfang Entertainment. That Qinzhe. How did you fight? Tell us what happened. The policeman perked up. It was definitely not gossip. Zhao Yuqian was silent for a moment, then looked at Sun Wuda. We were talking about the script with the company's female artist, and then he rushed in and beat us up, Sun Wuda said. After that, he saw the subtle look in the 3 policemen's eyes. What are your names? Zhao Yuqian. Sun Wuda. The 3 policemen suddenly understood. Sun Wuda didn't know him, but Zhao Yuqian had heard of him. He was a very famous director. The director, the female artist, discussed the script. The police comrade suddenly understood. Yes, we are professionally trained police officers. No matter how gossipy something is, we will never gossip unless we can't help it. Who is the female artist who discussed the script with you? The police officer asked. He could not hold it in any longer. Sun Wuda and Zhao Yuqian were silent. Cough cough. Another policeman coughed and said, I'll take you to the hospital first, then we'll go to the police station to record your statements. Zhao Yuqian said in a deep voice, We're definitely just lightly injured. Arrest Qinzhe immediately. Let's go to the hospital first. Whether or not it's a minor injury, we'll file a case first. Then we'll wait for the judicial department and the hospital to appraise it, the policeman said. The car drove through the night, leaving a long and fast shadow on the road illuminated by the street lamps. Inside the car, the ceiling light was on. Qin Baobao and Suyu sat in the back seat. Qin Baobao comforted her cousin softly. He didn't have the heart to blame her. The director invited you to drink and discuss the script. Why didn't you give me a call? Qinzhe said. I did send a text. Suyu sat up straight like a primary school student. Her small face was slightly nervous and pale. Then why didn't you tell me in advance that you wanted to drink? I was just a little careless and you were almost fooled. I did call you. Suyu lowered her head and said in a low voice, You didn't want to talk to me. She felt so wrong that she wanted to cry. You must have been scared. Qinzhe sighed. You've seen the rotten side of society. If you encounter anything in the future, be careful. Be vigilant and keep a distance from anyone's kindness and enthusiasm. Suyu said, Okay. Qinzhe drove his cousin home and stopped outside the neighborhood. It was a rare night with a cool breeze. It should have been comfortable, but the 3 of them were in a bad mood. Cousin, aren't you and cousin going up? Grandma misses you. Suyu was sent to the gate of the neighborhood by Qinzhe and Qin Baobao. Not going. Qinzhe smiled bitterly. How could he be in the mood to see Grandma? You don't tell Aunt and Grandma about this. Her sister reminded her. Okay. Suyu nodded. She turned around and walked a few steps. She stopped, turned around and stared at Qinzhe. Cousin, thank you. After that, she looked like a swallow returning to the forest. Qinzhe hugged his cousin in his arms and touched her head. Silly girl. She didn't know if she was wronged or frightened. Her thin and delicate body trembled slightly. Suyu reluctantly left her cousin's arms. She lowered her head slightly and walked into the neighborhood silently. You! Qinzhe suddenly shouted. Suyu stopped. In the future, Qinzhe said loudly, if anyone dares to bully you, I'll beat them up for you. Suyu walked into the darkness with her head lowered. If anyone dares to bully you, I'll beat them up for you. After so many years, this sentence seemed to have traveled through time and floated into her ears again. The street lights in the neighborhood sprinkled a dim yellow light, illuminating the 2 lines of tears on Suyu's cheeks. Tesku, this silly girl. She's still the same as when she was young. Qin Baobao's foxy face flashed with anger. She's been closer to you since she was young. The few people in Grandma's family are all the same. Qin Baobao had been beautiful since she was young. She was as arrogant as a peacock. When she was in junior high school, she liked to read novels, but she didn't have enough money. The main reason was that buying books was too expensive. Coincidentally, there was a bookstore next to Suyu's school. She could rent it for 10 cents a day. Qin Baobao would ask Suyu to rent books for her every day. When Yu was in the 5th grade of primary school, she would first take the bus to her aunt's house and send novels to her cousin once a week after school. It was obvious that someone's bad habit of bullying others didn't only apply to her younger brother. Why are you jealous? Qin Zhe said angrily. Bah, I'm not jealous. Qin Bao Bao glared at him. She then gritted her teeth and said angrily, You hit them too lightly. These two scumbags. If Qin Zhe hadn't found out about it early, it might have caused a big mistake. How could the siblings face their parents, uncle, aunt, and grandma? They also couldn't face Suyu, who was interning at his cousin's company. He didn't care about her at all. He shouldn't have kept her identity a secret, or told her about the ways of the entertainment industry in advance. They looked calm on the surface, but in fact they were scared. Hitting people can only vent your anger, but it won't solve the problem. Qin Zhe said in a deep voice, This matter isn't over yet. You watch. His sister suddenly called him in a very gentle voice. Qin Zhe, yes? Qin Bao Bao gently hugged his waist. Thank you. What are you thanking me for? As he spoke, Qin Zhe looked around to see if there were any paparazzi following them. He didn't find any at the moment. Then he looked at the guard booth. There was only a guard who was sleeping on the table. He didn't know if his surname was Qin. Thank you for working hard for me so that you won't be a salted fish anymore. If the word salted fish didn't exist, I would be touched. Thank you for working so hard to buy the entertainment company for me. This sentence was more pleasant to hear. Thank you for not finding a girlfriend for me. The sentence was a little scary. Sister, let me pretend that I didn't understand. Qin Bao Bao continued, If it weren't for you, I would probably have to leave the entertainment industry. It was inevitable that a woman with her looks and no background would be able to continue smoothly in the entertainment industry. It was almost impossible for a woman like her to have a smooth career. She wouldn't accept the unspoken rules, so the only way was to leave the entertainment industry. Fortunately, I have a good brother who can be soft and hard. Usually he was a salted fish, but at critical moments he was surprisingly reliable. Qin Bao Bao recalled all the difficulties and troubles she had encountered along the way. It seemed that every time, as long as she whined in front of her brother, he would be able to help her solve it. Sob sob sob, help me write songs. Sob sob sob, be my guest singer. Sob sob sob, do a kissing scene with sister. She whined all the way to the peak of her life. There's nothing to thank, you're my sister. Qin Zhe said, My parents are not as close as my sister. Then do you want to practice a kissing scene with sister? Qin Bao Bao looked up. The wind lifted her forehead hair, and her beauty was unparalleled. Qin Zhe glanced at her half-opened red lips and was quite tempted. Eating the rouge from my sister's mouth every other day, I'm probably the world's most honest, ghost, younger brother. But not now. Who knew if a paparazzi would suddenly jump out and say, Haha, I finally caught your little secret. Wait to be hospitalized. 70 years after the founding of the country, the biggest and most sensational news in the entertainment industry. There was no escape. Qin Bao Bao saw that he was silent and her heart sank. She said anxiously, I haven't practiced kissing for a long time, I'm a little rusty. Have you forgotten what happened last time? Qin Zhe lowered his voice. The paparazzi's eyes are everywhere. Even if they weren't here now, they couldn't be careless. The paparazzi might be late, but they would never be absent. They had to be vigilant at all times. Qin Bao Bao immediately pushed her brother away and looked around guiltily. Qin Zhe, don't look, sister. You're making us look like we're having an affair. I have a small stove, but I never ride it. The siblings reached for their phones at the same time. Qin Bao Bao forgot that she was wearing pajamas and didn't bring her phone. Qin Zhe's phone rang. The caller was a landline, an unknown number. Qin Zhe picked up the phone. If it was a spam call, he would immediately hang up. Hello, is this Mr. Qin Zhe? This is XX police station. It was a woman's voice. It's me. Qin Zhe's heart skipped a beat. You're suspected of intentional injury. Please tell us your address. We need to take you to the police station to assist in the investigation. No need, I'll come over now. Qin Zhe said. There was a moment of silence. Okay. Sister's skirt fluttered. Who's calling? Qin Zhe smiled and said, The police station. I'm suspected of intentional injury. I may have to go to the small dark room. Chapter 565. Did those two B***Gs call the police? Qin Bao Bao's face darkened. Yes. Maybe they felt indignant. After all, I hit them. It's only right for them to call the police. Qin Zhe said nonchalantly. In a society ruled by law, there was a price to pay for hitting someone. Especially in a big city like Shanghai, it was not a place where you could do whatever you wanted. Qin Zhe was also a celebrity. It was easy for him to get into trouble if he hit someone. Therefore, he did not understand how those big shots who beat up the east, west, south, north, and south could resist the police. Will it be fine? Qin Baobao was a little confused. Anyway, you know so many people. Your network in Shanghai is so extensive. Qin Zhe said seriously, what nonsense are you talking about? The river and crab are shining in the sky. The flowers are smiling at me. The birds are saying, good morning, good morning. You are a law-abiding citizen. Qin Baobao was speechless. Qin Zhe said as he got into the car. If I really committed the crime of intentional injury, I will accept the punishment. Although the country has always been afraid of me and wanted to kill me before I was born, I still love the red flag. Qin Baobao was amused by him and laughed. How many times have you used this joke? Qin Zhe started the car and glared at his sister. Don't say it out loud. If you don't say it out loud, the readers will not think of it. The phone rang again. Qin Baobao leaned over and fumbled in Qin Zhe's pocket. She took out the phone. It's Zijin, she said and picked up the phone. Hello, Zijin. Baobao, what's going on? The police came to our house just now and said that Ace is suspected of intentional injury. They asked him to go back to assist in the investigation. When they didn't see him, they asked me for his number. Wang Zijin's tone was calm. He beat up 2 scumbags and they called the police, Qin Baobao said, but Ace looks very confident. It seems that everything is fine. I'll hang up then. Wang Zijin said, I'm watching an anti-Japanese drama about my grandson and my soldiers. The call ended. Qin Zhe was speechless. Aren't you going to say a few words of consolation? Fake girlfriend. Heartless wolf. Qin Baobao puffed up her cheeks at her brother. See, it's still your biological sister who loves you. Okay. Qin Zhe nodded perfunctorily as he recalled the details of what happened just now. His attack shouldn't have been too heavy, right? However, it was hard to say whether or not it was intentional injury. After all, my control was still far from being comparable to that of a king. If I attacked with hatred, I might not have controlled my strength. First, I'll suppress this matter, then use my connections. I'll abide by the law. Perhaps his relaxed expression made his sister relax as well. She even had the mood to play with her phone. After all, she even knew Qin Zhe's phone password. Oh right, what did you mean by what you said to that woman just now? His sister asked. Who? Jiangnan? You don't need to know. Just remember this, Qin Zhe said in a deep voice, Jiangnan's old bastard is heartless. I will live and die with the monsters. Qin Baobao replied blankly, okay. The police station was a little far away. Even if there was no traffic at night, it still took them half an hour to drive. Qin Zhe parked the car and entered the police station hand in hand with Qin Baobao. At this time there was no one on duty at the reception desk by the door, but there was someone behind the glass counter. Anyone who had been to a police station would know that the layout of a police station was similar to that of a bank and other institutions. The policeman on duty glanced at the two and asked, report or surrender? Qin Zhe said, surrender. Oh what? The policeman on duty was stunned. He looked carefully at Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao and recognized them. In this day and age, there were not many people who did not know this pair of siblings, unless they were old people who did not pay attention to the internet and celebrities. You come with me. The policeman on duty walked out from behind the counter and led Qin Zhe and his sister to the electric door on the other side. Previously, it was just a place to receive reports and inquiries. After entering the electric door, it was the real police office of the police station. Qin Zhe and his sister followed the policeman on duty to the second floor. It was almost 10 o'clock at night. Other than the policeman on duty, there was almost no one else. The policeman on duty knocked on the office door. Old Qin, they're here. The middle-aged policeman who was dozing off at the desk woke up. He turned around and hurriedly stood up and greeted, please come in. Little Lee, come here and take a statement. Little Lee? Coming. A young policewoman walked out from inside. She had good facial features, a round face and a capable ponytail. When she saw Qin Zhe, she was a little stunned. Her eyes were fixed on Qin Zhe's face. Little Lee was a fan of Qin Zhe. Little Fresh Meat was originally popular with girls, and Qin Zhe was the more unique one. Every song of Qin Zhe's was saved in her phone and computer. For Qin Zhe's A Journey to the West, she went to watch it every day for a week. Her boyfriend, who had always been obedient, was quite dissatisfied with this. He felt that his girlfriend was too obsessed with Qin Zhe and was very jealous. Officer Qin said, pour 2 cups of tea. Qin Zhe originally thought that interrogation. He was suspected of a crime, so there should be an interrogation. On TV, he was locked in a small dark room, interrogated one by one, and then there was a one-way glass wall. Behind the wall, there was a small leader watching the interrogation process. In the end, it was just the four of them sitting in a row in the office. Little Lee was responsible for recording the conversation on the computer. This was because the incident itself was just a fight. The hospital's test results were not out yet. Qinzhe was only suspected, not really breaking the law. After entering the name, gender, and age according to the procedure, Officer Qin said in a deep voice, "Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda reported you to the police. What is the reason?" Qinzhe said, "They wanted to sleep with my company's backup artist, a 17-year-old girl, underage." Little Lee said, "Bah, scum." Then Qinzhe, "Are you injured?" Qinzhe said, "No." Little Lee said, "That's good." Ahem. Officer Qin had to remind her. "Focus on recording. Give me a detailed account of what happened." Qinzhe immediately told her what happened. About 15 minutes later, the investigation ended. Officer Qin sent the siblings out of the office. "Before the hospital and the judicial organization's injury report comes out, I hope you will stay in Shanghai and cooperate with us," Officer Qin said. "No problem. By the way, where's the toilet?" "Go straight, turn right at the end." Qinzhe said to his sister, "Wait for me in the car first?" Qin Baobao shook her head. "Here." Qinzhe went straight to the toilet and stood in front of the urinal. He took out his phone and his belt. Soon the call he made was connected. "Little Qin?" A middle-aged man's mellow voice came from the other end. "Yes, it's me, Uncle Bai." Qinzhe laughed enthusiastically. "What's the matter?" The man laughed. "There's some trouble," Qinzhe said. "There's an ignorant director who wanted to sleep with my company's backup artist. She's an underage girl. I caught him and gave him a good beating. I'm still at XX police station now. Those two seem to have gone for an injury examination. I'm not sure if they crossed the line. You're the big boss of the Public Security Bureau. Can you give me an idea? TSK, let's see what you plan to do about this. Do you want to settle or pursue the matter?" I want to kill those 2B** cheese. Uncle knows. Let's wait for the injury examination results first. Okay, goodbye, Uncle Bai. After a few simple words, the call ended. Uncle Bai was Bai Guowei's father. They had drunk and chatted at the hotel in the forest park a while ago. Oh right, he also had a notorious daughter called Bai Fang. She just didn't like him. He didn't know how he had offended her. Qinzhe now had a network of connections in Shanghai. As long as he didn't get involved in prostitution, gambling, and drugs, he could do whatever he wanted. First wave, second wave, third wave. Rowing a boat didn't need a paddle. The Wang family's connections didn't need to be used at all. It was like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. That was why Wang Zijin was so calm. Having many friends meant that he could do whatever he wanted. However, it was better to fight less in the future. He couldn't be bothered to bully ordinary people. For example, if he dared to hit the two people tonight, they would dare to call the police. He envied those big shots who beat up people with power and status. They didn't have to worry about legal liability. At the same time, he despised those who had a good social status, money, power, and connections, but chose to swallow their anger after being attacked by the main character's people. Lohax, what did you call me for? The system asked. I didn't call you, Qinzhe replied. You can continue to hibernate in AFK. It's none of your business. The system said, oh, I'll continue to deduce the mysteries of the universe. It's been a while since I triggered a mission. Qinzhe said, okay, Sir System. He turned around and saw Officer Qin standing at the door. The two of them nodded and smiled as if nothing had happened. When they brushed past each other, Officer Qin said, do you want me to send you off? Oh, she even said you. Qinzhe shook his head and smiled politely. I have a car. Thank you. Officer Qin was just saying it casually to make a good impression. When Officer Qin returned to her office, Xiaoli was excitedly posting on her WeChat moments to show off that she had met Qinzhe. She was full of praise and joy, but she didn't say what had happened because of privacy issues. Officer Qin was thinking. Someone with the surname Bai? The big shot of the Public Security Bureau? Who could it be? The director of her police station wasn't surnamed Bai. Looking further up, there didn't seem to be anyone. Xiaoli, do you think there's anyone with the surname Bai in our organization? Xiaoli was confused. Leaders in the organization? Is there? You're a clerk, you should know better. I don't think so. Xiaoli thought for a while. Oh, the second in command of Shanghai's Public Security Bureau has the surname Bai. He's called Bai Siqing. Officer Qin was shocked. It shouldn't be that person. Do you think Qinzhe knows that leader? Why do you say that? I heard him calling Uncle Bai in the toilet just now. He's from our organization. No way, the two of them looked at each other. Xiaoli was shocked. Qinze, a big boss with a net worth of tens of billions. It doesn't seem impossible? Chapter 566. At noon the next day, a piece of news was posted online. Qinze beat up the famous director Zhao Yuqian. Qinze might be held responsible for his impulsiveness. What happened? The grudge between Qinze and Zhao Yuqian. This matter couldn't be hidden at all. Not to mention other things, just Tianfang's side couldn't hide it. The director and scriptwriter didn't come to work during the preparation of True Yellow Legend. After asking, they found out that they were resting at home and were too ashamed to come back. When they asked again, the big boss beat them up. The news spread like wildfire and quickly spread throughout Tianfang Entertainment. Whether it was the ordinary employees, executives, or cleaning aunties, everyone was discussing this matter. The popularity of this gossip was even more attractive than topics like, why do old sows howl every night? Why do old ladies in their 80s have their underwear stolen? Is it the distortion of human nature or the decay of morals? A few people noticed that among the backup artists, there was a girl named Suyu who didn't come to work. Maybe she was on sick leave? That was the guess of the backup artist. Mou was actually the one who knew the most. Last night, Xiao Qin called him and asked if he was at Liyue Hotel. As someone who had been in the workplace for a long time, he knew what was going on even if he used his toes to think. At this moment he was still a little scared. If he was also involved, he would have been done for this morning. Mou had been in this industry for almost 10 years. Although he wasn't like some big directors who would hide every time they met a beautiful woman, among the top directors, there were one or two who were famous for being slutty. The number of female celebrities who had slept with them could circle the earth. But he wasn't a gentleman either. In this day and age, where would there be a gentleman? If the situation allowed it, he would be more than happy to open a room with the female celebrity to talk about the script. However, both Xiao Qin disliked this kind of phenomenon and explicitly forbade it. Therefore, even if the company's executives wanted to, they didn't dare to be too flamboyant. At most, they would contact the female celebrities in private. After all, they couldn't stop the female celebrities from working hard to improve themselves. If they forced them, it would be over if they were found out. Speaking of which, only Qinze and Qin Bao had such confidence and ability. Would another entertainment company be able to do it? There was a lot of discussion about this matter online. It would definitely make the headlines and become a trending topic. This kind of thing was much more exciting than having an affair, getting her hair done, or sleeping with her manager. It was about Qinze and a famous director. Fighting. You may be held criminally responsible. Every word was filled with excitement and gossip. Qinze is up to something again? What's going on this time? Why are they fighting for no reason? It has to be fake. So far, neither Qinze nor Zhao Yuqian have come forward to say anything. But there's no clarification either. Besides, there's so much news. It can't be groundless. If this is true, then Qinze might be in trouble. Intentional injury, even if it's only a minor injury, will put him in jail for a few months. Then they will be banned. Fighting is considered a banned artist. Does that mean we won't be able to hear Qinze's songs in the future? Of course. The banned artists have no choice but to appear in front of the public in any form or production. They are completely banned. Under the huge public opinion, it meant huge traffic. The online media and paparazzi were like flies that smelled rotten meat. They swarmed excitedly and clamored. Soon, someone secretly took photos of Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda with bruises and bandages on their heads. Their actual injuries were not clear, but their appearance was very scary. Now it was lively. All the major online media platforms pushed all kinds of relevant information in time. There were articles and videos. While confirming the truth of the incident, they were also guessing and analyzing the troubles and difficulties Qinze would face. For example, being locked up in a small dark room. For example, being banned. Then, the entertainment empire that he created would go into decline. Through the exaggeration of the editor and relevant people, it was clear and reasonable. Some people even said that Qinze's era was over. He had only been famous for a short year, but Qinze's name was known to everyone. He created the legend and era of a fast shooter. Especially the industry insiders in the entertainment industry and countless songwriters. Whenever they recalled the past year, they would think of the shame of being suppressed by a fast shooter and the fear of not being faster than him. Some people gloated and felt proud that they were finally no longer suppressed by a fast shooter. Some people regretted that a musical genius of a generation might have to bid farewell to the entertainment industry. It's over. The loyal fans felt a chill in their hearts. They really beat people up and they looked quite miserable. If they were to pursue legal responsibility, Xianxia might really have to go to jail for a few months. The anti-fans were overjoyed. Bah, this kind of person should be banned. Young success, arrogant and reckless. He should pay the price for beating people up. Ban him, hurry up and ban him. I like director Zhao Youqian's work very much. This time I will support him no matter what. I strongly request that Xianxia be banned. It's wrong to beat people up for no reason. They are all adults and should pay the price for their actions. So Xianxia is done for. Old Master Qin was a respectable person when he was alive. Burn some incense before you leave. Lu Sun once said that China people are ignorant and arrogant, inferior and proud. It's so disgusting that it makes one's hair stand on end. I can't make up any more stories. Lu Sun is more wrong than Doi. Anyway, we just need to ban Xianxia. There were too many people waiting for the follow-up of this incident. However, this matter could not progress too quickly even if Xianxia was secretly pushing it. According to the normal process, the case verification, investigation and injury evaluation by the judicial department should be done in half a month. The government could not be blamed for not doing enough. China was so big and there were so many things to do. They were very busy and did not provide private services. Similar government agencies such as hospitals. It was said that medical treatment was free for Americans and the government would pay for the medical expenses. However, you definitely did not know that from the time you got sick to the time you queued up, you would have to go to the crematorium 100 times. It was not a joke. Hence, most Americans who had some money would choose private hospitals, the kind that spent money. Xianxia could not possibly wait for half a month for such a trivial matter. He asked people to speed up the process and strive for the evaluation results. Even if there were connections, it could not be done in a day or two. The evaluation was not a big deal, but the process had to be followed. This was the most time-consuming process. In these 2 days, Xianxia received many calls. His friends in the entertainment industry, his friends in real life, and especially his university roommates. They called to ask about the situation. They were not the gossipy type but were concerned about his situation. The friends people made when they had nothing were the most precious. Then there were the calls from his parents and grandmother. Xianxia told his parents the truth but not his grandmother. Qin Ma was worried about his situation. She asked him to see if he could reconcile. If he could pay some money. It was better than going to the police. The old master only said 3 words, "Good call." In the villa, Zhao Youqian and Sun Wuda were on the phone. "You've seen the news online, right?" Zhao Youqian asked. "I've seen it. It's impossible for this matter not to leak out," Sun Wuda said. Seeing Xianxia being criticized miserably on the internet, the two of them felt a sense of satisfaction from revenge. However, in reality they did not want this matter to be exposed. Things like the unspoken rules would ruin their reputation and embarrass them. He didn't make a statement? He didn't criticize us. Zhao Youqian found it hard to understand. He probably wants to wait for the injury report to come out before he talks to us in private. So he should leave a way out, Sun Wuda analyzed. If it were not for the beating incident, the two of them really could not afford to offend Xianxia. But now they did not panic. At least they did not panic before the injury report came out. After a few words, Zhao Youqian asked, "Did you pick up the call from President Huang?" "Yes, he wants to be the middleman and let us settle it in private with Xianxia." 100 million, or don't even think about settling it in private, Zhao Youqian demanded. "Can it work? 100 million is not a lot to him. And once our injury report shows that it's a minor injury, he's finished." "Okay, then you'll talk to President Huang?" "Of course I'll talk to him." Xianxia received a call from Huang Yitsong on the morning of the 3rd day. "These two bastards, I'll teach them a lesson later." Huang Yitsong's tone was angry. "Before you send people over, don't you know what kind of person they are?" Xianxia's tone was full of dissatisfaction. "Hey, that's childish." Huang Yitsong said, "Which director in the entertainment industry is a gentleman? Do I need to say something that's common? Isn't your company like this?" "Alright, I'm sorry for asking," Xianxia said. "What's the matter? Just an apology?" "This matter has made us brothers look bad. It's okay, we'll settle it ourselves." Huang Yitsong coughed softly, cleared his throat and said, "I thought about it. Although they did something wrong, it's not good for you if this continues, whether it's your reputation or the subsequent lawsuit. Before I made this call, I talked to Zhao Youqian and Sun Wuda. They're willing to settle it in private, but they want 100 million in compensation, 50 million each. Xianxia, I think it's a good deal." 100 million. Do you really think that my money grows on trees? People don't even dare to sell their diamonds at such a high price. What, are you two made of ginseng fruit? Xianxia had already lost 300 million this month. If he had to pay another 100 million, he would definitely lose a lot of money. Thank you, Mr. Huang. Xianxia expressed his gratitude and then refused. I refuse to settle it in private. Tell them to wait. He had to wait for the injury report to come out. If it didn't constitute intentional injury, there was a set of procedures. If it did, there was another set of procedures. So, he had to wait for the report to come out. This was the reason why he hadn't responded to the heated public opinion on the internet. He didn't want to say anything before the report came out. Huang Yitsong, why do I feel that both sides are difficult to deal with? Anyway, this condition of mine is still valid. Before the court accepts the complaint, I can help you with this. Huang Yitsong sighed. You're on your own. Thanks. Xianxia hung up the phone. Chapter 567. After dinner, they asked you to go upstairs to read the script, right? The bespectacled fat policeman sat behind the glass counter and asked while typing in the computer. Yes. On the other side of the glass, Suyu sat upright with her legs together and her hands placed on her lap. During that time, did they give you explicit hints to sleep with them? No. Suyu tried hard to recall and shook her head. They just said that I'm a good seedling and that it's not easy to be an actress. The fat policeman nodded. His fingers nimbly tapped on the keys, making crackling sounds. After a while. What happened after that? After that, they asked me to go to the room to talk about the script. Suyu lowered her head slightly. Her face was slightly red and burning. The girl was thin-skinned and felt that it was too embarrassing. You wanted to talk about the script with them? The fat policeman chose his words carefully. The meaning of his words was actually asking, are you willing to do a deal? It was not good to be too direct. After all, the other party was just a 17-year-old underage girl. Suyu's expression was blank. The fat policeman said helplessly, are you willing to do that kind of deal? No, I'm not willing. Suyu quickly shook her head. What did they say after they went upstairs? They said that if I sleep with them, they will give me the role. Suyu's face was red and her voice was weak. Tell me the details. Okay. A few minutes later, the fat policeman said, last few questions. Did they do anything to you? There were a few times, but I avoided them. Then, after they talked about that matter, I wanted to leave, but they blocked the door and wouldn't let me go. They even pulled me. Suyu said angrily. Understood. The fat policeman typed and finished. We have filed a case here. We will send them a message later. You go back and wait for the news. Suyu nodded and got up. Then I'll leave? Goodbye. Goodbye. After leaving the police station, Suyu slowly exhaled and looked up at the national emblem. The national emblem seemed to be shining and exuded a kind of aura called King Tyrant. Using Xuanhuan language to describe it, condense the fate of all living beings, inherit the essence of history, and absorb the essence of heaven and earth. Under the mandate of the heavens, the words spoken were all heavenly laws. For example, after the founding of the country, no one was allowed to become a spirit. Once this decree was issued, the words would become law. Look, which animal dared to become a spirit? They were all suppressed. A sense of pride that came from being born as a human involuntarily rose in his heart. Except for single dogs. Except for the programmer ape. Her cousin's car was parked by the roadside outside the police station. The car window was lowered slightly, and wisps of green smoke curled out. Xianxia's face was too eye-catching. It was inconvenient for him to go out in public, so he stayed in the car. Under the scorching sun, Suyu quickly walked to the car, opened the door and got in. Are you done? Xianxia reached his hand out of the car window and flicked the cigarette ash. It's done. Suyu's voice was soft, crisp, and a little sweet, just like her flower season. In a few more years, her voice would be less crisp and sweet and more magnetic and gentle. Her voice was good for singing, but unfortunately, she was not talented enough. She always sang out of tune just like Wang Zijin. What a pity. Otherwise, Xianxia would consider training her. In this day and age, anything could be more profitable than being a star. Being a civil servant, crossed it out. And judging from Suyu's appearance, she was not traumatized, but she definitely had a new understanding of the filth in the entertainment industry. Let's leave it to fate. Will the police arrest them? I wasn't bullied. Is it a false accusation to sue them for attempted rape? Suyu asked weakly. Timid and introverted, Suyu's biggest flaw. A girl with such a personality would be at a disadvantage when she got into a relationship and started a family. She was so pretty and delicate. Qin Bao Bao and Suyu's personalities were completely opposite. In terms of personality, Xianxia preferred his cousin's type, gentle and delicate. His sister's personality was too bad, mischievous and narrow-minded. No, that was used to describe men. Narrow-minded, possessive, easily jealous. She thought of herself as a fairy. Whining. There were so many of them that they could fill a basket. Don't worry, your cousin will take care of it. Just cooperate with me when I need you. When it comes to acting with me, don't pretend you don't see it, understand? Oh, send her home. Qin Zhe flicked the cigarette butt out of the window and started the car. Suyu only said that she was on leave and didn't tell her mom and grandma the truth. Other than being embarrassed, she also wanted to cover up for Qin Zhe. It was embarrassing to say that his cousin encountered such a thing in his company. Did Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda think that the unspoken rules were common in the industry so they selectively forgot about it? Did they think that after being beaten up they would take the initiative? Did they think that nothing would happen if they didn't do anything to Suyu? Yes, nothing would happen, but even if nothing happened, Qin Zhe could still do something. If Suyu was really led by the two of them, it would be classified as luring a girl to have sex. Luring a girl to have sex was not illegal, but it would be morally condemned. If she resisted, it would be classified as rape. In the current situation, the charges might not be established, but as long as they were involved, it would be enough to make them suffer. This move was taught to him by Big Boss Bai. After all, it was not good to pin the crime on them because Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda were well-known public figures. Qin Zhe would be stupid to suppress them with his power. Unless he was already the son-in-law of the Wang family, or the descendant of a legendary big boss. Cousin, why didn't you respond online? Many people said that you hit people and became arrogant, even more arrogant than a newspaper seller. Suyu hesitated for a long time. I will. It's just that this is the first time I've encountered such a thing, so I can't understand what to do. I want to wait for advice from an expert, Qin Zhe said. The expert he was referring to was Uncle Bai. He had just finished a call with him this morning. Suyu nodded. Qin Zhe sent Suyu home and drove to Tianfang Entertainment. A phone call summoned the plain-looking assistant. 2 things. Do it immediately. The assistant looked like he was all ears. First, release a statement on the company's official Weibo, condemning Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda for sleeping with underage female artists. Second, hurry up and contact a well-known film and television director in the industry. 3 days. I want to see them in 3 days. Focus on 3 days, Qin Zhe said. Understood, President Qin. The plain-looking assistant took his leave. You're finally going to clarify things? Qin Bao Bao, who was sitting cross-legged on the sofa and playing games on her phone, turned her head and shouted. Yes, sister. I already know how to deal with this trouble, Qin Zhe said. That's good. Come, let's go solo? Qin Bao Bao chuckled. Sister's skills have improved a lot recently. Qin Zhe was stunned. He went over to take a look and found that his sister was playing a mobile game that imitated Honor of Kings. The style was different, but the controls were the same. These days, anything could be pirated. Anything that was popular would be pirated. This game? Chaos World, his sister said crisply. The characters in it are all legendary figures. It's quite fun. The controls are the same as Honor of Kings. Last year there was a mobile game called Honor of Kings that was very famous. However, Qin Zhe and his sister did not play it because last year was a turning point in their lives. They both gave up on League of Legends. Who knew that that period of time was the final glory of League of Legends? Thinking back, it was quite melancholy. After all, the siblings spent a year and a half of their youth in that game. What's so fun about this kind of imitation game? Qin Zhe said disdainfully. Are you sure you don't want to play it? There are quite a lot of people playing it. Qin Bao Bao was dead. No, her game character was dead. She looked up at Qin Zhe and said, it's a mobile game developed by Purple Crystal. Qin Zhe, there was no game that could not be copied. If there was, then he would buy it. Sister Ziwei's impassioned voice rang in his ears. Sister Ziwei had finally taken that step. Let me download it and take a look, Qin Zhe said. It was hard to believe. How long had it been? Wasn't making a game a waste of time? With a few clicks, 10 to 20 minutes would be over. Those who said they took more than half an hour were inexperienced. Because that was the ability of the Teddy Kidney Pregnant Me. Even if it was plagiarism, it would not be so fast. The only possibility was that Sister Ziwei had been planning this for a long time. That day she was just reminding him. After all, whatever path the company took in the future, she had to inform him, the founder, loudly. Qin Zhe thought to himself, damn, although I gave you purple crystal, Sister Ziwei, you can't let yourself go like this. Like Brother Ma, you will be criticized behind your back in the future. The company's network was fast. It downloaded in 10 seconds, registered, logged in. His sister pulled him to sit down and started the game excitedly. 2 people solo. The old rules were that the first to destroy 2 towers or die more than 3 times would be considered the loser. Qinzhe chose Zenyuanzi, a girl in a busted crab, Taoist robe. God knows why Zenyuanzi was a girl. The designer may have some misunderstandings about primitive characters. While playing, he looked at the details of the skills. His sister played a mage. She stepped on a lotus platform, Guanyin in white fluttering clothes. The skills were very gorgeous. Lotus flowers and willow branches flew together. Qinzhe persisted for 2 minutes and was exhausted to death by his sister. Qin Baobao pinched his thumb and middle finger and gave out the signature thick laughter of a green tea bitch. Your sister is still your sister. Your uncle is still your uncle. Qinzhe curled his lips. In the next game he was exhausted to death again, and then a tower was destroyed. Qinzhe died twice and lost a tower. Guanyin stepped on the lotus platform proudly. Suddenly, a girl jumped out from the grass diagonally. She simply used a set of combo moves and killed him instantly. Qin Baobao's eyes widened. Got it? Got it. Qin Baobao put away her pride and played seriously. But at this time she was no longer playing under the tower. She had to follow the army line to Qinzhe's second tower. Zenyuanzi burst out of the bushes again. Qin Baobao has learned his lesson this time. He has low HP and flashes away before he dies. Qinzhe followed her with displacement skills. He beat her all the way, killed her under the tower, flashed away and pushed the tower. Qin Baobao bit her lip and stared. Bastard, I pushed your tower and chased after your sister halfway. The result of the solo game was undoubtedly Qinzhe's victory. Qin Baobao's hand speed was good. She was better than other women, but she couldn't beat Qinzhe, who had a unique skill. The times are calling. Qinzhe patted his sister's shoulder and looked at her pouting expression. He said earnestly, your brother is still your brother, but he will occasionally become your father. Chapter 568. Then Daddy, do you dare to play a second round? Qin Baobao was unconvinced. Wow, this Daddy is so coquettish. Holy Paladin will definitely like it. Come on. Qinzhe said. The outcome was predictable. After familiarizing himself with the skill, Qinzhe finished off his sister as quickly as possible. I lost again. His sister knelt on the sofa, her body lying down softly with her butt sticking out. The dress wrapped around her round and perky butt, making it look like a full moon. Qinzhe thought of a picture he saw online for some reason. It was a girl's back view with an extremely perky butt that was no worse than his sister's. It was clear that there were still many awesome people in the world. There were endless beauties. There was a comment below, this is the most beautiful butt I've ever seen. Promise me don't use it to poop. It exploded instantly, outshining everyone else. If this was applied to Qinzhe himself, this is the longest, thickest and scariest weapon I've ever seen. Promise me don't use it to pee. With that thought, Qinzhe smiled happily. After finishing the game, Qinzhe sent a message to Wang Zijin, I've played the company's mobile game. Have they started making it long ago? A few minutes later, Wang Zijin replied, yes, they've been making guilty expression for 2 months. Sure enough, she's already started her horse learning plan behind my back. 2 months. Although Qinzhe didn't know much about online games and mobile games, he knew that making a mobile game in 2 months was as crazy as those authors who wrote 10,000 words a day. Considering that it was plagiarism, it was understandable. It was like writing a 3,000-word novel and typing a 3,000-word novel. Of course, the former was brainless and the latter was faster. What do you expect? Nothing, it's just practice. If it's good, I'll continue to operate it. If not, I'll cut it. I've played the game. It's quite fun and they put a lot of effort into making it. Hehe, because your sister killed 2 programmer apes to worship the heavens. Killing programmer apes was good. Programmer apes were the best offerings to worship the heavens. If there were programming apes in ancient times, there would be no need to worry about droughts and floods. They could guarantee a bountiful harvest every year. Back then he was determined to become a programmer, but unfortunately he was led into the finance department by his grandfather. How are things going? She asked without thinking, and Qinzhe knew what she was talking about. I just brought Yaya to the police station today. Alright, try to follow the procedure. Don't use your privileges and don't do anything unnecessary. Recently, things have been tense. Understood. That afternoon, Tianfang Entertainment's official Weibo released a statement. On the night of August 22nd, Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wude used their power and authority to force our company's reserve female artist, a minor, to have sex with her. Our company's president, Qinzhe, rushed to the hotel to take the female artist away after hearing the news. Our company once again announces that from today onwards, any artist who cooperates with Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda will forever be blacklisted by the company and all collaborations will be rejected. A few hundred words. Like a meteorite smashing into the already turbulent internet, it set off a huge wave. First, this Weibo post received widespread attention. The number of comments exceeded 10,000 in half an hour. Then it was reposted and became a trending topic on Weibo. Next to it was hashtag Qinzhe beating people hashtag. At night, all the major internet media platforms and mobile apps released articles and videos about this incident to gain popularity. This statement revealed two pieces of information. First, it indirectly explained the reason why Qinzhe beat people up. Second, Tianfang Entertainment wanted to ban Sun Wuda and Zhao Yuqian. When the netizens saw this statement, they were all stunned. There was actually such an inside story behind the Qinzhe beating people up. They were all waiting for the follow-up of the incident. Unexpectedly, they received another piece of shocking news. All crows are black. The director and screenwriter are dogs. These two used to have unspoken rules with female celebrities. They have a criminal record. Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda are scumbags. They won't even let an underage girl off. *CK, so that's what happened. Beat them up well. Support Qinzhe. It's best if they are beaten to death. Qinzhe is really a clear stream in the entertainment industry. The public opinion quickly changed. The people who criticized Qinzhe for being young and frivolous and beating people up disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by cheers, angry voices, and angry voices. There were also people who expressed their doubts. They said that without evidence, they couldn't believe it easily. After all, the entertainment industry was famous for its public relations. It was common for people to distort black and white. No one suspects that Tianfang's public relations is behind this? That makes sense. It's also possible that Qinzhe is trying to clear his own name. Remember how Little Elk washed her hair some time ago? Inexplicably, the blame was placed on Little Elk's best friend. The two of them kept quiet and kept a low profile, perfectly removing themselves from the storm. Most people just wanted to watch the show. Everyone only pursued the more exciting news, but very few people thought about the whole story. If you look at the whole story from the beginning, it's terrifying. Their public relations ability is too strong. In the office, Yi Lu and Chen Shishir sat on the same sofa, scrolling through Weibo while eating desserts. High-calorie desserts. You should gain weight, Qinzhe said. It was all for the role in True Pornography. Yi Lu had a sharp oval face. She would be beautiful and fashionable in modern clothes, making people's eyes light up. However, she couldn't really pull off ancient costumes. Hence, she had to make her face rounder so that the audience wouldn't miss the show too much. Chen Shishir and Yi Lu were just acquaintances. They met when they were filming a variety show in Hangzhou. Ever since they were poached to join Tianfang, their relationship improved rapidly. They had the intention of hugging each other. The two talked about cosmetics and fashion. They went to the beauty salon and talked about Qinzhe. Weibo, look at Weibo. Chen Shishir screamed. What Weibo? Yi Lu asked and picked up her phone. Our company's official Weibo. Chen Shishir was excited. Yi Lu opened Weibo and checked the official Weibo. Her mouth opened slightly and her beautiful eyes widened. So that's why he hit someone. Yi Lu thought. Co Qin is so domineering. He's going to ban Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda. Chen Shishir sighed and then frowned. These two are so disgusting. They won't even let an underage girl go. Because of this, the entire production process was stopped. While the two of them were studying the script, they were also worried about whether they could successfully start filming. If they started filming, would they be able to film well? Because of this, they even complained about Qinzhe. After all, he was the one who hit people. No one said what happened. Most of Tianfang's artists and employees only found out about the cause and effect of this when the company's official Weibo released the statement. Only he has such confidence and dominance. When he banned Zhao Yuqian, he rejected almost all of Star Art's artists. At the same time, it also ruined our chances of working with Star Art. Yi Lu said. But it gives you a sense of security, right? Chen Shishir said. Yi Lu nodded silently. Female artists like them felt especially safe when their boss was such a man. Because of the hidden rules in the entertainment industry, even if they could avoid it, they would be tired of dealing with it. When Qinzhe publicly expressed his attitude and set an example, would the other executives and directors still dare to openly violate the hidden rules? Unless they didn't want to continue working in Tianfang. But I'm also very disappointed. Chen Shishir smiled evilly. Such a handsome boss. If he doesn't want to sleep with me, I want to sleep with him. Yilu added, and talent. The two of them smiled at each other. It was like a man talking about a beautiful woman. She had big breasts and a perky butt. Then they smiled at each other. In the afternoon in the villa, Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda were drinking. Sun Wuda put down his phone. The netizens' comments just now made him very angry. What made him even angrier was that Qin Zhe rejected the idea of compensating them privately. He's really fearless. The public opinion online is so big. Even if he has connections, can he remove himself from it? Yes, we're using the hidden rules. But is that illegal? Which law says that we can't use the hidden rules? Sun Wuda drank a mouthful of wine. Ban us. Zhao Yuqian sneered. Qin Zhe is really arrogant. Who does he think he is? Guangming Bureau? Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda were from Star Art, but Tianfang Entertainment still wanted to ban them. How overbearing was that? Star Art celebrities definitely wouldn't refuse to work with them, which meant that Tianfang and Star Art were going to turn against each other. The injury report isn't out yet? Zhao Yuqian asked. Sun Wuda, it'll be out tomorrow. There was something that he didn't say. In this day and age, everyone knew a little about the law. Even if they didn't know, they would still check it. Whether it was enough with minor injuries or not, they knew in their hearts. They weren't as confident as before. The doorbell rang. Zhao Yuqian's wife walked past the study and the living room to open the door. There was a delivery man at the door. Zhao Yuqian, please sign for it. Zhao Yuqian's wife signed for it and closed the door. He entered the study and threw the list on the table. It's yours. Zhao Yuqian ignored his wife. He took the list and opened it. 2 days ago he was beaten up. His wife looked distressed and angry, because she didn't know why he was beaten up. Today, after Tianfang Entertainment's official Weibo released a statement, his wife exploded. Of course she couldn't do anything. What could a woman who was a full-time housewife do? He bought the house, earned the money and raised the children. What could she do? Opening the list and taking a look, Zhao Yuqian's expression gradually froze. He looked at Sun Wuda, who was drinking leisurely, and said bitterly, the police station has issued a summons. What? Zhao Yuqian gritted his teeth. The police station has issued a summons. We have to go again. Why? Attempted rape. Chapter 569. On the second day after Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda gave their statements at the police station, there was news on the internet that they had been summoned to the police station for investigation. They were suspected of rape. It was obvious how powerful the paparazzi were. Not only them, but also Qin Zhe and his sister's house were surrounded by paparazzi 24 hours a day. 2 vans were parked outside the community. One was empty and the other had 5 people in it. Only the driver was still staring at the gate of the community. The 4 of them were playing cards and the seats were scattered with Grandpa Mao notes. King Bomb. If you win, pay. Laughter and curses were heard. The winner gave cigarettes to the loser and then shuffled the cards. Damn it, we've been here for 2 days and we didn't get any news. A guy with a cigarette in his mouth took a deep breath and cursed. If you want to dig out valuable news from the siblings, you have to be patient. The guy who shuffled the cards said, Old Chi and I have been here for 3 months. We get a guaranteed salary every month and nothing. Right, Old Chi? Old Chi in the driver's seat nodded. Yes, they are different from other celebrities. Then we came here for nothing? Look at Zhao Yuqian's colleagues. The news they dug out today is enough for them to eat for a few months. The other 3 looked like they had bad luck. The paparazzi in the car didn't come from the same studio. They gathered together because they were too free these 2 days. Brother, you've been here for 2 days. You've been digging for information about Qin Zhe and Qin Bao, right? Brother, you're the same. Hey colleagues, let's talk? Just like that, they gathered together. The other 3 new paparazzi asked the 2 seniors, is there really no useful information? No. The guy who won the cards, whose surname was Zhu, sighed. Have you seen the news about their private affairs in the past few months? Although they often dominate the headlines and trending searches, it's always a quarrel. That's true. I heard that Wang Feng cried tears of jealousy every time he saw their headlines. We've come for nothing. I'll tell the boss later that we should just leave. Old Chi, who was in the driver's seat, retracted his gaze, took out a cigarette and lit it. He said faintly, we also want to withdraw but the boss won't let us. He said that if we continue to squat, we will definitely gain something. The other 3 were interested. What do you mean? They knew who the boss of the other party was. He was very powerful. It was said that he was the one who exposed the hairstyling incident. With his excellent professional skills, he had dug out a lot of hot news. Among Zhao Baoyu, 2 of them were his masterpieces. The boss said that no one is absolutely perfect. Everyone has secrets. This is the creed of our line of work. Even if you don't see it, it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Even if it doesn't exist now, it doesn't mean it won't exist in the future. Everyone fell into deep thought. That's a matter for the future. Shall we come again in the future? Tisk, if you don't squat now, you will have nothing to do with me in the future. That makes sense. Everyone was talking at once. Let me tell you, in the near future there will definitely be hot news. The man with the cigarette said, how old is Qin Bao Bao now? 26 years old. In the entertainment industry, this age is still very young and immature. But for a woman, it's time for her to fall in love. If we continue to squat, we will definitely be able to get some hot news about Qin Bao Bao and her mysterious boyfriend. What if she doesn't find one? Someone asked. She's not Guanyin Bodhisattva. Is she pure of heart and few desires? The cards are shuffled. Let's continue. If Qin Zhe knew that there were so many paparazzi eyeing them covetously, his knees would probably go weak. He would not even dare to flirt with his sister outside. So far he and his sister had been acting quite well. Although Ying often hugged his arm, this kind of intimate action showed that the relationship between the siblings was very good. Hugging his arm was much more open than holding hands. Things like holding hands could not be done too often in the country. They could try it when they go to Turkey. Wasn't there a song that went like this? I want to take you to romantic Turkey. Then we can hold hands and act cool together. This afternoon Qin Zhe had 2 things to do. First, there was a reporter interview later. Second, he wanted to meet a well-known director in the industry to let him take over the production of True Yellow Legend. The public opinion that he, Zhao Yuqian, and Sun Wuda had triggered on the internet had almost come to an end. From being attacked by people and blindly followed by netizens to revealing the truth of the matter, he had deliberately arranged for people to wait outside Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda's house, as well as outside the police station to capture their backs as they entered the police station. It was actually an operation to manipulate public opinion. Public opinion really did not have the concept of justice and truth. It was very easy to be led by others. Fortunately, Qin Zhe had a good public relations department. Also, he represented justice and truth. Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda could not beat him. Now, the internet was full of people attacking the two. Some people said, hurry up and die. Go back to your mother's womb and do it again. Some people said, this kind of people pollute the entertainment industry. I hope the Bureau of Guangming will ban them. Some people said, Qin Zhe is doing great. I will always support him. Some people said, ha, netizens. Then Qin Zhe posted 2 injury reports on his Weibo. Zhao Yuqian and Sun Wuda's injury reports. Fortunately, it did not constitute a minor injury. In fact, even if it was a minor injury, he could use the operation of the king to settle it. However, this matter damaged the harmony of a harmonious society. Qin Zhe omitted all the indescribable things. I'm not sister man. I'll throw you into the Huangpu River all day long. Ah, stupid woman. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, a few reporters came to the company as promised. Qin Zhe summoned them to the big conference room. Qin Bao Bao's assistant personally served tea and left without saying anything. Qin Zhe also ignored her. He did not even know the name of this assistant. He did not know her surname. Her surname might be Xiang. President Qin, what is your attitude towards this unspoken rules incident? The reporter asked. My attitude is already very clear. Qin Zhe said righteously, unspoken rules are the most controversial topic in the entertainment industry. It is also the most criticized area. I think it's a very bad behavior. But if everyone does it, won't you appear to be a maverick? And I remember a female celebrity once said that unspoken rules are a trade where everyone takes what they need. The reporter was nitpicking. I can't change others, but I can change myself. At least in my company, in my territory, unspoken rules are not allowed. I can guarantee all artists here that all resources can be obtained with their own abilities, and not by selling their bodies. This is my personal attitude, and it will also be Tianfang Entertainment's attitude. We should create a healthier and more positive industry environment. Celebrities speak with their acting skills, directors speak with their works. In this aspect, Hollywood is better than us. The moon in foreign countries is rounder than in China. It's too extreme, but it makes sense. At present, the domestic market environment is getting worse and worse. While the industry is developing rapidly, it has also gone astray. Directors and investors are keen on hyping up IP, and entertainment companies are keen on selling false personas. They only care about the image of the artists and have no requirements for acting skills. The reporters kept asking questions, fighting to put the microphone next to Qin Zhe's mouth. Then the topic was brought up to Qin Bao Bao, who was ignored at the side. Bao Bao, can you talk about your feelings about A Chinese Odyssey to the West? Qin Bao Bao was at a loss for a moment. She attended this interview as a vase. I'm quite satisfied. Qin Bao Bao smiled politely. Those who have watched A Chinese Odyssey to the West should have been touched by your love. I have a question that I've always wanted to ask. You don't have a boyfriend yet, right? Is Qin Zhe your ideal partner? The reporters perked up. This topic was more interesting than resisting unspoken rules. Qin Zhe, Qin Bao Bao, the siblings looked at each other. Suddenly, there was a sense of panic as if he had received a fatal blow. Qin Zhe was shot in the knee. First of all, it should be the love between Xianxia and Joker. Then why did you ask this? Qin Bao Bao asked. Because we have watched A Chinese Odyssey to the West. We can all see that the look in your eyes when you look at Qin Zhe is not just acting. There is definitely true love in it. The reporter who asked the question said, that was the most amazing acting I have ever seen. It was not the scene of life and death, but the scene in the cave where you silently stared at him. The last time I was stunned was in If I Become Memories, when you cried in the room. He said, I always feel that your love scenes are very amazing. The reporters nodded. It seemed to be true. Qin Zhe thought to himself, amazing? Don't say it. Do you believe that I will throw you into the Huangpu River? Qin Bao Bao smiled and said, how to grasp the psychology of a character is the self-cultivation of an actor. Perhaps it is because I have acted in too few scenes and have only worked with Qin Zhe that you have the misconception that we are very amazing. Actually, that is not the case. The reporter immediately asked, then do you have any other works in the near future? The ones that are not with Qin Zhe? I heard that you are preparing for a TV series. Qin Bao Bao said, I'm not acting in it. The reporter said, is Qin Zhe also not acting in it? Qin Bao Bao looked at Qin Zhe helplessly. This person is so amazing. Kill him first in a team battle. Otherwise we will lose for sure. Qin Zhe added, I am not a celebrity and will not be active in the entertainment industry for long. But we are indeed preparing to start filming a TV series soon. This will be Tianfang's first attempt at creating a TV series. The reporter said, the script was also written by CEO Qin? Yes. The script for Journey to the West was also written by you. The same goes for the TV series. We are looking forward to the day when you become a director and act in it yourself. Qin Zhe chuckled. It's actually quite easy for me to do that. Ding Divinity Show 1515. Within 3 months you have to direct and act in a movie. If you succeed you will be rewarded 5,000 points. If you fail you will be deducted the same amount, the system's voice said. Damn salted fish, I finally got my chance, the system said happily. The smile on Qin Zhe's face disappeared. CEO Qin, do you mean that you intend to direct and act in Tianfang's next movie? The reporter's eyes lit up and he stood up. Qin Zhe looked at his sister silently. That's right, this person is too amazing. Let's get rid of him first. CEO Qin? Don't say anything, Qin Zhe said angrily. Sit down and let the comrade behind you say something. Chapter 570. After the interview, Qin Zhe, who was mentally and physically exhausted, asked his sister to send them off. According to the usual practice, everyone was given a red packet. Actually, it was fine even if they didn't give out red packets. This interview was recorded in video mode and every word and action was recorded in the video. But as for the unspoken rules, there was no choice. There were unspoken rules everywhere in the world and they couldn't be completely blocked. If the water was too clear there would be no fish. If a man was too cheap he would be invincible. For example Lu Shu. Qin Zhe knew that he was not as despicable as Lu Shu. Thus, he occasionally had to follow some unspoken rules that did not hurt him. Qin Bao Bao sent everyone to the door and returned to the office. She found her brother scratching his ears and cheeks like an irritable monkey. She thought that her brother was uneasy because of the question just now. She went forward to comfort him. No matter what the reporters say, we are open and above board. Don't bother. Qin Zhe couldn't help but glance at her, thinking about the meaning of his sister's words. What did she mean by open and above board? Whether we are open and above board, doesn't his sister know? Forget it, I can't be bothered. Qin Zhe wasn't worried about the interview with Mao Zedong. He was worried about the system's mission. Mission details. No cheating, no letting others write the script. Please use your own talent to self-direct and self-act in a movie that doesn't belong to If I Become Memories. Although compared to those real cheats, Xianxia's cheats were as insignificant as a small patch. But cheats were cheats after all. No cheating meant that he couldn't redeem the script in the points market. Not letting others write the script meant that he couldn't adapt the popular IP like, If I Become Memories. I don't have the ability to complete a script on my own. I don't have the experience of being a director. I'm just a funny salted fish struggling under my sister's crotch. Xianxia was a little flustered. He had the panic of being beaten back to his original state after getting rid of the system. He felt that the system must want to get rid of him and then happily change the host. What a rebellious system. You can do it, the system said in his mind. You are no longer the salted fish you used to be. Even if you lose me, your physical fitness, your knowledge, your experience, your intelligence, and your range of knowledge are far beyond that of a normal human. In fact, you've long become a Superman in another sense, but you subconsciously feel that you're still a salted fish. You can't do anything, you're just one of the millions of mediocre mortals. So, host, whether or not you can get rid of the title of salted fish depends on this mission. Xianxia, I don't want to get rid of the title of a salted fish. I want to get rid of the title of a fast shooter. Do you have any ideas? The system was silent for 3 seconds. Let's continue talking about salted fish. Xianxia said unhappily, I say, can you not always give me these messy missions? At least give me a series of missions. This makes it hard for me to perform. The system said helplessly, the divinity show is a series of missions. You spent an entire year to complete the first series of missions. In other words, you spent an entire year in the novice village with the village chief who gave out the beginner missions. Your rhetorical skills are problematic. Your language was taught by your physical education teacher, wasn't it? The system said, don't change the topic. At the end of the day, it's because you don't have any dreams. If you want to destroy the entertainment industry or destroy Big Ma and Little Ma, you won't need to perform anymore. Xianxia said, then I'll choose to perform. The system said, has salted fish. Xianxia said, you're the salted fish. I had a dream in the past too. My dream was to be a D-cup, but now, the system said, I don't have OCD, but please finish your sentence. Otherwise you'll look like an idiot. Xianxia sighed, but now I'm still in airport runway and my sister has become a D-cup. The system said, so your dream is to get her? Xianxia was speechless. Breast-grabbing dragon claw, I'll use both my hands to fulfill your dream. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the well-known director in the industry arrived as promised. The director's surname was Zhen, and his name was Zhen Deshuang. This fame was like a joke. His parents were really careless. Xianxia met him alone in the meeting room. Chairman Qin, the reason why I'm here is because of the script. Director Zhen went straight to the point. It sounded arrogant, but he was actually flattering Xianxia without leaving a trace. For example, there was a video online where my future father-in-law said that my daughter was unruly and willful, and that she was bad. Then the male lead slapped him and said angrily, don't talk bad about my wife. Not only was the father-in-law not angry, he actually admired him. That was what it meant. Of course, this was just a video, so don't imitate it. Otherwise the single dogs would be overjoyed. The only regret is that I can't choose the roles myself. Director Zhen said. The female lead and some important supporting roles will remain unchanged. As for the other roles, Director Zhen can decide on your own. Xianxia smiled. Zhen Deshuang was asking for benefits. The director, investors, scriptwriters, and other big shots could decide on the roles. This was a huge power, and because of this they could sleep with celebrities. Of course, the benefits were definitely not limited to sleeping with celebrities. This kind of cultured director liked to sleep with women the most. Since ancient times, those who called themselves cultured were all dumas. In ancient times, if you didn't go to a brothel, you would be embarrassed to call yourself a scholar. Reciting poems in a brothel and discussing the world's major events was carefree. But now, brothels were illegal, so the backbones of all scholars were broken. Lamentable, lamentable. In modern times, a literary big shot once said that his greatest wish in life was to sleep with a few women. If one wasn't a loss, 2 would be a gain, and more than 3 would not be a waste of his life. That was the general meaning, so there shouldn't be any misinterpretation. Salted fish say, since the big shot said so, why are they calling me a scumbag? Currently, the main lead and important supporting roles have been finalized. You want to use some unimportant supporting roles to sleep with them? Only a fool would agree to sleep with you. Zhen Deshuang understood and smiled, not mentioning the matter again. Chairman Qin, when do you think is the best time to start filming? The sooner the better. After that, the two discussed some details and were satisfied with each other. Xianxia asked the female assistant, who seemed to have the surname Xiang, to bring the contract in and sign it on the spot. Xianxia turned back and continued to think about his mission. To finish a movie in 3 months, he definitely couldn't choose something as coquettish as Xianxia or mythology. He also couldn't choose some brain-burning mystery or mystery script. Ignoring the box office, if he wanted a good reputation, it seemed that only romantic or literary films were the best choices. But he and his sister already had a youthful pain movie, and it was in this genre. First of all, the audience would be tired of it. Moreover, Xianxia himself wasn't cut out for this kind of script. Actually, there was a genre that would be very popular and would definitely have a good reputation. For example, Tokyo Hot. For example, a bento. It would definitely have a good reputation. Xianxia returned to the office and asked his sister, who was sitting behind the desk and reading documents, "Bao Bao, what kind of movie do you think has a good reputation?" Qin Bao Bao's delicate body trembled and she inexplicably blushed. "Crazy Bao Bao is for you to say that?" "Lunatic, crazy." It was as if a bolt of lightning had split open his mind, bringing with it a tidal wave of inspiration. Generally speaking, for a movie that had a good reputation and a movie that didn't make a hit, the more unpopular the better. Romantic, hipster, hot-blooded, paranoid, crazy. A movie with these elements, if it could be made with the essence, would have a good reputation. Xianxia had seen a movie before. The entire movie was shot in one room. It was a heart-to-heart talk between a female technician and a male drifter. It was a very artistic and cold film. The box office wasn't high, but the movie had a good reputation and won an award in the end. Xianxia felt that he could make a movie with a crazy theme. There were many such movies in the country. Some were flops, some did well at the box office, but they belonged to the unpopular series. The key was that as long as you made it crazy, paranoid, and capture the essence, it would be easy to get a good reputation. "Bao Bao, let's make a movie?" Her delicate body trembled and she was angry. "Bao Bao, who are you to say that? I'll hit you if you say it again." "Sister, let's make a movie." "What movie? I've thought of the theme but not the script. Give me half a month." "Oh." His sister responded and continued to look at the documents. He remembered that when he called her sister last year, she would shiver and have her hair stand on end. Now she was calm. If he called her Bao Bao a few more times in the future, she would probably get used to it. Indeed, when it came to going offline, one just had to get used to it. Xianxia couldn't help but think of Wang Zijin. That sister's offline was a little difficult to break through. His greatest achievement so far was to rub shoulders with little Fatty in between. If it wasn't for little Fatty, his little brother wouldn't just rub shoulders with her, but would fight on the spot. For the whole day, Xianxia didn't do anything. He hugged his sister's laptop and watched a movie with a crazy theme. He came to a conclusion that the only way to make a movie with this theme was to have schizophrenia. At night, Xianxia's interview was quickly uploaded to various major media platforms. "My attitude is already very clear. Unspoken rules are the most controversial topic in the entertainment industry, and it's also the most criticized part. I think this is a very bad behavior. I can't change others, but I can change myself. At least in my company, my territory, I don't allow unspoken rules to appear." The bullet screen slid past. Netizens praised Xianxia for being a clear stream in the entertainment industry. These days, everyone knew about the unspoken rules in the entertainment industry, but no star or director had discussed it in depth. Because it was inconvenient to say if you scolded, your peers would be unhappy. Moreover, how many of them could be untainted? If you didn't scold, the audience would question you and criticize you. Most of the time, you chose to avoid talking about it. Xianxia was probably the first to stand up and criticize this behavior in recent years. He wasn't putting on a show. He was really disgusted. Because of his sister, he changed his way of doing things in the beginning so that he could protect his sister from the unspoken rules. In the second half of the video, during the segment where the reporter asked Qin Bao Bao questions, the bullet screen was obviously several times more popular. Netizens joked that this was a series where lovers finally became siblings. To be honest, Xianxia and Qin Bao Bao are quite compatible if you don't consider their sibling status. Let me tell you a secret. Qin Bao Bao has a brother complex. The crazy brother flaunting has already exposed her brother complex. I'm always envious of them. They have such a good relationship. They are the model siblings in the entertainment industry. This reporter is crazy. He's always looking for trouble. Look at Xianxia's embarrassed face. I don't think he's looking for trouble. I know what the reporter is talking about. After watching Journey to the West, I really felt that there was no problem with them being a couple. There was no sense of disharmony at all. That gaze is so classic. It's definitely true love. The person who said it was probably just joking, but the person who watched it was a little flustered, probably because of a guilty conscience. At midnight the air conditioner blew cold air. In the room, under Qin Bao Bao's recommendation, Wang Zijin pulled Qin Zhe to watch the video together. Salted Fish Zhe said angrily, "Isn't there a real name system on the internet? I'm going to sue them for slander. My girlfriend is obviously Sister Ziwei." Sister Ziwei. Wang Zijin exited the video software expressionlessly, locked the screen and crawled under the quilt. "Sleep." Salted Fish Zhe, "Then can I sleep here? Aren't you afraid that your sister will check the room? What's there to be afraid of? Slap her to death." Omen. Then there was a muffled sound under the quilt. Qin Zhe crawled under the quilt and hugged her slender waist from behind. The summer quilt was very thin, and his abdomen felt her firm and perky little butt. "Can I rub against you?" Get lost. Chapter 571. One city. This was a city full of controversies. The city's infrastructure could only be considered third tier. It was not even as good as some small counties, but it had produced many rich people. Since the reform and opening up, this city, which had always been mediocre in history, rose and became the pioneer of China's private economy and the front line of reform and opening up. The rich people who left one city had a strange phenomenon. They did not seem to be interested in returning to the city where they grew up. Other than returning to the city during festivals, they spent most of their time outside. They bought houses outside, started companies outside, and developed their businesses outside. The people of one city had a special characteristic. When they became rich, they liked to bring their relatives to make money together. They were very united. In other places, when you brought your relatives to make money, it was rare for them to part on good terms. It was common for them to set up their own businesses. It was good enough that they did not poach you. Black Crystal Building. On the top floor, in an office that was nearly 100 square meters, Su Guang stood by the floor-to-ceiling window with a glass of wine in his hand, overlooking the prosperous central business district. On the leather sofa behind him, Su Yao flipped through a magazine. There was a glass of Yamazaki water cut in his hand. Yamazaki water cut. Ace taught me how to drink it. It's not bad. Su Guang raised his glass. The ice ball in the glass reflected a diamond-like light. Try it. When Su Yao heard this, he immediately took a small sip from his cup. He was not used to drinking this. The wine was brought by Su Guang. This morning, he suddenly visited, and Su Yao pushed away a few meetings to accompany him. He did not feel that it was a pity. Money was endless, but the number of old friends was limited. In this world, like old wine, the only things that could change over time were old friends. Back then we were poor boys with nothing. Now I still have nothing, but you are worth tens of billions. Su Guang sighed. We grew up in the same village. You only scored a few points more than me. Su Yao corrected him. It's not just a few points more. You barely passed and I got full marks every time. This is the difference between a top student and a bottom student. Su Guang rolled his eyes. Did the bottom student eat your food? Su Yao sneered. The bottom student took my money. A few million. Su Guang chuckled. We are brothers. We've been friends for decades. Besides, you used to be a man who wanted to be my brother-in-law. Su Yao frowned. Does your brother-in-law agree with what you said? Su Guang was speechless. If my brother-in-law heard this, he would probably give me a big slap. And because I owed him too many favors, I didn't dare to fight back, just like when I was young. I was too cowardly when I was young and felt that I couldn't beat Qin Jianzhang. There was a reason why Su Guang didn't like the old man. The man behind him had been secretly in love with his sister since they were young, and Su Guang had grown up with him. Naturally, Su Guang would side with him. It was just that this guy was too cowardly. He had always buried that love in his heart and treasured it like a treasure. But was there any value in not saying it out loud? Later on, Su Guang met Qin Jianzhang, the man who was filled with the aura of a scholar and a little ruffian. Only then did he know that this was his sister's taste. It was over. Su Yao had no chance at all. On the day of his sister's wedding, Su Yao came to attend her wedding. At that time he was still a loser and had nothing. He watched his sister, whom he had liked for many years, and another man walk into the wedding hall expressionlessly without saying a word. After the wedding he dragged Su Guang out to drink. As he drank he started crying like a fool. Su Guang said, "Why bother? My sister is 6 years older than you. You don't match at all. Did you develop this sister complex habit from Sister Ru, who you depend on for survival?" He was beaten up. Then the two men cried together like fools. "Why are you looking for me this time? You can forget about borrowing money. I won't lend you money in the future." Su Yao said, "There is something I need your help with." Ace gave me a task. He probably wants to use this as an excuse to punish me. Su Guang explained the task that Qin Zhe gave him in detail. He said helplessly, "You know that although I have been out for so many years and have a lot of bad friends, there aren't many brothers who can really help me. Then reject it. Find a job and take on the responsibilities that a man should take." Su Yao said, "Don't. It wasn't easy for me to get back on my feet. Can you bear to see me continue to fall? You have a lot of connections and have a lot of connections. You can definitely help me." Su Guang said bitterly, "You don't know. After that kid became a big boss, he became very arrogant. He doesn't care about me anymore. A few days ago he called me and scolded me, saying that I'm useless." "You're really useless. How much can you eat? You're already 40 years old. You should be satisfied." Su Yao said helplessly, "Can't you just work in peace?" Su Guang took a sip of wine, smacked his lips and said proudly, "It's impossible for me to work. It's impossible in this lifetime. I don't know how to write or be a boss. I can only follow A's and maintain a decent life." Su Yao was speechless. "Whatever, as long as you're happy. I'll keep an eye on this for you. I'll give you an answer in a week." Su Yao took small sips of wine. The morning sun shone in through the floor-to-ceiling windows. His back was straight and his hair was already slightly gray. A man in his early 40s was at the peak of a man's charm and career. Even if his body was declining, he shouldn't have gray hair so early. It was obvious just by looking at Su Guang. With his thick black hair and handsome appearance, when he went upstairs just now, the female employees kept looking back. Su Guang was overjoyed. "We're brothers in this lifetime. Is this how it should be?" Su Yao said in a low voice, "I want to meet him." Su Guang's smile gradually disappeared. Su Yao said, "It's just a meeting." Su Guang's smile gradually became ferocious. Su Yao said, "Really?" Su Guang sighed. What? You're still as stubborn as before. Don't disturb their peaceful life. Sister and brother-in-law respect each other and love each other. Ace and Bao Bao have a good relationship. Their family is harmonious. What does it have to do with you? But since you asked, I'll agree. Who knows, I might even meet Ace's girlfriend. I'm not sure if she counts as a girlfriend. Su Guang sighed. This guy isn't loyal enough when it comes to relationships. He's not like me or you. He paused for a moment and didn't continue. Although Su Guang was good-looking, he wasn't a womanizer. Otherwise, with his looks, the number of rich women who would throw themselves at him would be uncountable. He could rely on his looks to make a living, but he chose to rely on his strength. In the end, he failed for more than 10 years. When God opened a window for you, he would also close the door. It made sense. Knock, knock, knock. There were a few knocks on the door. Su Guang and Su Yao both fell silent. After a few seconds, Su Yao said, "Come in." It was a 17 or 18-year-old girl who pushed the door open. She was dressed fashionably with curly hair and no makeup. "Dad, Uncle Su Guang." The girl greeted them and sat down on the sofa. She hugged Su Yao's arm and asked, "When will my acceptance letter come?" Su Yao said lightly, "Probably in a few days." The girl didn't ask any more questions. She let go of her father's arm and played with Su Guang. TSK. My niece has grown up. Not bad, not bad." Su Guang laughed. "Have you become prettier? You look 60% like your dad." "How am I pretty?" The two guys who were a few rounds apart in age were fooling around without restraint. The girl's name was Su Yanyan, Su Yao's eldest daughter. She had graduated from high school and was going to college in September. Su Yanyan's grades were not bad, but they were still far from Fudan University. However, this girl was determined to go to Fudan University in Shanghai. She didn't dare to argue with Su Yao, so she went to her mother. In the evil capitalist society, the cutoff points and whatnot were just floating clouds. Su Yao had no choice but to ask his connections to get her an acceptance letter. There was nothing in this world that money couldn't solve. If there was, then it was not enough. After that, Su Yao asked his daughter why she wanted to go to Fudan University. "If I go to college in Shanghai, I can meet Qin Zhe. I can take a picture with him and get his autograph." Su Yanyan replied. Su Yao was in a bad mood. "Yanyan, I didn't bring much money with me. I came to one city on my own. My boss didn't reimburse me. How about you lend me a few thousand?" Su Guang said shamelessly. I don't even have my pocket money for this month. I'm not lending it to you. I know you have some money. Be good, just a few thousand. I'll help you get Qin Zhe's autograph." Su Yanyan giggled. "You're bluffing. If you can get Qin Zhe's autograph, I can lend you 100,000. I'm not lying. If you lend me 100,000, I'll let Qin Zhe go on a date with you." Really? Can I really go on a date with him? Then I'll give you all my money. Su Yanyan smiled. She and this father of hers liked each other very much. Perhaps it was because he didn't have the dignity of an elder. Every time they met, he would smile and even bring her gifts. Su Guang didn't learn much, but he had a lot of tricks up his sleeves. Every time he was rejected by Su Yao, he would go to his house and ask for money. Ahem. Su Yao coughed twice. He thought helplessly that Su Guang didn't know how to act like an elder. He was too casual about his life and work. He lacked rigor and wolf nature. That was why he was such a failure in this life. For example, when the economy was in recession, he advised Su Guang to withdraw his funds first and wait for the market. In the end, this guy didn't listen and lost everything. Reading was too important. Reading wasn't about books. It was about knowledge and thinking. Thinking determined the way out. Su Yanyan transferred $10,000 to Su Guang and waited for him to bring back Qin Zai's autograph. Actually, she didn't expect him to really get the autograph. It wasn't like people from Shanghai could definitely meet Qin Zai, let alone get an autograph. But she just liked this handsome uncle. After Su Yanyan left, Su Guang held his phone and smiled happily. I'll transfer this $10,000 to my daughter as her pocket money, he said. Do you have any shame? I'm taking all the money. I'm making a legitimate deal. I'll give her a stack of Aza's autographed photos. Su Guang sighed. In the blink of an eye, Yanyan is also going to college. How's your little brat's academic performance? Is there any hope of getting into college? Su Yao answered bluntly, there's hope for a diploma mill. Su Guang gloated. Hey, these two kids of yours aren't smart at all. It's not like you. Although my Yaya isn't as smart as her cousin, I never have to worry about her studies. The same goes for her brother. Although I lost to you, my daughter and son are smart. Ah. Su Yao glanced at him and sneered. Did you really win? Su Guang was stunned. He shook his head and laughed. Not as good as him. Chapter 572. Qin Zai had been in a state of madness for the past few days. He wrote the script until late at night and then pushed it all back to the beginning. He racked his brains to come up with the plot and highlight the distinctive parts of the script. Difficult. Super difficult. The system did not leave him much time. He could not be like other screenwriters, spending months or even years to come up with a script. Cross it out. If screenwriters put in so much effort, there would not be so many bad movies in the country. Although he was a science student, he was good at writing essays. After all, he was a big shot who won an award in junior high. He was the pen man, who enjoyed the envy and admiration of the girls in his class. But writing essays and writing scripts were two completely different things. Previously, he did not find it difficult to modify the scripts of Journey to the West and Legend of the True Yellow. Instead, he was complacent because he found the logical loopholes in the scripts. It was not difficult at all. It was just that. When he started to write a script from scratch, he realized that it was a very difficult and brain-burning task. His current situation was like the difference between traditional writers and web writers. Traditional writers could spend a few years writing slowly. They had enough time to settle down and deliberate. Web writers, on the other hand, had to write 2 chapters a day. They had to write until they ran out of ideas, until their kidneys were weak. They had to write every day without hesitation. Then the readers would say, "Boring, I give up." Damn it. The best way is to experience the feeling of schizophrenia. The system gave him an idea. It's not that. I can't write the script now. Qin Zai was troubled. I know nothing about schizophrenia. That's right. Even if you're good at acting, you don't know how to act. The system said. So, can I withdraw the mission? You're thinking too much. Schizophrenia patient, schizophrenia patient. Qin Zai murmured a few times and walked to the mirror in the wardrobe. He looked at his tall and handsome face in the mirror. He saw a big handsome on his face. How could he be a Prince Charming if he was not handsome? Stop joking. He kept thinking, what was a schizophrenia patient like? Crazy? Extreme? 2 selves? He closed his eyes and opened them a few seconds later. Miss, from the first time I saw you, I knew that you were the other half of my life. At this time, Qin Zai's eyes were deep and meaningful. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and his expression was focused and affectionate. Buddha said that the 500 times we looked back in our previous lives, we only passed by each other once. I believe that we must have an inseparable fate in our previous lives. In the next moment, Qin Zai's affectionate and focused expression collapsed. His meaningful and deep eyes turned ferocious. Haha, Xiaobai. Qi, it's your blessing that I have taken a fancy to you. Be obedient and wait for me to F*CK you in the future. Buddha said that if you look back 500 times in the previous life in exchange for passing by in this life, in our current situation, we must have *ket each other until the end of time. Wah! Scream all you want, even if you scream yourself hoarse, no one will come to save you. No one can escape from the Hei's king's crotch. Wild laughter echoed in the room. At this moment he saw a figure at the door from the corner of his eye. Ah! Burp. Qin Zai's laughter suddenly disappeared, as if someone had grabbed his throat and choked him. He turned his head stiffly. It was Sister Ziwei. Standing at the door was Sister Ziwei. Damn, why is she standing at my door in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? I didn't close the door? Wang Zijin stared at him blankly. Her expression was strange and complicated. Shock, astonishment, disbelief and sluggishness. Translated into one sentence. I didn't expect you to be such a dog. I didn't disturb you, did I? Wang Zijin hugged the pillow in her arms tightly and said timidly, I'm just passing by. I'll go back to sleep first. Sister Ziwei turned around and fled as if her butt was on fire. It was so embarrassing. Qin Zai reached out his hand and made a gesture to ask her to stay, but in the end he was too embarrassed to say anything. In the room there was a dead silence. It's so embarrassing, I'm just acting. I'm just trying to experience being a schizophrenia patient. However, it was precisely because he was proficient in it that he could imagine how terrifying his face had been when it had crumbled just now. Would it leave some sort of psychological trauma on Sister Xian? This was even more embarrassing than being caught by his girlfriend playing with poop and licking his nose in private. 2nd Battalion Commander, where's your Italian cannon? Shoot me. I don't have the face to see anyone. How should I say this? Although your acting was a bit exaggerated, you did manage to grasp the madness of schizophrenia patients. The system comforted him. Qin Zai. Wang Zijin slipped back to her room, covered her head and fell asleep. She told herself that it was an illusion, that what she saw just now was an illusion. However, the image of Qin Zai's ferocious and deranged face lingered in her mind. Is he really ace like that? Is he that scary? This feeling was like having a virtuous and cute girlfriend, only to find out that she was actually a crazy woman. No matter how she thought about it, she couldn't feel at ease. So she slipped out of her room again and opened the door to Qin Baobao's room. The three of them never locked the door at home. It was especially convenient for a night attack. At 11 o'clock at night, Qin Baobao was already asleep. She was covered with a thin blanket, with her back facing the door. One could vaguely see the beautiful curves of her body. Wang Zijin closed the door, turned on the lights, lifted the blanket and got into bed. She shook Qin Baobao awake. What's up? I was sleeping soundly. Qin Baobao opened her eyes in a daze and mumbled unhappily. There's something that I don't know if I should say. Wang Zijin hesitated. Don't say what you shouldn't say. Sleep. Qin Baobao pulled the blanket over her head and nudged her butt. But I don't feel confident if I don't say it. Wang Zijin said mysteriously, it has something to do with A's. Qin Baobao poked her head out of the blanket. Her messy hair covered half of her face. On the other half, a pair of bright eyes could be seen. She asked, what's wrong? Wang Zijin said carefully, I just saw him in the room. Qin Baobao was invigorated. She chuckled and said, he was having sex in the room? Brother is a 24-year-old man and has never had a girlfriend. He must be thirsty. Wang Zijin knocked her lightly on the head and said unhappily, it's much scarier than that. Just now, when I passed by his door, I saw him standing in front of the mirror. His expression was horrifying and the words he said were unbearable. Then he started laughing. In short, he looked like he was crazy. Of course, she would not say that she was hugging a pillow and preparing to sleep with her brother. Recently they had been sleeping together every day. Either Qin Zai or Wang Zijin would crawl over in the middle of the night. In any case, Qin Baobao was in good health and did not usually wake up at night. In the morning she would wake up late so their little actions would not be exposed. Wang Zijin was afraid of being *ked, but she also wanted to be intimate with her boyfriend. Sometimes she would even take the initiative. Oh. Qin Baobao pulled the blanket over her head. Wang Zijin was speechless. Oh. Wang Zijin pulled the blanket down and pinched her daughter's face. Is your brother crazy? Why are you so calm? Qin Baobao rolled her eyes and said, he must be acting. What do you mean? Wang Zijin asked. He said that he wants to film an unpopular but well-received movie. The theme is about mental patients. Didn't you notice that he has been daydreaming recently? He is thinking about the script. Don't make a fuss. Sleep, sleep. It's not good for a woman's skin to stay up late. I don't have a boyfriend yet. I need to take good care of myself. She pulled the blanket over her head again. Is that so? Wang Zijin was enlightened. She heaved a sigh of relief. There is nothing wrong with my boyfriend. Are you going to sleep? If not, go back to your room. If you want to sleep, turn off the lights. Qin Baobao pushed her best friend's belly. Go to sleep. I haven't slept with you in a long time. You must be missing me. Wang Zijin chuckled. Pa. The lights were turned off. Wang Zijin quickly crawled under the blanket and hugged Qin Baobao from behind. She said fiercely, Little girl, who are you showing off your big breasts to? I will help you rub them and see if they are fake goods. Qin Baobao shrieked, It hurts. Don't pinch. Who are you showing off to with such a big butt? Oh, it feels good to touch. Wang Zijin stopped fooling around. I want to sleep. Why are you so naughty today? Rub against me. Rub against me before you sleep. Where did you learn such dirty words? Your brother. Chapter 573. At the end of August, Qin Zhe received a call from his uncle, saying that he had found a suitable VR manufacturer in Xianxia. Xianxia a bit far. In fact, Qin Zhe's ideal location was in Shanghai, but Shanghai was a city with a strong smell of money. It was definitely the best choice to engage in finance in Shanghai. However, the R&D and innovation of such high-tech products were first in the coastal cities. Among the coastal cities, Guangdong and Shenzhen were the best. Shanghai was a bit worse. Each of the first-tier cities in China had different characteristics. The best way that Qin Zhe and Suyu discussed was to buy a factory in Shanghai, then acquire a team in other places and move the chassis to Shanghai. However, this kind of situation was more troublesome. It was equivalent to building a team. Shenzhen was too far away from Shanghai. Executives may not be willing to leave their hometown, let alone ordinary employees. But because it was too far away, Qin Zhe's team was currently all in Shanghai, and Shenzhen was not easy to manage. Baoza investment. Suyu, come with me to Shenzhen tomorrow. Qin Zhe said, My uncle found a VR equipment manufacturer willing to sell. I heard that the equipment is good, but because of long-term poor profitability, the investors did not play, causing the manufacturer to be short of funds. They are struggling at death's door and intend to sell it. Suyu thought that it was finally time for her to appear. She had been sitting on the bench for a long time. Is your uncle reliable? Suyu's tone and expression were like a little daughter-in-law who was disgusted with her unreliable relatives. The people of the inspection team sent the evaluation report. Qin Zhe logged into his personal email, opened the email and pushed it to Suyu. There were financial statements, asset evaluations, equipment evaluations, etc. Most of the pros and cons were included. The final answer was a red tick. However, the acquisition price required the boss to personally negotiate and field inspection. In the end, it depended on the boss's wishes and the results of the negotiation. Let your assistant buy a ticket. Qin Zhe said. Halfway through, he didn't seem to remember the name of Suyu's assistant. He was the president of Baoza, but he didn't have an assistant himself, or Suyu was his assistant. Suyu had two assistants, both of whom were older in their 30s. They looked very good, much better than her sisters, but they were a little older and their figures were a little out of shape. Wearing an office lady suit, they couldn't look graceful and sexy. All women. In some ways they were all the same. Suyu grabbed the landline on the table and dialed the phone. Help me book 2 tickets. I will arrive in Xinjiang before 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. The departure time will be after 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. You decide. After hanging up, she said, I still have something to do at the company. I'll try to get it done by tomorrow morning. There's no rush, right? You didn't ask your 2 assistants to go? You're just a troublesome light bulb. Why are you calling him? Qin Zhe nodded, thinking that it would be great if he could have a private jet one day. In the morning he would go to Turkey to show off. In the afternoon he would go to Japan to eat Japanese food. In the afternoon he would go to Paris to experience the most romantic city in Europe. Then at night she would bring her sisters to Beijing to breathe in the smog. She would be full and happy. The villagers are really bad. The air pollution is caused by our lack of straw. The office fell into a quiet state of work. Suyu occasionally went out for a while, then came back and continued to read documents and sign. During this period there was a short meeting, probably to explain tomorrow's matters. Qin Zhe was holding a notebook and writing his script in the office. Since Baoza was on the right track and flourishing, he was a bit like a hands-off shopkeeper. The company was managed by Suyu, and the business was handed over to the department manager. As a boss, he needed to do everything by himself. The boss was like this. When he started a business, he poured his blood and sweat, laid a foundation, and then handed it over to his subordinates to manage and operate. It was a bit similar to the ancestors in Xuanhuan novels. They lived in seclusion for a long time. Once something happened to the family, they would jump out to turn the tide and help the building to collapse. What are you writing? Suyu didn't know when she sat next to him and leaned over to look at the screen. Script, Qinzhe said, I'm writing a script. After the acquisition is over, I will concentrate on writing the script and then make a movie. Then can I be the heroine? Suyu's eyes were shining. This is not a romance film, Qinzhe scratched his head. I don't have a heroine. Let me see your script, Suyu said. Qinzhe's script was just a draft, outlining a general story framework. The hero in the story had a bad childhood. His father was a gambler. Because he owed a huge amount of money to loan sharks, he hid all day and lived the life of a stray dog. Later, he was caught by the forces of loan sharks and sunk in the Huangpu River. The one who sunk him in the Huangpu River was a ruthless strong woman. Hey, your character is based on Sister Man, right? It must be her. I'm going to send the script to her. Suyu laughed. Is it really good for you to hate Sister Man so much? Do you want to be a widow at a young age? Qinzhe glared at her. Then the protagonist's mother went crazy. She wandered around the village all day with disheveled hair. The protagonist lived silently, went to school and took care of his mother. One day when he came back from school, he found that his mother had been defiled by a ruffian in the village. She was pregnant for 9 months and gave birth to a daughter. It was undoubtedly a devastating disaster for a family that barely survived and relied on the government's relief. Wow, it's the kind of literary film at first glance. I hate tear-jerking movies. When I wrote novels, if I wrote a little bit of abuse, I would call it poison. Suyu frowned. I'm not writing a novel, I'm making a movie. In the unpopular movies that win in content, this kind of plot is nothing. Qinzhe said. He's not making a comedy and he has no comedy talent. The system's task is to complete a movie independently. If Qinzhe has comedy talent, he will make a comedy. Maybe it will be a box office hit. During this time, he has studied many movies with excellent reviews. First of all, the content can't be plain. There must be twists and turns and bitterness in it. His father was sunk in the Huangpu River, and the family lived happily with the subsistence allowance. This part was scrapped. Qinzhe has to admit that he actually plagiarized. No, how can a scholar's matter be called plagiarism? It's reference. He referred to a short clip of a movie that he saw when searching for similar movies in the Point store, and then modified it and added it to the script. That's it. Suyu held the mouse and pulled it down. The script ended here. Just a beginning? She looked at Qinzhe speechlessly. I can't write it, I'm stuck. Qinzhe scratched his head. Wisdom limits my imagination and I can't guess the world of schizophrenia patients at all. The reason why he was stuck was that he didn't know the specific symptoms of schizophrenia patients, their words and deeds, their state after the illness, and what they imagined. You need to go out for a walk or go to a mental hospital for a field trip. Suyu suggested. It makes sense. Qinzhe nodded. He turned his head and kissed Suyu on the cheek. Sure enough, behind a successful man, there is a smart woman. The plane crossed the blue sky and the white clouds. Qinzhe, sitting by the window, looked down. Houses, fields, and high-rise buildings became mini-models. During the flight, the fuselage would have a stronger shake and tilt. The scenery was very good. Qinzhe held on for a few seconds and pulled down the window cover. It was terrible and he always felt that he would fall at any time. Taking a plane was not a good thing for people with acrophobia, but Qinzhe felt very excited while his heart was beating wildly. The feeling of both fear and yearning. Do you have acrophobia? Next to him, Suyu's eyes were bright, as if she had found something interesting. Yes, didn't I tell you? Qinzhe took off his mask and took a sip of water. His beating heart calmed down a little. What does acrophobia feel like? Suyu asked. She didn't have acrophobia. Why do you think there is such a symptom? It's like people who don't get carsick. It's hard to understand when they see someone vomiting because of sitting in a car. It's the kind of... Qinzhe put the mask back on and tried to describe. The heart will jump to the throat, the breath will be blocked, the legs will be soft, and sometimes it will be accompanied by breathing difficulties. Suyu tilted her head, thought about it, and wondered, isn't this the feeling when you and I have sex? Qinzhe, is this the feeling? Suyu whispered, it's true, every time I have sex with you my heart beats very fast, and you hit me so hard that my breathing is intermittent. After that, my legs are soft. Qinzhe, It turned out that the symptoms of acrophobia were the same as the feeling of having sex. The long posture. Husband, would you like to bungee jump with me? Suyu whispered. Psycho. Qinzhe rolled his eyes. But Suyu couldn't see it. He was wearing sunglasses blocking his eyes. You really love Wang Zijin more. If she asks so, you will definitely agree. Suyu pouted and looked pitiful. No, if she asks for this, I won't agree. Qinzhe waved his hand. What if I die suddenly? Even if Wang Zijin asks so, he will refuse. Bungee jumping makes him feel weak in the legs. In his life, he has only ridden a roller coaster with his sister. But at that time they were brother and sister, and after they came down, both of them became mentally retarded. Qinzhe leaned against the seat and closed his eyes to rest. Last night he thought about the script and wrote intermittently until 2 o'clock in the morning. At 5:30 he got up for a morning run with Sister Ziwei. He felt a little tired. Physically he was okay, but mentally he couldn't bear it. Suyu felt a little bored and happened to see a girl in the next seat watching Journey to the West on iPad with relish. After Journey to the West was taken off the shelves, the online version was put on the shelves and sold for a high copyright fee. This girl can sit in first class and she is certainly not short of money, but she still watches Journey to the West, which shows that she really likes this movie. Your country's movies, the special effects are very good, but the plot is not good at all. Next to the girl, a foreign man said. I think it's very good. The girl said. I've seen this film and the logic is not very good. The foreign man said. This is a mythical love movie, not a mystery movie. The young girl retorted. The two of them conversed in English.